Lin Bai was cultivating his sword on the back mountain when he was confronted by the Wang family, debt unpaid, clan members injured, and brazenly flaunting the backing of the Canglan Academy. He drew his sword and inquired, who struck first? In the next instant, a slap sent teeth flying, sword energy shattered his dantian, and blood splattered across the long street. Those from Canglan Academy dare to obstruct me. The retaliation was unyielding. People often claim that sword cultivators are cold and aloof, yet he was determined to be domineering and protective, decisive in his actions. If you lay a finger on a member of the Lin family, I will ensure your entire household kneels in tears. With a 3-foot blue blade in hand, inheriting the ancient 12-sword chi, he established his authority with iron resolve, proving his heart through the sword path. This world is not one where just anyone can provoke a protective sword cultivator. Chapter 1. Slap them back. Sanchuan Realm, Canglan City. 3 months were promised, yet it has been half a year since then. Beyond an initial deposit of 50,000 spirit stones, will the Wang family ever pay the remaining 2 million? The second elder of the Lin family slammed the table in fury, wishing he could devour them whole. Our Lin family is engaged in construction, not charity. Can the Wang family even manage? Or are they attempting to play us for fools? Another elder spoke gravely. He dares. The first elder of the Lin family narrowed his eyes, exuding a terrifying aura. No one has ever dined at our table and refused to pay. If they seek disgrace, we shall assist them in obtaining it. This project is under the purview of the younger generation. Since their elders are not stepping forward, we cannot openly break ties. Let the youth continue to collect the payment. When their elders can no longer sit idly by, we will take action. On the long street, 2 factions faced off aggressively, neither yielding ground, while a large crowd gathered to witness the spectacle. Wang Lin, will you settle the remaining payment? Considering your Wang family is one of the 4 great clans, we have extended our deadline repeatedly. However, your continued delays are making our situation untenable. When the elders inquire, how can we provide an explanation? Lin Long, leading a group, confronted them fiercely. What do you mean by that, Lin Long? Do you think our Wang family is the sort to renege on payments? That small amount of money, don't act like a beggar. We've already said to follow the proper channels. Don't overstep your bounds. Today my elder brother returns from Canglan Academy. Don't ruin my mood. Step aside. Wang Lin interrupted Lin Long, reaching out to push him aside. However, Lin Long stood firm as if cast from steel, unyielding, merely fixing a cold stare on Wang Lin and his group, his expression devoid of emotion. You must clarify the payment today. Don't test my patience, otherwise you won't pass. Among the crowd, a young man observed the disparity in numbers with a sense of foreboding. Lin Long has not brought enough people today. He is bound to suffer. Moreover, with Wang Lin's brother back, this won't end well. I must hurry back for reinforcements. The situation now calls for the young master to step forth. In the bamboo forest of the Lin family's back mountain, a young man clad in white sat cross-legged before a stone tablet, his robes billowing in the wind, exuding an indescribable elegance. His eyes were focused intently on a black sword before him. The sword sheath was entirely black, engraved with intricate patterns that dazzled the eye. The long sword nestled within, its hilt elongated and adorned with 2 ribbons tied to the circular pommel. The patterns on the stone tablet were visibly darkening, evidently being absorbed by the black sword before him. After a long while, Lin Bai could no longer contain his excitement. Black egg, is it enough? The black sword trembled slightly, responding somewhat exasperatedly. Hurry, hurry, hurry. How many times must I say it? Change my name. Lin Bai, however, was too preoccupied with the peculiar sword he had stumbled upon months ago while training in the mountains, which had surprisingly developed a sword spirit. The sword spirit had convinced him of its severe injury and need for nourishment, be it spiritual tools or rare treasures. The higher the quality and quantity, the better. Once it recovered, it promised to bestow upon him great powers. Lin Bai, being the person he was, cared little for such benefits. He simply wished to assist. In the next instant, before Lin Bai could utter another word, he found himself transported to a unique space, countless stars, and the vast galaxy. Before he could regain his bearings, 12 terrifying sword energies pierced down from the heavens, merging into his body, forming a small black hole beside his dantian, akin to a secondary dantian. What on earth was happening? Receive my sword sect's legacy, to protect our sword sect's supremacy. From henceforth, with the 3-foot blue blade, who in this world dares to challenge me? Boom! When Lin Bai finally came to his senses, he felt bewildered, as if awakening from a dream. The sword spirit, somewhat envious, remarked, "Do you realize the monumental fortune you have obtained? Revel in it secretly." Monumental fortune? Lin Bai furrowed his brow, perplexed. You will come to understand in time. Now that you possess the ancient 12-sword chi, your cultivation will differ from the past. You must gather abundant rare treasures to honor me. Lin Bai was about to respond when an urgent voice called from outside the bamboo forest. Young master, it's bad. A grave matter has arisen. Lin Bai frowned slightly and rose to head outside, the black sword transforming into an ear adornment. Before he had exited the estate, he saw Lin Long and his group returning, supporting one another, each person covered in dirt and injuries, with some severely wounded, even being carried back on stretchers. Lin Bai's expression darkened immediately as he hurried over. What has happened? Upon seeing Lin Bai, the others looked as if they had found their anchor, recounting the events in a flurry, pitifully stating, "Young master, you must avenge us. Those bastards took advantage of our numbers and refused to pay." Lin Bai's face turned fierce. No one can bully the Lin family. If they refuse to fulfill their end, then let's not go through with it. Gather our forces, we will crush them. Casting a glance at Lin Long, who bore bruises, Lin Bai uttered no further words. Lead the way, young master. It is these ruffians. Lin Long pointed at the group approaching the city gate, laughing and chatting, and instantly felt invigorated, indicating Wang Lin and his companions. The onlookers on the street were taken aback, watching the Lin family's battered group return so swiftly after their earlier defeat, their eyes drawn to the white-robed youth. Leading them Lin Long. It seems you have a short memory, having just been beaten, and you return so quickly? Wang Lin mocked. Lin Bai didn't even spare Wang Lin a glance, but focused on the injuries on Lin Long's face, coldly stating, "Was it him who struck you? Go up and give him 2 hard slaps." Wang Lin was taken aback. The next moment, slap, slap. Without a second thought, Lin Long leaped forward, delivering 2 resounding slaps that sent Wang Lin tumbling to the ground, several teeth flying out. Are you satisfied? If not, give him a few more. Lin Bai remarked nonchalantly. Absolutely. Lin Long nodded, exhilarated. It feels exhilarating. Wang Lin was left dazed, having not anticipated the white-robed youth's unreasonable demand for a slap, and Lin Long, true to his word, had obliged, catching him entirely off guard. You seem rather audacious. Do you think our Wang family is easy prey or that you can act with impunity? A young man clad in luxurious robes, surrounded by others, wore a displeased expression, his tone dark. Lin Bai glanced at him and frowned. And who might you be? Wang Yin of the Canglan Academy. The young man in fine robes replied haughtily, I've never heard of you. Lin Bai shook his head and then turned to Lin Long, asking, Did this fellow strike you? After enduring 3 punches, 6 of us were injured. However, master, you should be cautious, for this individual possesses some skill, Lin Long remarked, a glint of wariness flashing in his eyes, quietly warning against potential mishaps. After a moment's reflection, he added, but not too much. Lin Long was already a 9th-level martial artist on the verge of the opening origin stage, yet he had found himself utterly defenseless against the prowess displayed by the man before him, which surely exceeded at least the 3rd tier of the opening origin realm. Indeed, it was I who struck him. What of it? Wang Yin's expression darkened momentarily before a hint of disdain crossed his features as he insulted Lin Bai. In the blink of an eye, Lin Bai vanished from his position, reappearing directly in front of Wang Yin. Before the latter could react, a simple bow step followed by a thrusting punch struck him forcefully in the abdomen. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, a stream of sword chi silently infiltrated Wang Yin's body, wreaking havoc upon his meridians and dantian. Boom! Wang Yin crumpled to the ground like a fragile object, writhing in agony. My dantian! It shattered. You despicable scoundrel! Wang Yin glared at Lin Bai with venomous eyes. Lin Bai responded with a cold, sinister smile, not even bothering to turn around. Which hand was it? My right hand. Lin Long hesitated momentarily before clarifying. With a clang, Lin Bai seized the sword from Wang Yin's grasp and tossed it in front of Lin Long, coldly stating, Which hand? Cut off that one. You dare? Shouted a young man from the Wang family, his eyes wide with fury. Smack. A resounding slap landed harshly on his face, sending him and the sword flying, exploding into a cloud of blood. Lin Long picked up the fallen sword and brought it down decisively. Wang Yin fainted from the pain, blood gushing forth. Did any of you dare to speak? Lin Bai snarled. Everyone present, one by one. If you wish to avoid death, slap yourselves until I am satisfied. How dare you bully a member of the Lin family? I will not let you live. The Wang family members exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. I will count to 3. If you wish to retain your dignity, do not blame me for being merciless, Lin Bai threatened, his fists cracking ominously. One brave soul, swallowing his fear, retorted, You have killed my 9th brother and crippled brother Yin. The Wang family will not let this go. If you are wise, let us go, and we can still negotiate. At this, Lin Bai chuckled in amusement. Are you Wang family members truly so foolish? You know the Wang family will not spare me. Do you believe I care about one more life or one less? As he spoke, Lin Bai unleashed a sword chi that pinned the speaker to the wall. Go ahead. Since they lack the resolve, you shall assist them. Slap yourselves vigorously until your grievances are alleviated. I wish to see who dares to resist. Lin Bai declared with a cold laugh, enough. You must show restraint. Spare those whom you can. A nobleman among the Wang family, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. Who is he? Lin Bai inquired, pointing at them. Members of Canglan Academy, rumored to be classmates of Wang Outyin, accompanied him for a visit to Canglan City, Lin Long explained. Without a second thought, Lin Bai approached and delivered a harsh slap. When Wang Outyin and his companions had attacked the Lin family, they had remained silent. Now, they dared to bark after avoiding trouble. The nobleman's eyes flashed with disdain. Just as he attempted to evade, he was horrified to discover that no matter how he dodged, the hand grew inexorably larger. Damn it! I am at the 7th level of opening origin, and I cannot even escape. The nobleman's last thought as he fainted was a fleeting realization. Give me a resounding slap. Those who do not exert themselves will kneel on a washboard tonight. With that, Lin Bai pointed at the remaining 4 members of Canglan Academy. Do not spare them either. Moments later, the sounds of slapping echoed through the air. I see you are tired of living. How dare you touch members of Canglan Academy? Seeking death, are you? A curvaceous woman, disheveled and flustered, exclaimed in exasperation. Do members of Canglan Academy possess an extra head, or are they simply tougher? A somewhat arrogant voice rang out at the end of the long street. Several young men strode confidently forward, exuding an intimidating presence, followed by hundreds of others. Among them, a young man clad in black robes bore an air of defiance. Upon seeing the newcomers, Lin Long and the others breathed a sigh of relief, their expressions brightening as their confidence surged. After all, numbers lend an imposing aura. Lin Long and his companions cast predatory glances at the members of Canglan Academy. Do you understand what it means to have someone capable of getting things done? Chapter 2. Defiance in Action. With determined strides, Yu Fei approached the woman and unleashed a powerful punch aimed at her face. The impact resounded as Li Rushwang's nose shattered, her protective energy disintegrating like a fragile structure, sending her flying. Seizing the moment, Yu Fei followed up with a decisive kick to her abdomen, rendering her immobile. My father is an elder enforcer of Canglan Academy. If you dare to kill me, he will not let you go, Li Rushwang exclaimed, panic etched across her features, her eyes betraying her fear. Yu Fei scoffed, bending down to lightly pat her cheek. Oh, the elder enforcer, how impressive. I am truly terrified. He sneered. Anyone who dares to bully the Lin family must reckon with my wrath. With a cold tone, he continued, that slap was merely a warning. Should you dare to meddle further, we will not be so accommodating. Take these individuals to the Wang family and demand compensation. Lin Bai chuckled, a tiger does not roar. Yet you assume we are mere chicks? Yu Fei's father served as the chief steward of the Lin family and was a trusted confidant of Lin Bai's father. This bond had fostered a lifelong companionship, with Yu Fei always following Lin Bai's lead. Heeding the master's command, Yu Fei waved his hand, and hundreds followed him in a formidable procession toward the northern Wang family estate. At the entrance of the Wang family garden, which the Lin family was overseeing, 2 guards spotted the approaching entourage and sensed trouble. Goodness, brother, you stay here. I'm going inside to warn them. One exclaimed before hastily retreating. The other guard, upon seeing Lin Bai's group draw near, silently turned away, feigning ignorance. I cannot see you, so you cannot touch me. A steward, accompanied by several guards, positioned himself in front of Lin Bai, his expression tense. Why has young Master Lin suddenly brought so many people without prior notice? Lin Bai remained silent, deeming the steward unworthy of a response. Yu Fei, treating the Wang family members like discarded trash, shoved them towards the steward, whose forced smile faltered, a twitch appearing at the corner of his mouth. One is dead, one is incapacitated, and the rest are here. Call the steward to negotiate for money. Yu Fei stated succinctly. What is going on? The steward stammered. Slap. Yu Fei delivered a resounding slap to his face, causing him to stagger. Do you not understand human language? Bring forth someone who can negotiate. Speaking with you is utterly pointless. Release them. A thunderous voice boomed from outside. A man adorned in luxurious attire strode in, elegantly wielding a folding fan, flanked by dozens of followers, the 2 parties standing in direct confrontation. Wang Meng, son of the Wang family's grand elder, glared at Lin Bai. What do you intend to do? Are you instigating trouble? His expression was as dark as a storm cloud. Upon learning of the commotion at the city gates, he had rushed over, only to find he had arrived a moment too late. Astonished that they would dare to confront him directly, Lin Bai, with a benevolent demeanor, remarked that these Wang brothers had inadvertently fallen on the road, and having witnessed their plight, he had taken it upon himself to escort them home. Have you ever encountered such a considerate youth from Canglan City? He inquired with a smile. Wang Ming's veins bulged with anger. So, I ought to thank you for this. He retorted. No need for gratitude. Just hand over 100 or 80,000 spirit stones. Lin Bai replied cheerfully. Wang Ming's eyes turned green with rage as he gritted his teeth. Lin Bai, do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. Let me make this clear. Release them first, and we can negotiate. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning hostile. He declared fiercely. Su Han narrowed his eyes. So you are threatening me? Settle the remaining 3 million spirit stones, and you shall have your people back. We will take our leave. You truly dare to ask for such an exorbitant sum, an additional million simply by uttering it. Wang Ming laughed scornfully in his fury. Enough of this nonsense. I have traversed a considerable distance. Is it unreasonable to request a modest fee for my troubles? You would do well to comply, or else matters could escalate. Lin Bai replied nonchalantly. Remember, not a single stone less. And what if I refuse? Wang Ming sneered. With a swift motion, a sword aura pierced through Wang Lin and his companions' foreheads, extinguishing their lives instantly. Refuse? Then I shall end your lives. Lin Bai declared with a sinister glint in his eyes. I am eager to ascertain whether your bravado matches the sharpness of my sword. As his words echoed, a throng of Lin family disciples surged forward, brandishing their weapons. Wang Ming's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the lifeless forms of Wang Lin and his companions lying before him. Charge! Avenge them! He commanded, leading the charge with his folded fan, unleashing a terrifying surge of spiritual power. A fierce battle ensued. Lin Bai's figure vanished like a specter, only to reappear almost beside Wang Ming, causing him to instinctively shudder in fear. So swift. With a sharp crack, Wang Ming felt a searing pain in his groin, as if something had shattered. My eggs. Lin Bai seized Wang Ming by the throat, his murderous intent palpable. You insolent fool. A mere 9th-level chi-gathering cultivator dares to challenge me? What gives you the audacity? Stop. A voice, tinged with urgency and anger, echoed from the heavens. If you dare harm my son, I will ensure your demise. Without hesitation, Lin Bai twisted Wang Ming's neck, the sound of bones cracking reverberating through the air, leaving the body limp and lifeless. I do not heed threats when I act. I have slain him, so what? Lin Bai declared with a fierce expression. He then took possession of Wang Ming's spatial ring and fan, examining them closely. A fine item, a low-grade spiritual artifact. If I were to consume it, it would surely restore significant power, Lin Bai mused, addressing the sword spirit. The sword spirit scoffed. Look at your naivety. A low-grade spiritual artifact is considered a fine item? In my earlier days, it would have been regarded as mere scrap metal. What was once is not what is now. Do not conflate the past with the present. Lin Bai retorted. Just then, an imposing figure approached, interrupting Lin Bai's thoughts. You wretched brat, I will have your life. You shall pay for my son's demise. The elder Wang Nung roared in fury. The formidable power of Daogong Jiuchong erupted. Lin Bai's figure retreated violently, leaving a colossal pit where he had just stood. Damn it! Do you have no shame? Bullying the weak, are we? Lin Bai exclaimed in anger. Do not provoke me. I shall indeed bully you, what of it? Wang Ning's face twisted into a sinister grin as a gigantic hand of spiritual energy descended from above, mercilessly striking towards Lin Bai. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bai unleashed the pinnacle of his Linghai realm strength. Sword technique. Threefold devouring sword intent. Lin Bai advanced instead of retreating, fiercely clashing his sword against Wang Ning's attack. Boom. Lin Bai was sent staggering back hundreds of feet, barely managing to steady himself. Wang Ning's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that this young prodigy possessed a minor mastery of sword intent, allowing him to contend across an entire realm. He had immersed himself in the Daogong realm for over a decade, just a step away from the Tianguan realm. Lin Bai exhaled a breath of turbid air. Shaking his head, he was still too weak, allowing his opponent to remain unscathed. Wang Nung, capable of condensing sword intent, was already deemed a genius. His minor mastery was indeed terrifying, enabling him to kill with ease, even overcoming 6 levels without a fight. Lin Bai not only managed to condense minor mastery of sword intent, but the richness of his Linghai realm energy also rivaled that of a 4-stage expert in the Daogong realm. The more formidable Lin Bai appeared, the more intense the murderous intent in Wang Ning's eyes grew. Such a genius must not be allowed to live. Wang Ning's energy firmly locked onto Lin Bai as he charged forward, eschewing any flamboyant maneuvers, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Lin Bai's chest. One force shatters all methods. Thud. Lin Bai's sword was swifter, piercing through Wang Ning's fist, resulting in a violent clash. The next moment, Wang Neng was horrified to discover that 30% of his spiritual power had been devoured. What the hell is this? You can actually absorb my spiritual energy? Wang Neng exclaimed in disbelief. In response, 6 blades of devouring sword energy surged forth. Wang Neng frantically urged his spiritual energy to crush Lin Bai's attack. But to his astonishment, 90% of his own spiritual energy was consumed. Swoosh! Before he could react, a long sword pierced through his chest. As Lin Bai felt the continuous surge of spiritual energy flow into his body, every hair on his body stood on end. Blissful. Absorbing the peak expert of the Daogong realm propelled Lin Bai up 3 tiers, granting him the strength of a 3-stage Daogong realm practitioner. Wang Neng wished to utter something further, but Lin Bai swiftly severed his head. Instantly, his neck and body were cleaved apart, blood gushing forth. Lin Bai hastily rifled through his spoils, ensuring a final strike to prevent his opponent from lingering on the brink of life. 2 swift slashes to the sides of the chest to ensure the heart did not reside in the right atrium. A decisive strike to the head, to thwart any cunning tricks. Subsequently, he unhesitatingly charged towards the Wang family members nearby, drawing his sword, striking, sheathing his sword. The entire garden echoed with the wails and pleas for mercy, and moments later, hundreds of corpses littered the ground, blood staining the earth, resembling a hellish landscape. Lin Bai focused solely on stripping the spatial ring from the Wang family's elder, distributing the remaining spoils among his clan members. Upon witnessing the scene within, Lin Bai could not help but feel a smile creep across his lips. The ring contained over 4 million inferior spirit stones, along with several 100,000 medium and superior spirit stones, in addition to a plethora of elixirs. What a windfall! Just then, a figure descended from the heavens, none other than the second elder of the Lin family. Lin Bai breathed a sigh of relief. It was one of their own. The second elder first surveyed the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground before fixing his gaze upon the grand elder of the Wang family, his pupils narrowing in surprise. "Did you do this?" he inquired, his eyes locked onto Lin Bai. Lin Bai nodded affirmatively. "I fortuitously broke through to the Dao Palace realm." The second elder's pupils widened in astonishment, followed by a hearty laugh. "Well done. Heaven favors the Lin family." With a firm pat on Lin Bai's shoulder, the second elder declared with authority, "Go ahead and take action. The Lin family will bear any consequences. We do not seek trouble, but we shall not shy away from it either." He gazed intently into Lin Bai's eyes. "There is nothing to fear. If indeed there are ancient monsters who act unjustly, attempting to bully the weak, we shall remind them of the Lin family's rules. There exists no unjust rule in this world, nor any rationale devoid of rules. However, the grand elder of the Wang family has perished here, taking with him hundreds of lives. They surely will not let this go lightly. We must strike first," Lin Bai asserted. "Strike first." The moment both parties had torn apart their facades, there was no longer any need for pretense. With the elder generation of the Wang family having initiated hostilities, the Lin family now possessed a perfect excuse. Go ahead and act. If they dare to strike first, public opinion will be on our side. The second elder crossed his arms behind his back, exuding confidence. "There is nothing to worry about now. We are secure." Upon hearing these words, Lin Bai's heart swelled with newfound courage. Why? Because having support makes matters easier. Although he had slain the grand elder, he knew not to become overconfident. These established families had endured for ages, and there were numerous experts among them, including some monstrous beings who remained in seclusion. At this moment, he was far from their match. He was a sword cultivator, not a fool. Thus, he would not act recklessly. Chapter 3. Strike if you don't pay. Wang family. In the conference hall, the third elder of the Wang family glared with wide eyes, seething with anger. The Lin family is courting disaster. Not only have they slain the grand elder, but we have also lost over 100 lives in total. They are not merely slapping our faces, they are grinding our faces into the dirt with their shoes. This cannot be allowed to pass. Another elder fumed. Otherwise, how shall the Wang family survive in Canglan City from henceforth? The family head, Wang Zhen, sat calmly at the head of the table. We must not act hastily. If we completely sever ties, we will inevitably plunge into a life or death struggle. We are not yet fully prepared for such a confrontation. However, this incident has revealed the Lin family's stance. They likely harbor ulterior motives, seeking to covertly consume us. Xian'er has already joined the Lingxiao Sword Pavilion, becoming one of the 9 true disciples. It is said that the Vice Pavilion Master intends to take him as a disciple. The next few days are critical for assessments. Once Xian'er emerges from seclusion, it will not be too late to act. If we are to act, we must ensure the complete eradication of the Lin family. The Lingxiao Sword Pavilion and Canglan Academy are both renowned as one of the 4 great overlords of the northern region of the Zhongshuan realm. Wang continued, stating, however, "We shall not allow the Lin family to have it easy. If they desire money, let us give it to them, whatever amount they seek. As long as they accept it, we shall subsequently report them for extortion. Furthermore, Isnt Li Rushuang's father-in-law, elder of the Canglan Academy, with Wang Lin, a disciple of the academy, having perished here and his daughter publicly humiliated, we can manipulate the situation to our advantage. Logically and emotionally, he cannot remain idle, can he?" The second elder, filled with admiration, remarked, "Head of the family, you truly are remarkable." "Wang, what are your next plans?" inquired the second elder. "Create a commotion. The bigger, the better. The more chaotic, the better," Lin Bai retorted with a cold smile. "This project is not solely ours. The Lin family supports numerous small families and suppliers. We are not afraid of a direct confrontation, but we dread an opponent who lacks shame and refuses to pay. Surely, we cannot engage in a life-and-death struggle over a mere few million spirit stones. The Wang family's refusal to pay does not threaten our lives. The Lin family is substantial enough to withstand the loss of this million spirit stones. However, those small merchants and families under us may not survive. Their livelihoods are at stake. Regardless of any nefarious schemes the Wang family may concoct, they dare not default on their debts to the Lin family. Since they refuse to pay, we shall withhold payments to our subordinates, claiming the Wang family has failed to settle their debts, which is utterly intolerable. Given time, they may be compelled to resort to desperate measures. As long as the Wang family wishes to avoid creating enemies and maintain a semblance of dignity, they must pay." The second elder nodded, acknowledging the strategy. "However, you must be cautious. The Wang family likely harbors ill intentions. Even if they pay, they may have hidden traps." Lin Bai smiled slightly, exuding confidence. "Then we shall confront them so fiercely that they dare not entertain any ulterior motives." At that moment, the gates of the Wang family were splashed with paint. "Repay your debts. It is only just. Come out." Lin Bai calmly stood aside, observing as a crowd gathered at the entrance demanding payment. Wang Zhang, the second elder of the Wang family, emerged to witness this scene, his anger flaring. Before he could react, some individuals even prepared to smear the walls of the Wang family with excrement, their eyes ablaze with fury. "Enough. Cease this at once," he bellowed. "Have you all lost your minds? Do you know where this is? How dare you cause a disturbance at the Wang family's doorstep?" At Wang Zhang's shout, many halted their actions, some retreating in fear. After all, the Wang family is one of the overlords of Canglan City. Were they not driven to desperation, they would never dare to cause a ruckus with their meager strength. Lin Bai and Yu Fei blocked the entrance. "Stop your prattling. A debt must be repaid. The Wang family does not intend to be a deadbeat, do they? After this, who would dare to do business with your family? Regardless, if you fail to pay, we shall continue this uproar. I'm not afraid of you." Wang Zhang, infuriated to the point of wishing to strike Lin Bai down, restrained himself. Recalling the head of the family's instructions, in a low voice, he relented. "So you want the remaining payment? Fine, I shall give it to you. 5 million spirit stones, not a single one less." Lin Bai calculated with his fingers. Wang Zhang, taken aback, retorted angrily, "Where on earth did 5 million come from? How dare you deceive me? Why not just demand 10 million? I am not here to negotiate with you." Lin Bai's demeanor was exceedingly assertive. "Whether you are willing or not, you must comply." His thoughts were straightforward. If you refuse, he will cause a scene. He would take action if necessary. Robbing a family would yield riches far quicker than this trivial matter. However, Lin Bai was a civilized individual and preferred to reason first. Wang Zhang took a deep breath and handed Lin Bai a spatial ring, internally mocking him. Whatever amount he has consumed now, he will later be made to repay with interest. At that moment, Lin Bai cursed inwardly at the fool who offered 5 million spirit stones without haggling. There was no reason to let such a lucrative opportunity slip away. Compared to engaging in a physical confrontation, effortlessly persuading someone to part with this sum was undoubtedly more advantageous. For a brief moment, both parties harbored ulterior motives. After concluding their dealings, Lin Bai returned to the Lin family to settle the remaining payments. Suddenly, several terrifying presences descended, effectively sealing off their surroundings. Subsequently, hundreds of armored enforcers, brimming with murderous intent, appeared at the entrance, each one armed to the teeth, a grand banner billowing in the wind. With the weakest among them being practitioners of the opening Yuan realm. These were the enforcers of the Canglan Academy. At the forefront, a middle-aged man clad in dark robes, mounted on a tall steed, donned in battle armor, and wielding a long spear, advanced ahead. The entire Lin family immediately heightened their vigilance, unleashing waves of fearsome energy. Lin Bai pushed open the grand door and stood resolutely at the forefront. Observing the scene before him, he could not help but furrow his brow. Who might you be? Li Jian retorted. Are you Lin Bai? Lin Bai remained silent, unsheathing his sword and striking forth without hesitation. His prowess reached the pinnacle of the third level of the Dao Palace realm. The swordplay, combined with his nascent devouring sword intent, was as swift as lightning. The sword devoured mountains and rivers. A flicker of disdain crossed Li Jian's eyes as he wielded his spear like a club, producing a series of piercing sounds. One force can subdue 10. As the two forces crashed violently together, upon contact, Li Jian's spiritual energy was incessantly drawn into Lin Bai's body, causing Li Jian to be momentarily taken aback. The ensuing surge of spiritual energy resembled an ocean, forcefully repelling Lin Bai. Lin Bai was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground, his sword snapping into two pieces, and numerous invisible, bloody wounds appeared on his body. At this moment, Li Jian's expression was far from pleasant. He had not anticipated losing a tenth of his spiritual power, and even half of his gun intent had been consumed. Damn it! Li Jian, somewhat frantic, lifted his spear, intent on finishing Lin Bai. The path of martial arts is a long and arduous journey, traversing through the realms of qi condensation, opening Yuan, Spirit Sea, Dao Palace, Heavenly Gate, shackles, awakening, visualization, body sculpting, nirvana, and creation. Before him stood Li Jian, the father of Li Rushuang, a master at the threshold of the awakening realm. Upon reaching the Dao Palace realm, spiritual energy begins to metamorphose into a unique essence, and at the Heavenly Gate realm, one can cultivate their own innate divine abilities. In the Shackles realm, one can condense their own 100-zhang Dharma body, wielding the elements of heaven and earth at will. Though Lin Bai's cultivation method is extraordinary, capable of devouring the essence of others and converting it into his own prowess, a significant disparity poses a risk akin to water overflowing from a tank. If not moderated in time, it may lead to catastrophic consequences. Lin Bai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at the gun's muzzle mere inches away. Unfazed, instead, he raised his middle finger defiantly in a gesture of disdain. Despite his internal organs being violently shaken, he managed to break through to the sixth stage of the Dao Palace realm. Bang! The long spear hung suspended in the air, mere centimeters from Lin Bai, unable to advance a single inch. Even with all his might, Li Jian could not push it forward, under the tremendous force of vital energy. The sleeve of his arm disintegrated into dust, revealing bulging veins. Are you planning to kill the young master of the Lin family right at their doorstep? A voice devoid of emotion rang out, indicating a profound ignorance of life and death. An emaciated elder grasped the spear's tip with one hand, regarding Li Jian as one would a corpse. In this world, one must not only possess strength, but also a formidable background. Lin Bai grinned and rose to his feet. Without hesitation, he tossed dozens of pills into his mouth, akin to throwing candy, visibly mending his injuries. Crack! The elder effortlessly snapped the mid-grade vital weapon in half and carelessly discarded it. Lin Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly approached to retrieve it. This was a treasure, transcending the realm of spiritual artifacts and already classified as a vital weapon, worth a considerable sum. Before he could react, it was entirely consumed by the black sword. Staring incredulously at the object now resembling scrap metal, Lin Bai rubbed his eyes in disbelief. In a mere 3 seconds, it vanished before him. Damn it, you wasteful brat, return my money. This was all my fortune. Lin Han raged internally. Spirit of the sword, cease your incessant wailing. Li Jian felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and just as he contemplated retreat, the elder appeared before him, flashing a grin that revealed his yellowed teeth. Spare him, the elder began, but before he could finish, a resounding slap struck Li Jian's face. He felt as if he had been rammed by a 1,000-pound jack. His mind racing, almost fainting from the impact. What a pity, a mere enforcement elder reduced to begging for mercy. Li Jian's face swelled grotesquely. Several teeth lost as he mumbled incoherently, spare my life. Spare my life. Damn it, Ninth Master, show some mercy, Lin Bai exclaimed, fearing a single slap might end Li Jian's life. You are quite formidable, Ninth Master, the spirit of the sword remarked, astonished. The elder in black turned his head with a benevolent demeanor. Fortunately, he was not killed outright. It would be a shame to end him now. We must first extract the location of his hidden wealth and, while he still breathes, take his vital organs. Lin Bai's eyes gleamed with ambition, envisioning the immense value of such organs in the black market. Let us drain every ounce of worth from him. Li Jian, bewildered, observed Lin Bai's serious expression, feeling as though a bucket of cold water had been dumped over him. No, are you serious? Damn it, don't act recklessly. Li Jian was truly terrified, and he regretted his choices deeply. Had he known such an outcome awaited him, He would have rather faced death than come here. As one grows older, particularly someone like him, who possesses a modicum of power, life becomes increasingly indulgent, and he could not bear to part with it all. Money, beauty, status, please, spare my life. I can give you anything you desire. I have wealth, I can offer you money, my daughter is also an option, or even my wife if necessary. Li Zhan hurriedly pleaded, bowing his head in desperation. Lin Bai remained indifferent, pressing a hand against his forehead, voraciously siphoning away his vital energy. If you had the courage to act like a man, perhaps I would grant you a semblance of dignity, Lin Bai remarked coldly, casting a derisive glance at him. Li Zhan felt as though his dantian and body were being hollowed out, his entire essence draining away. In the next instant, he perished from exhaustion. Lin Bai ascended to the 9th level of Dao Palace cultivation. Just like that, without further inquiry, who incited him to come here? A glimmer of appreciation flickered in the eyes of the old man in black as he rasped, "Man, don't be wishy-washy. Be decisive and get it done. There's no need. After all, they are enemies, and if he dared to act, he must be prepared to face the consequences," Lin Bai stated calmly. Moreover, even if someone instigated him, it must be the Wang family. So certain, regardless of whether it was the Wang family or not. I will place this blame squarely on them. Their acknowledgement or denial matters not to me, Lin Bai grinned. Chapter 4. Only Death in Battle. Lin Bai, accompanied by Yu Fei and followed by hundreds of Lin family guards, marched fiercely towards the Wang family. There were no hints of subtlety. Bang! The door was kicked to smithereens. In the hall, Lin Bai declared, "This is the Wang family, not your Lin family's garden." An elder of the Wang family, realizing the situation, roared in anger, "Do you have no regard for the Wang family? Are you trying to stir up trouble? This destruction is not merely of their door. It is a blatant assault on their dignity and face." Lin Bai coldly tossed Li Zhan's corpse onto the ground, stating, "Provide an explanation." Wang Zhen, the head of the Wang family, initially narrowed his pupils but quickly regained his composure, responding, "Explanation? What explanation do you require? You have shattered our door to this extent, and I have yet to demand an explanation from you." Lin Bai replied earnestly, "Just based on your status? The Lin family operates without needing to justify ourselves to you. However, today you must provide me with an explanation. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions to use others as scapegoats. Your plan is clever, but you underestimated the Lin family's resilience. I might choose not to show you respect, but you cannot afford to do the same." Wang Zhen chuckled. "It seems you have truly misunderstood us. We are not like that. Li Zhan sought you out due to his frustrations over his daughter, and it has nothing to do with us. We settled our previous dealings, even generously providing you with an extra 2 million spirit stones as a gesture of goodwill. Considering your elder's status, if you are willing to apologize, I can overlook everything that just transpired." Lin Bai smiled. In the next moment, he upended the table. "You truly do not regard my time as valuable, do you? Since you have conspired against me with Li Zhan, intending to assassinate me, I am fortunate to remain unscathed due to my wisdom and prowess. However, your actions have greatly displeased me. Therefore, it would be wise for you to compensate me until I am satisfied," Lin Bai declared with overwhelming authority. Wang Zhen's expression darkened to the point where it seemed he might drip with bitterness. He clearly understood that this individual had come to instigate trouble. Yet, he could not provide the funds. Even if hostilities were to erupt, it was impossible, unless he was willing to relinquish his position as the head of the family. The Lin family blatantly disregarded the Wang family, having crossed all boundaries. If they were to retreat now, every male member of the Wang family might as well take their own lives and dignity. What if I refuse? Wang Zhen rose slowly, exuding an imposing aura. Lin Bai grinned, eager for such a declaration. He then growled fiercely, "The Lin family will spare none, destroy them all. If they refuse to give, he would take matters into his own hands." The conflict between the two sides was not new. It had begun with the overdue project payments as a signal, and they even dared to assault Lin Long and his companions. In his eyes, the Wang family had already been sentenced to death, making an inevitable clash unavoidable. With a swift motion, Lin Bai unleashed his full power, channeling a formidable 6-fold sword intent and 10-fold sword drawing technique. A sword energy descended from the heavens. Its speed akin to a fleeting shadow, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, directly aimed at Wang Zhen with lethal intent. Wang Zhen's gaze turned icy as he snarled, "Notify everyone. We shall fight to the death." The discussion had reached a point of no return. It was time to speak with fists. The third elder, in a flash, surged towards Lin Bai, delivering a single, devastating punch that erupted in a terrifying golden light, soaring into the sky. "You truly possess audacity, leading the charge alone to confront us. I am eager to see what capabilities you possess." The third elder bellowed ominously. Wang Zhen stood calmly. one hand resting behind his back. He deemed Lin Bai's level beneath him and refrained from engaging. The true opponent remained hidden in the shadows, biding their time. The power of the 7th level of the Heavenly Gate realm clashed violently between the two combatants. Lin Bai was hurled back several hundred feet, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. The third elder Wang also felt the repercussions, his vitality surging chaotically, and he realized he had lost a significant portion of his energy. Wang took a deep breath, forcing his chaotic energy to stabilize. His right hand clenched into a fist behind his back, exuding the demeanor of a seasoned master. Yet, despite his efforts to maintain composure, his trembling right hand betrayed his current state. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, a deep sword wound marred his palm, blood dripping steadily from the edge. This individual cannot be allowed to live. The murderous intent in the third elder's eyes intensified. At such a young age, he could contend with him. If granted another 20 years, who could fathom the consequences? It was a thought too terrifying to entertain. "Kill!" shouted Yu Fei, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Since the battle has commenced, it shall be a fight to the death." With a single hand, I crushed a jade pendant, sending a signal soaring into the heavens. "Sons of the Lin family, gather and annihilate the detestable Wang clan." A voice echoed through the skies, resonating across the entirety of Canglan City and its surrounding 1,000 miles. Those unaware might presume that the Lin family had been utterly extinguished. It is time to display our might and demonstrate the valor of the Lin lineage to the other clans. Every member of the Lin family, even those hundreds of miles away, responded to the call, whether they were out in trials or in seclusion at that very moment. The jade pendants at their waists received the message, compelling them to emerge from their retreats. In an instant, hundreds of radiant figures converged upon the Wang family estate. Damn it! Without uttering a word, the Lin family members charged forward without hesitation. "It is either your demise or mine." The heavens were awash with radiant figures as they appeared outside Canglan City, engaging in fierce combat. From the stationed quarries to the shops, the streets, and even in the latrines, enemies met with burning hatred, clashing mercilessly in the midst of their path. The other factions within Canglan City were also shaken, turning their attention to the fierce conflict between these two great clans. A battle of life and death is no small matter. Lin Bai struggled to rise from the ground. His body battered and torn, drenched in blood, his mouth spilling crimson as he coughed violently, propping himself up with his sword. Yet, his eyes gleamed with determination. He felt on the verge of breaking through the 9th level of the Dao Palace. Boom! The terrifying 9 Dao Palaces loomed behind him like inverted moons, exuding a fearsome aura. "Come again!" Lin Bai roared, charging forward with his sword. With 60% of the devouring sword intent and 12 times the sword-drawing technique, he declared, "Die!" Elder Wang Shi's expression darkened, a flicker of malice flashing in his gaze. He refused to believe that as a formidable presence at the 7th level of the Heavenly Barrier realm, he could not eliminate Lin Bai. Wang Shi consumed an explosive cultivation pill, leaping 2 levels to reach the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Heavenly Barrier realm. With a single punch, the heavens and earth changed colors. The surrounding space seemed on the verge of bursting, and the shadow of his 100-foot punch instilled despair in the hearts of all. Bang! 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 In a single second, 12 strikes of the sword. Lin Bai forcefully aimed for Wang Shi's lower region, draining the surrounding spiritual energy entirely. "Damn it! Can you not be so uncouth?" Elder Wang Shi roared, feeling a chill in his lower body, swiftly dodging, his aura noticeably weakened. "This is dishonorable. It's akin to two duelists fighting, and suddenly one strips the other of their trousers. All desire for a fair fight dissipates." Wang Shi bore several sword wounds. His vital energy diminished by another 20%. Just moments before at the 9th level of the Heavenly Barrier realm, his strength plummeted back to the 6th level. Lin Bai was once again sent flying, his body soaked in blood, crimson flowing from his 7 orifices, a ghastly sight. Yet, his eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness, brimming with exhilaration. What an overwhelming vitality! The gap between the 9 levels of the Dao Palace and the Heavenly Barrier appears deceptively narrow. Yet the disparity between the two is staggering. Lin Bai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, unsteadily regaining his footing. At this moment, he felt himself drawing ever closer to breaking through his limits, yet it was still insufficient. The engulfed vitality surged within him, and even as he pushed his techniques to their utmost, the influx far exceeded his capacity to assimilate it, leaving him increasingly uncomfortable. "Damn it, Black Egg. I feel as though I'm absorbing too much. I can hardly bear it." Lin Bai exclaimed in panic. "What should I do?" The sword spirit hesitated for a moment. "I can assist you. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Lin Bai retorted. "You didn't ask. Quick, please help me. I'm in such distress." "Not long ago, You inherited the sword sect's legacy. Don't you possess the primordial 12 sword chi within you? Among them is the Azura sword chi, which embodies the Azura lineage and aligns harmoniously with your current devouring technique. Try to channel it as per the mental method to refine yourself. The 12 sword chi of the sword sect, each capable of rivaling the foundations of any domain, encapsulate the quintessence of the Azura lineage within the Azura sword chi. Following the sword spirit's guidance, Lin Bai's Azura sword chi swiftly fused with his dantian. In an instant, he felt as though he might faint from the pain. His face flushed crimson, and his mind was flooded with fragments of battle scenes. Kill, kill, kill. Lin Bai grit his teeth, enduring the agony. Though it seemed prolonged, it was merely the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Lin Bai's dantian became akin to a sharp sword, an inexhaustible abyss devouring all vitality. The earlier dilemma was resolved in an instant. Remarkable, Lin Bai exclaimed, his hair standing on end, a sound of admiration escaping his lips. The sword spirit scoffed. This is merely the beginning. You have barely scratched the surface. If you could comprehend just 30% of the power, even the heavenly Tao would succumb at your fingertips. This heavenly Tao is merely a starting point. Not only vitality, but even weapons, beasts, and blood will be consumed as your understanding deepens and your strength grows. In return, we shall split the spoils 50-50. The sword spirit chuckled gleefully. Damn it. You truly are a shrewd merchant, demanding half for just a few words. At most, I'll give you 30%, and that depends on my mood. Lin Bai flatly rejected. If you're not satisfied, compete with the Azura sword chi that has fused with my dantian for ownership. If you win, it will all be yours. Why you Lin Bai sensed the sword spirit's exasperation, possibly even grinding its teeth, and he couldn't help but smile triumphantly. A cunning merchant cannot outsmart a rogue. Though the exchange with the sword spirit lasted only a few breaths, it was different from before. However, he now yearned to vent his frustrations. A surge of malevolence seeking release. In the next moment, Lin Bai charged forth once more. Wang was taken aback, his complexion pale, as he continuously consumed medicinal pills. Increasingly alarmed. Was this ruffian truly at the 9 levels of the Tao Palace? He showed no signs of fatigue, let alone an exhaustion of vitality. Stop him. Wang bellowed. As his words fell, hundreds of Wang family assassins surged forward, intent on encircling and eliminating Lin Bai. One-on-one. What a jest. It is precisely the multitude that bullies the few. Come forth. Lin Bai, devoid of any fear, boldly advanced. With unbridled valor, he summoned the Shura sword intent. Chapter 5. Unable to overcome. Boom. The very fabric of space tore asunder, and waves of sword energy pierced through, instantly embedding themselves in the minds of his adversaries. The sheer force propelling them backward, pinning them against the wall. A surge of warmth coursed through Lin Bai's body as their vital energy was entirely consumed. With each clash of his blade, Lin Bai grew more formidable, claiming the lives of several foes with every swing. Suddenly, a powerful punch intent surged from the side, descending with lethal precision. The air thickened with an oppressive heat, rendering breaths increasingly labored, as if his throat ignited with fire. Without a glance back, Lin Bai wielded his sword like a staff, striking fiercely against his opponent. Bang! The surrounding space trembled as Lin Bai's right hand was jolted. Blood oozing from the impact, a tremendous force reverberating through his grip. Yet, Lin Bai resolutely clutched his sword, devouring the relentless flow of vital energy that surged along its edge. Elder Wang Shi's eyes flickered with astonishment. You wretched brat, release me. Wang Shi frantically summoned spiritual energy, striving to free himself from the sword's grasp, but it clung to him as if he were ensnared. Vital energy continued to drain away. In an instant, 6/10 had already dissipated, and his realm plummeted to the first level of the heavenly gate. Break for me. With a furious roar, Lin Bai unleashed a torrent of energy. A flood of vitality surging forth, poised to crash against the heavenly gate. At that moment, a sinister voice echoed. Die. A young man clad in a blue robe brandished a sharp blade, charging towards Lin Bai's dantian, while a throng of Wang family members surrounded him, intent on seizing the opportunity to annihilate him while he was otherwise occupied. Lin Bai's gaze turned icy. You insolent fools. Just wait. The first thing I shall do upon breaking through is to obliterate you. Lin Bai seethed inwardly, inhaling deeply, resolved to withstand the onslaught with his physical strength. Suddenly, he pivoted, spotting a man before him. Yu Fei. Yu Fei stood resolutely with a steel rod in hand, not looking back, shielding Lin Bai. Young master, fear not. For I am here, Yu Fei declared, grinning at the approaching Wang family members. As long as I can move, none shall pass. Focus on your breakthrough. With that, Yu Fei charged forward with a fierce roar. What of a dozen adversaries? What of numbers? We are all born of the same flesh, each with a single head upon our shoulders. Who fears whom? If it comes to it, I shall die. Everyone fears pain, but if I must perish here, I will take them down with me, ensuring the young master's safe ascension. The blue-robed youth, seeing Yu Fei standing defiantly, uttered not a word, but lunged directly towards Yu Fei's lower body. Yu Fei, without uttering a sound, swung his steel rod, harnessing his vital energy, determined to shatter the opponent's skull. With brute force overcoming cunning and simplicity reigning supreme, there was no need for elaborate embellishments. The faster the swing, the more intense the gusts of wind became, rippling through the space around them. A glint of madness flashed in Yu Fei's eyes as he awaited his opponent's collapse. He could hardly believe that the adversary would dare to falter. The man in the blue robe's expression shifted dramatically, and he cursed under his breath, labeling Yu Fei a madman. Should that strike land, it would surely be devastating, likely resulting in a catastrophic outcome for him. He dared not gamble on it, and thus altered his trajectory, advancing towards the steel rod instead. The moment one hesitates to gamble, they are already defeated, Yu Fei rasped. Bang! The blade was released with alarming swiftness. The overwhelming force left the man in blue aghast as the steel rod loomed larger in his vision. In an instant, he was rendered breathless, his brain matter splattering across the ground. With a stomp of his right foot, Yu Fei emitted a primal roar. And then the shadow behind him eerily elongated, taking on a life of its own. Witnessing this spectacle left those rushing forward utterly astonished. What on earth is this? One of the attendants exclaimed. Forget that. Kill him. While the young master of the Lin family is preoccupied, eliminate him and bask in endless riches. Another elder from the Wang family urged. With that, he charged forward. Bang! The shadow, a perfect replica of Yu Fei, was capable of wielding spiritual energy and swung the steel rod with ferocity. The real Yu Fei advanced while his head followed behind. In an instant, the headless corpse of the Wang elder fell to the ground with a thunderous crash. Upon witnessing this, the attendant turned on his heels. I'm out. I came here to earn a living, not to sacrifice myself for your Wang family. At this rate, I might end up losing my life here. My earlier rush was out of loyalty, but now I must prioritize my own safety. I can always find another place to work. How dare you flee? Shouted a Wang disciple, his eyes blazing with fury. As a servant of the Wang family, do you dare abandon your post? Do you believe we want to kill you right now? With a swift motion, a sharp sword sliced through the air, decapitating the speaking Wang disciple in an instant. The attendant coldly retorted, What are you barking about? You paid me. Didn't I work for you before? Furthermore, who are you, a mere junior, to question me? He wasn't foolish. The conflicts between their families were none of his concern. Why should he risk his life for them? Demon god statue, kill. Yu Fei roared. His eyes ablaze and his body drenched in blood, indistinguishable whether it was his own or that of others. He plunged into the fray, battling against several adversaries simultaneously. No one retreated. They met the opponent's techniques with sheer physical resilience. In the blink of an eye, Yu Fei bore hundreds of new wounds. Seeing this, Yu Fei slowly closed his eyes. A commander smirked mockingly, his movements becoming increasingly rapid. Was Yu Fei giving up? In the next moment, all the injuries Yu Fei had sustained transferred onto the shadow. In an instant, he found himself unscathed, his momentum restored to its zenith. The leader, alongside the others, was caught off guard as a dark claw swiftly sliced through, leaving the leader disemboweled. A fleeting look of bewilderment crossed his face. How could this be? Blood gushed forth like a fountain, with numerous corpses strewn at Yu Fei's feet. At that moment, a terrifying figure descended from the heavens, forcefully driving Yu Fei and his demonic shadow into the ground, creating a vast pit where he had once stood. The newcomer was none other than Wang Gong, the esteemed elder of the Wang family. Lin Long watched this scene unfold from a distance, his teeth gritted in frustration. Damn it, bullying the weak, aren't you? Just wait. When our Lin family elders arrive, if I don't crush you, I will change my surname. Wang Gong, hearing Lin Long's incessant babble, merely twitched the corner of his mouth, remaining silent. The tension between both sides was palpable. He was compelled to act in such a manner, albeit temporarily, for the allure of eliminating the Lin family's young master was far too great, though his absence might lead to greater casualties. The prospect of slaughtering this young brat was worth it. Just as Wang Gong took a few steps, he suddenly halted. Looking down, he found a hand firmly grasping his ankle. A raspy voice commanded him to stop. Expressionless, Wang Gong exerted force with his right foot, instantly shattering the wrist that clung to him, and continued on his way. Suddenly, another hand grasped his other ankle, refusing to relent. Let go. I command you to halt. The raspy voice was intermittent, barely discernible. Wang Gong nodded, acknowledging the tenacity. With a surge of energy, the first realm of the shackled stage instilled fear in those who heard it. instantly obliterating Yu Fei's other hand into a mist of blood. Following this, he prepared to strike Lin Bai with a fierce blow when a low growl emanated from the depths below. You dare to command me to stop? Yu Fei leaped from the ground, a terrifying demonic aura erupting, his eyes blood red, ready to employ forbidden methods and desperately buy time. His strength within the Dao Palace realm began to ascend rapidly, as effortlessly as quenching thirst. Suddenly, a hand rested upon his shoulder, calming the once tumultuous energy within him. Turning to see Lin Bai gently addressing him, "Brother, leave the rest to me." Wang Gong's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Lin Bai. Despite Lin Bai's lack of outward pressure, he recognized that the opponent had successfully broken through to the heavenly barrier realm. Such a prodigy. And this brother of his evoked a terrifying sensation, even if only for a fleeting moment, an utter humiliation. With this thought, the murderous intent on Wang Gong's face intensified. After all, this was a life-and-death struggle. Should the adversary survive, the Wang family would have no means of resistance. Contemplating this, Wang Gong discreetly crushed the jade talisman hidden in his sleeve. Reinforcements. It was imperative to summon aid. Faced with such dire circumstances, he had long abandoned any concern for his dignity, but he was resolute in his intent to obliterate the Lin family and the young man before him. Even if the Lin family is obliterated, should this monstrous being escape, in 30 years' time, the tables may turn, and when retribution comes, there will be no place left for lamentation. You little rascal, have you contemplated your demise? With this thought, the royal palace's sinister figure lunged forward. A fist was hurled towards Lin Bai's head. You mutt, clean your neck and present it, so that I, your master, may strike with precision. Lin Bai bellowed, unarmed, charging directly at him. The two forces clashed ferociously, every muscle strained with determination. Lin Bai inhaled deeply, delivering a powerful blow to his opponent's chest, sending the royal figure hurtling back hundreds of feet. The royal palace, incredulous, exclaimed, "You are not a swordsman, are you? No, you have mastered both body and sword." Lin Bai flashed a grin, having guessed correctly. What followed was the moment of the hunt. Although Lin Bai appeared somewhat lean, his muscles were distinctly defined, glistening faintly, a testament to his achievement in the second realm of physical cultivation. A pure martial artist, he pursued the pinnacle of physical mastery through 5 distinct levels: tempered physique, star-like acumen, indestructible spirit, cosmic comprehension, and transcending the void. While the martial artist's realm bore similarities to that of ordinary cultivators, their pursuit of the physical form was akin to a swordsman's comprehension of sword intent, an elusive and rare achievement. With a fierce resolve, Lin Bai instantaneously appeared before the royal figure, the sheer terror of his physical prowess allowing him to seemingly teleport, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. He unleashed a fist, compelling obedience from all. The royal palace, at the first level of the shackles realm, retaliated with a blade-like hand, striking downwards. Upon contact, a third of his internal energy vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Lin Bai's realm soared to the 3rd level of the heavenly gate. His entire being was sent flying. Before he could even touch the ground, Lin Bai's fists came crashing down like a torrential storm, each strike accompanied by thunderous roars, mercilessly battering the royal figure, consuming his energy relentlessly. Boom, boom, boom. The royal figure plummeted from the sky like a lifeless dog, collapsing onto the ground. Blood and flesh in disarray. Those engaged in battle around them halted, staring in stunned silence at the scene unfolding before their eyes. Lin Bai gasped for air, his foot planted on the royal figure's head, extinguishing any flicker of resistance. The esteemed elder had been defeated? Many members of the royal family were unable to believe their eyes. This was the revered elder, while Lin Bai had only cultivated for a few years. If one were to count from his infancy, it would hardly reach 30 years. Lin Bai himself was unaware of how many punches he had thrown, panting slightly. "Speak, old dog, cry out." Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, his eyes shone brightly, and his cultivation had surged to the 8th level of the heavenly gate. The relentless waves of the Yangtze River pushed forth the previous generations. Had someone told me 30 years prior that such a day would come, I would have surely severed that person's head and dismissed their words as utter nonsense. The royal figure coughed blood, desperately attempting to summon his true form, intent on fighting Lin Bai to the bitter end. Yet, he found himself incapable, for Lin Bai had rendered him unable to catch his breath. "What is it that you have cultivated?" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Lin Han had already unsheathed his sword, severing the head of the royal palace. With warm blood splattering across his face, yet Lin Bai remained utterly unfazed. "Spare me your prattle. You are not worthy of uttering final words before your demise." Lin Han spat disdainfully. At that moment, A terrifying aura descended from the horizon, as figures descended upon the Wang family. Observing their incongruous attire, Lin Bai's gaze grew increasingly frigid. It appeared that the Wang family had summoned external assistance. A man clad in a dark robe emerged, tall and steadfast, though his eyes burned with fury, contorting his visage into a semblance of wrath. Witnessing the scene before him, Wang Xian's heart felt as though it were bleeding. Indeed, the arrivals were none other than the prodigies of the Wang family, led by Wang Xian himself. "From where do you come?" Lin Bai inquired, holding his dark sword with an impassive expression. "From the Lingxiao sword pavilion." A woman, petite and dressed in dark armor, stepped forward, her voice cold and resolute. Lin Bai nodded, directing the blade toward Wang Xian. "I shall grant you one opportunity. He remains here, and you depart at once. Let us coexist in peace, otherwise my courtesy will be no more." "Presumptuous!" A thunderous voice erupted as a man in dark armor advanced, bellowing, "The sword guards of Lingxiao sword pavilion are present. Dare you speak such arrogance?" Lin Bai scoffed, his gaze appraising the armored woman and Wang Xian, his eyes narrowing. "So, you have resolved to intervene and stand your ground?" A dark-clad man replied nonchalantly, "If you bow and relinquish your resistance now, you may yet preserve your remains." "And who do you think you are?" Lin Bai's eyes blazed with fury. The man was momentarily taken aback. "What did you say?" "To hell with you," Lin Bai erupted, charging at the armored man with ferocity. The positions of both parties had been firmly established. Since words had failed, it was time to engage in battle. "Arrogant." The armored man's expression darkened as he roared. How could he allow such insolence? In his eyes, Lin Bai was akin to a mere insect, a pest that had no right to provoke him, especially when he was accustomed to receiving deference from all who encountered him. The armored man waved his hand, conjuring a talisman that soared from his sleeve, rapidly expanding as it hurtled toward Lin Bai. In that instant, it seemed as though the very fabric of space could scarcely bear the immense force, reverberating ominously. They intended to forcibly subdue Lin Bai. Lin Bai flicked his finger, and the perfected Shura sword intent enveloped the armored man in an instant. The man was immediately engulfed in a crimson haze, his rationality dissipating as murderous thoughts erupted uncontrollably, akin to a conflagration amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. "Kill, kill, kill." With a sweeping motion, the talisman altered its trajectory, soaring back toward the sword guards of Lingxiao sword pavilion. The man's aura grew increasingly chaotic. "Sure will. This is also a benefit that Lin Bai has just gleaned from the Azura sword intent. Those with wavering resolve, when enveloped by the Azura sword intent, will be instantly overwhelmed by murderous thoughts, which can easily shatter a person's spiritual sea, even if one can forcibly break free. They must constantly resist this will to prevent it from invading their consciousness, resulting in a significant reduction in their strength. However, Lin Bai's Azura sword intent has the capacity to devour the negative emotions of others, allowing his own power to ascend to greater heights. With a sudden thud, a head soared into the air. The armored man died without ever comprehending how his demise came to be. The swiftly descending Dao seal became an unclaimed object. Lingering in midair, and with a casual wave of Lin Bai's hand, it was effortlessly absorbed into his possession. As soon as the Dao seal made contact with Lin Bai, it was completely devoured, instantly transforming into worthless scrap metal, devoid of any spiritual essence. The woman's expression instantly darkened. How dare this lowly individual, instead of surrendering, kill someone from the Lingxiao sword sect? Lin Bai's face twisted with fury as he exclaimed, "How dare you? You think it's permissible for you to kill others while forbidding retaliation? Today, I will indeed take a life. What can you do about it? Where are the sword guards?" Ling Ro's voice was frigid as she commanded. "Here." A thunderous response erupted as hundreds of sword guards stepped forward in unison, drawing their swords from their waists. The combined might of these hundreds of warriors surged forth, enveloping Lin Bai in a formidable pressure. "I shall refine you into a puppet, guarding the sword furnace day and night, avenging my brother Xian." Ling Ro spat venomously. Lin Bai retorted with a sneer, "Wretched woman, you can refine your own mother. Let me enlighten you. No matter how much you grovel, Wang Xian will never regard you with esteem. He merely has not yet encountered someone superior. The moment he does, he will kick you aside without a second thought. A sycophant is but a sycophant, a mindless tool, oblivious to being used as a pawn. You seek death." Wang Xian, fearing Lin Bai's continued taunts, declared harshly, "This day next year shall be your memorial." A mocking smile curled at the corners of Lin Bai's lips as he replied, "You think you can leverage the power of the Lingxiao sword sect to meddle? Your calculations are sound, but let me assure you, even if the King of Heaven were to come today, he would have to crush your steel teeth before daring to devour the Lin family. Kill him." Wang Xian nearly bellowed, no longer wishing to engage in idle conversation. intent solely on dismembering Lin Bai. Lin Bai chuckled derisively. Do you think you are the only one with allies? We're the sons of the Lin family. In the next instant, thousands of law enforcement guards descended from the heavens, surrounding the Lingxiao sword sect members in retaliation. Each of them donned finely crafted armor, brandishing long swords. With intricate and complex runes flickering continuously, every piece was a primordial artifact, armed to the teeth. The law enforcement guards, a formidable force from the Lin family's enforcement hall, had long engaged in battle, expanding the Lin family's territory and charging into the fray, comprised of elite warriors. In an instant, their imposing aura overshadowed that of the Lingxiao sword sect. Ling Rou's countenance turned ashen. The sword guards who had just prepared to charge forward silently halted in their tracks. How could they possibly engage in battle now? The sheer number of adversaries was daunting enough. But their formidable presence was further amplified by the fact that each opponent possessed a cultivation level far superior to theirs, coupled with finely crafted equipment. Should a confrontation ensue, it would undoubtedly result in a one-sided massacre. Lin Bai, Wang Xian gritted his teeth, not willing to accept it. Come on, strike me. Weren't you just so arrogant a moment ago? Come, take your best shot. I dare you. Lin Bai's voice escalated into a furious roar. Wang Xian, on the brink of losing his composure, ultimately chose to restrain himself. There was no alternative. His individual prowess was insufficient to rival Lin Bai, especially since even their ancestor had fallen to him. To confront Lin Bai would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Since you have dared to slay a member of the Lingxiao sword sect, let me make it clear that a vendetta has been irrevocably established. Await your reckoning. For when we return, our terms will be far less amicable, Wang Xian declared fiercely. We shall retreat. Lin Bai, what are you jesting about? Lin Bai nearly burst into laughter at the absurdity of it all. Did I grant you permission to leave? In the next moment, Lin Bai's expression turned cold as he commanded, eliminate them, spare none. With a swift motion, he conjured a sword aura that descended from the heavens like a thunderclap. The terrifying essence of the sword pierced through Wang Xian's body, pinning him to the ground. Following this command, the Lin family's law enforcement unit displayed no hesitation. They swiftly drew their powerful crossbows, aiming at the sword guards of the Lingxiao sword sect, unleashing a trio of bolts in rapid succession. In an instant, the faces of the Lingxiao sword guards shifted dramatically. Damn it, a powerful crossbow. This is a lethal weapon capable of targeting practitioners, even able to somewhat disregard the disparity in cultivation levels, eradicating beings one major realm above the user. In the wake of the three bolts, the Lingxiao sword guards found themselves unable to even graze the edges of the law enforcers' garments, collapsing instead. What does a fight entail? It is a contest of wealth and equipment. The ability to swiftly and efficiently eliminate adversaries is far more prudent than engaging in a reckless brawl. Why would anyone foolishly risk their life when they could simply invest resources and equipment? Ling Rou stood petrified, unable to fathom the scene before her. As Lin Bai approached with his sword in hand, he stated, I offered you a chance. Matters between our clans are none of your Lingxiao sword sect's concern. Is the loss of one Wang Xian so significant to you? Please don't kill me. My father is the vice master of the Lingxiao sword sect. If you take my life, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance. Even as death loomed near, Ling Rou failed to regard Lin Bai with any semblance of respect. At that moment, a man clad in white suddenly appeared beside Ling Rou, emanating an aura that was nothing short of terrifying. The Guardian. The oppressive presence was so intense that even Lin Bai, at the 8th level of the Celestial Gate realm, felt an overwhelming sense of peril. His gaze now tinged with gravity. Young man, the life of this young lady is not yours to claim. You dare to slay a true disciple of my sword sect? I shall execute you as a warning to others. The white-clad figure regarded Lin Bai with complete disdain, as though pronouncing a death sentence. In the next heartbeat, he extended a finger, pressing it lightly toward Lin Bai. The fabric of space began to unravel layer by layer. The essence of death enveloped Lin Bai's mind. His complexion shifted dramatically. Chapter 7. Displaying bravado is not my intent. 18th tier ultimate sword drawing technique. Azura's sword intent. The might of the 8th level of the Celestial Gate realm. Lin Bai inhaled deeply, refusing to underestimate the threat before him, and unleashed his full strength from the outset. The space quaked violently, rippling waves swiftly spreading outwards as layers collapsed. The nearby onlookers on this battlefield changed countenance, hastily retreating, fearful of being caught in the turmoil. The primordial sword energy within Lin Bai's dantian surged to its utmost limit. The overwhelming pressure rendered any thought of resistance futile. His spine gradually bent under the immense force. Lin Bai let out a furious roar. Damn it. He thrust his sword forward, colliding fiercely with the oncoming force. Whoever you are, it matters not. Even if you are stronger than I shall not lack the courage to strike. Even if I cannot slay you, you shall know pain. A swordsman never falters in the resolve to draw his blade. With an ultimate strike, boom, 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 Lin Bai's fingers shattered, and he was reduced to a bloodied figure. His ribs were shattered beyond count as he was sent hurtling thousands of feet away, crashing to the ground, coughing up blood in great gasps. His eyes, now blood-red, beheld a blurred scene before him. Hidden in the shadows, an elder from the Lin family murmured to himself, "What a sight! To endure to this extent. It seems he is not out of the woods yet. A closer inspection reveals he is nearing his limit. It may soon be time for me to intervene." The finest swords are forged through adversity, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. Though bolstered by these old-timers, they could not intervene in every situation. It was only through continual encounters with formidable foes, navigating the thin line between life and death, that one could advance and improve. If he were to rely on them at the slightest sign of danger, how could he claim the title of young master? How could he grow? Lin Bai trembled as he forced himself upright. The terrifying essence propelled him to the pinnacle of the heavenly gate realm. That brief contact had unleashed a ravenous consumption, filling his meridians with an abundance of vital energy. The guardian of the sword sect wore a grim expression, feeling humiliated that his strike had failed to eliminate Lin Bai. He had even lost 20% of his own energy. What level was he at to be compared with those whose energy had been devoured? The more the guardian pondered, the darker his expression became, viewing Lin Bai as if he were a corpse. "Is this all you can do?" The sword spirit's mocking voice echoed. "Lin Bai, a man must not falter." Lin Bai, though weak and sprawled on the ground, remained defiant. This was a matter of a man's dignity. He could not show weakness. The sword spirit remained oblivious, completely out of tune with the moment. The guardian slammed his palm down, unleashing a surge of energy even more formidable than before. "Move, mountains." From the depths of 100,000 mountains, a colossal peak lifted into the air and hurtled towards Lin Bai. In contrast, he appeared like a mere grasshopper. Lin Bai lifted his head, his expression calm. He could no longer muster the strength to fight. That last strike had been his absolute limit. Even if he desperately attempted to recover, he could not survive this next blow. Yet, he remained unperturbed. Why? Because he had allies. He could not believe that, under the watchful eyes of his own kin, he could be extinguished by outsiders. The sword spirit flickered with a hint of astonishment. It was unexpected that this little fellow exhibited no trace of fear even in such circumstances. Truly a testament to the mettle of a sword cultivator. The elder of the Lin family was just about to reveal himself from the shadows and make his move when suddenly, he halted. In the next moment, with a soft whoosh, a small black object shot from Lin Bai's earlobe, instantly transforming into a black sword that pierced through the mountain's body and subsequently impaled the protector of the Lingxiao sword pavilion. It was swift, unparalleled in its speed. By the time the black sword reverted to an ear stud, the entire scene seemed like a fleeting illusion. Even the formidable elder of the Lin family could only catch a vague glimpse of the event. A chilling sound resonated as a blood hole appeared in the protector's forehead. His vital energy seemingly devoured entirely, as if the mountain itself had been obliterated. The protector fixed his gaze intently on Lin Bai, incredulous. "How did you accomplish this?" Lin Bai was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable black sword possessed such prowess, nor that it could act independently. He had merely believed it to be a conduit for enlightenment. However, Lin Bai quickly regained his composure, exuding an air of dominance. "You think you stand a chance against me? I am invincible. Do as you will." The sword spirit, though the hand that acted was not his own, reveled in the bravado. The moment was fleeting, the pose striking. Failure may be transient, yet the triumph of bravado is a memory that endures. The protector of the Lingxiao sword pavilion succumbed on the spot, utterly astonished by Lin Bai's strength. Once he regained his senses, Lin Bai sat cross-legged, hastily recovering his energy while consuming elixirs, all the while engaging in casual conversation, his tone laced with astonishment. The sword spirit could not help but smile faintly. "This was merely the beginning, a fraction of my true capabilities. Now you understand my might, do you not?" "O great one," Lin Bai declared, bowing in reverence. "To witness your power today fills me with admiration akin to an unceasing river." Flattering words flowed effortlessly from his lips. Though insincere, they were undeniably gratifying. It was almost amusing to see the sword spirit's demeanor shift. "From now on, let us not speak of anything else. The energy absorbed and the various rare treasures must be divided equally," Lin Han asserted earnestly. This was a significant ally, one to be cherished. Soon, Lin Bai immersed himself in the task of consolidating his strength, surrounded by hundreds of law enforcement guards, ensuring no one approached. Lin Bai quickly discerned an anomaly within his dantian, which resembled an invincible black hole, voraciously devouring vital energy. The Azura sword energy within his dantian began to merge seamlessly with Lin Bai's being, a torrent of information flooding his consciousness. At that moment, his sword intent underwent a profound metamorphosis, advancing to a new realm. Furthermore, his physique transformed into the Azura sword body, his bloodline refined. And insights into the unified path of Azura flowed into his mind, as if imparted directly. Fortune favors this individual, the sword spirit mused softly, intrigued by the potential anomaly that might emerge. Yet, there was an inexplicable charm that made the sight increasingly endearing. Moments later, Lin Bai opened his eyes. He rose and approached Ling Ro. At that moment, she resembled a prisoner in chains, captured yet spared from immediate execution. A flicker of hope ignited in her previously vacant gaze as she forced a smile, yearning for Lin Bai to release her. The fact that even the guardians had fallen to his hand instilled genuine fear within her. With a resounding slap, Lin Bai struck her, sending several teeth flying. The notion of cherishing her was utterly non-existent. Who dares defy? He scoffed, disdain evident in his tone. He followed with another slap, transforming her visage into a grotesque sight. A far cry from her usual beauty, nearly bringing her to tears. What a scoundrel! You would strike a woman, she exclaimed. Do you feel defiant? Are you contemplating releasing me only to have someone eliminate me? Lin Bai scrutinized her. A tremor coursed through Ling Ro's heart as she hastily replied, absolutely not. Spare me, and I shall grant you anything you desire. My father is the deputy leader. Seeing Lin Bai unmoved, she clenched her silver teeth, allure lacing her words. If you let me go, I can provide you with treasures beyond imagination, even myself, if need be. Suddenly, a sword's energy pierced through her skull, obliterating her existence. Her eyes remained wide open in disbelief, utterly unprepared for Lin Bai's merciless act, dying with an expression of terror. Lin Bai turned and advanced toward the remaining members of the Wang family, resembling a tiger among sheep. With each swing of his sword, dozens of lives were extinguished. Wang Zhen's gaze was locked onto Lin Bai, yet he found himself paralyzed. The moment he stirred, numerous hidden presences would ensnare him. The overwhelming aura compelled his essence to instinctively mobilize, an unshakable sense of peril enveloping him. Wang Zhen's eyes reddened. You wretched scoundrel, I will rend your body to pieces. He roared. Lin Bai was taken aback. Even at this juncture, you dare to bark like a dog? You truly cannot discern your own insignificance. With that, he severed the head of one of the so-called prodigies of the Wang family and provocatively beckoned. Come on, are you a man? Strip off your pants and let me see. Don't let me look down upon you. Ancestors, please. Wang Zhen bellowed. As his words fell, a sword decree soared into the sky. At this desperate point, it was evident that they were cornered. Suddenly, the clouds above darkened. The previously clear skies now boiling with the promise of thunderous calamity. Lin Bai narrowed his eyes. The Wang family's ancestor? 10 breaths later, silence persisted. The combatants paused, gazing up in astonishment. Wang Zhen squirmed restlessly, beads of sweat forming on his brow, and repeated, Ancestors, please. In the next heartbeat, numerous figures descended from the heavens. Wang Zhen's face lit with joy. Help had arrived. But that joy swiftly morphed into horror as he realized the truth. A cascade of corpses fell from above, accompanied by a gentle patter of rain that gradually intensified. No, it was not rain. It was a rain of blood. A voice suddenly exclaimed, It is the Grand Elder and the ancestors. They have perished. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Wang family members turned ashen, their minds consumed by a singular thought. It is over. We are doomed. In stark contrast, the Lin family appeared jubilant, as if celebrating a festive occasion. An elder emerged at the center, fixing his gaze upon Wang Zhen, declaring, There is no need to shout. They will all be exterminated. Wang Zhen looked at the elder before him, an overwhelming sense of fear gripping his heart. He was astounded. The other party had yet to make a move. Yet his fearful thoughts surged uncontrollably, akin to an insatiable desire. Scanning the surroundings, he realized that 9/10 of the Wang family had been slaughtered, while the rest of the city gradually fell silent. We have lost. Wang Zhen closed his eyes in anguish. Damn it, this is unfair. With your strength, you could easily establish your own city. There is no need to cower in this meager Canglan city, he lamented. Why are you shouting? The calm voice of the 9th master interjected. Have some dignity and take your own life. After all, you are too weak. You are not worthy of my hand. Lin Bai exclaimed with excitement. Look at this. The 9th master speaks with such lethal intent. Wang Zhen fixated on the elderly figure clad in black, his vitality suppressed. Torn between the urge to fight desperately or flee. What if I refuse? He retorted. I wouldn't mind assisting you in maintaining your dignity. No sooner had the words left his lips than Wang Jun turned and fled without hesitation. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Suddenly, the elder in black waved his sleeve, and Wang Jun was obliterated, vanishing as if into thin air. Lin Bai, witnessing this, felt goosebumps rise on his skin, and a wave of exhilaration washed over him. One day, I hope to possess such power, he murmured to himself. The elder approached Lin Bai, surveying him with admiration. Well done, you have not shamed the family. Lin Bai instinctively puffed out his chest. For this was the acknowledgement of his elders, a tremendous honor. Remember, one may lose the person but not the battle, the ninth master said gravely. A head may be severed. Blood may flow, but the spirit must never wane. Lin Bai fell silent. Do you not understand? The ninth master chuckled, noticing Lin Bai's silence. It matters not. Just remember, your experience is still limited. With more years of growth, you will comprehend. Wait, I was contemplating how the ninth master could articulate such philosophical thoughts. It does not seem like you, Lin Bai said earnestly. Our family has very few who are educated. It is as rare as diamonds adorning a chamber pot. The ninth master fell silent for a moment, inhaled deeply, and then turned to leave without looking back. He feared that if he remained before Lin Bai, he might be unable to restrain himself from striking him down. What shall we do now? An elder inquired. Leave no one alive. Seize all their assets. Lin Bai declared with fervor. Even the marble should be pried away, along with the spirit stones embedded in the stone pillars. Suddenly, a middle-aged man opened his eyes wide, a fierce glint flashing across his face. Ling Wei's life lamp has shattered. How dare they kill my daughter? What audacity! Ling Wei rose, striding towards the exit, commanding. By order of the sword sect's leader, assemble. A sword-dancing firework erupted above the pavilion, instantly inciting a tumult within. All attendants ceased their activities in unison, hastily making their way towards the back mountain, while the sequestered elders were forcibly roused from their meditative states. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation. Even the venerable instructor, mid-lecture, abruptly halted, vanishing before the students could fully comprehend the situation. The order from the sword pavilion master was akin to a dire emergency call, representing the pinnacle of communication within the sect. In no time, thousands of figures stood silently upon the verdant ground, exuding an aura of formidable power. Among them, the dozen or so elders at the forefront appeared frail and lethargic, yet none dared to underestimate their presence. Follow me, barked Ling Wei, only to pause moments later. Not far away, a man clad in black stood solemnly beside a stone tablet, his robe adorned with a golden dragon motif. He bore a wooden sword at his waist, and his hair, tied back, danced in the wind, obstructing the view of those behind him. Despite his youthful visage, his eyes mirrored a depth of experience, and his entire demeanor resembled an unsheathed sword, enigmatic and profound. Master of the pavilion, Ling Wei exclaimed, taken aback. All present expressed their respect. The master of the Lingshao sword pavilion, Jian Patian, a legendary figure in the Zhangxian realm, had been in seclusion for 3 years, striving for a higher realm and neglecting the affairs of the sect. Yet, unexpectedly, he had emerged today. Are you heading to Canglan City? Jian Patian inquired indifferently. Ling Zhan was momentarily stunned, surprised that his master was aware of this, and then nodded, gritting his teeth. My daughter perished here. I intend to investigate. Boom. Jian Patian flicked his finger, shattering Ling Zhan's left arm. Where do you think you're going? During my seclusion, you abuse your authority like this? Is the sword pavilion yours to command? Does everyone need to follow you on a fool's errand? Jian Patian's expression turned icy, his words laced with the weight of tradition. Ling Zhan fell to one knee in agony. The sword intent that invaded his body rendered him momentarily powerless. A deep fear gripped him. He had believed that although he was weaker than Jian Patian, the gap was not insurmountable. However, reality proved him gravely mistaken. With gritted teeth, Ling Zhan implored, Master, there is a reason for this. The core disciples and the sword guards. Boom. His right arm exploded into a mist of blood. Mind your tongue. Jian Patian's voice remained eerily calm. Master, you cannot treat me this way. I merely wish to defend the honor of the sword pavilion. Ling Zhan gasped, half kneeling on the ground, his voice strained. Suddenly, Jian Patian's tone escalated. Fool. Do you truly think I am oblivious to your petty schemes? Spare me your pretense. It is not your fault to have birthed a foolish daughter and taken on a foolish disciple. But allowing hundreds of disciples of the sword pavilion to perish needlessly warrants your punishment. With that, Jian Patian flicked his finger once more, unleashing a terrifying sword energy that crushed Ling Zhan's thigh. Boom. Ling Wei's entire body convulsed as he fell to the ground in agony, staring at the imposing figure before him. The terrifying sword intent enveloped an expanse of 10,000 feet, rendering the man's silhouette increasingly indistinct. At that moment, his inner fear reached its zenith. The previous thoughts had long been cast aside. Surviving the present was of utmost importance. I realized my mistakes, esteemed leader, he began. But his words were abruptly cut off by a cruel and merciless voice. In that case, you may die. Ling Zhan was taken aback. He had never anticipated such an outcome, and for a moment, he found it difficult to accept. He shouted, you cannot simply kill me like this. You still have the Elder Council to consider. I refuse to accept this. From the moment you offended the Lin family, your fate was sealed. I demand your death. Who dares to oppose me? Jian Poxiang bellowed. With a stamp of his right foot, terrifying sword runes erupted, densely occupying half of the sky. Under Ling Zhan's horrified gaze, he was obliterated into oblivion, utterly lifeless. Everyone was left in shock. They had not expected the leader to emerge with such thunderous resolve. Jian Poxiang cast a cold glance at the others, and wherever his gaze fell, everyone lowered their eyes. Did you truly think I was unaware of Ling Zhan's foolish actions? There are those among you who willingly act as dogs, aiding in tyranny, allowing the sword pavilion to descend into chaos. I see some of you are on the path to your own demise. Leader, you cannot kill the deputy leader over a mere Lin family matter. It will be difficult to quell the discontent. Someone protested. Jian Poxiang waved his hand dismissively, swiftly severing the man's head. Is it not enough that I am a servant of the Lin family, a sword servant to the heir? Who still dares to oppose me? He said coldly. Everyone was left in stunned silence. Incredible. The esteemed leader is merely the sword servant of the Lin family heir. Akin to a revered goddess reduced to an entertainer at a brothel. Jian Poxiang waved his hand again, and hundreds were instantly turned to ashes. These are all of the same ilk. Their deaths are insignificant. Jian Poxiang declared. When the Lin family heir arrives to seek justice, you should understand what to do. Otherwise, you will meet your end. With that, Jian Poxiang turned and departed. It was only when his figure disappeared that the crowd exhaled in relief. Unbeknownst to them, their backs were already drenched with sweat, each heart pounding with fear. The magnitude of the revelation was staggering and required time to digest. Jian Poxiang was utterly unfathomable, disregarding even those elders among them. An elder standing at the forefront protested, "This is absurd. To think he is merely a servant of the Lin family." Before he could finish, a sword aura suddenly appeared, pinning him to the spot. In an instant, the arena fell silent. Sweat beads formed on foreheads, and no one dared to move. Those who speak ill of the heir and the Lin family shall also meet their end. Came a ghostly voice. What is the significance of this Lin family? Why does the leader serve them? Someone couldn't help but voice. Mind your words. Another quickly cautioned, covering his mouth. Glancing around nervously, fearful that a flying sword would come forth to deliver swift punishment. Do you seek death? Is this the question you ought to ask? What is your standing? Do you not possess any self-awareness? You seem to be of a higher rank than the elders. Focus on your own responsibilities, listen more, and meddle less if you wish to endure. Nothing has transpired here. An elder suddenly interjected. The others were momentarily taken aback, then unanimously agreed. Everyone present was compelled to swear an oath with their souls, pledging to the heavens that if anyone were to divulge this secret, they would self-immolate. Another elder added. Soul oath, heavenly pledge. This could be deemed a most severe ordeal for practitioners. Anyone who contravened this vow would invoke the heavens' wrath, facing stagnation in their cultivation. Plagued by inner demons, in severe cases, their souls would shatter on the spot, leading to self-immolation. There was no alternative. The stakes had escalated. They had no choice but to bind everyone to the same fate. Announced that all the younger members of each family should present gifts in Canglan City and pay their respects. Soon, consensus was reached among the assembly. How lavish should the gifts be? Does it truly matter? What we need is to convey our intent. We must show our goodwill in advance. A modest gift carries great sentiment. Go, select the most expensive offerings. Furthermore, inquire how other families are presenting their gifts, and remember to offer double. We need not be first, but we certainly cannot be outdone. Damn it, you sly old fox. In an instant, the sword pavilion was abuzz with activity. Meanwhile, Lin Bai emerged from the family's apothecary, stretching languidly. The concluding matters no longer required his concern. The Lin family had achieved a resounding victory in this conflict. Henceforth, Canglan City would only recognize the so-called three great families. Although the Lin family also suffered losses, it was worth it. In battles, casualties are inevitable. Only through the trials of blood and fire can one truly grow. More crucially, resources. The Wang family's resources would all be appropriated by the Lin family. Lin Bai had reaped substantial benefits from this fierce battle. Even though he had come to the apothecary for treatment to avert any lingering risks, he still needed to undergo some recuperation. Currently, he required seclusion to digest his newfound insights. The elder who accompanied Lin Bai to the exit was filled with reluctance. The elder, with a figure that was both curvaceous and alluring, radiated an aura akin to that of a ripe peach, evoking whimsical thoughts. Do you truly not need to conduct further inspections? The elder lamented. Lin Bai understood that should he acquiesce, an inevitable battle would ensue. This mature, divorced elder would not turn down his consent. However, he was not of such a disposition. Most importantly, if he dared to agree, he would find himself confined shortly thereafter. No, thank you, elder. Farewell. Lin Bai turned and departed, leaving without taking anything with him. Chapter 9. The Second Generation. After Lin Bai exited, he made his way directly to the training tower. In martial arts, one cannot rely solely on talent and resources. Relentless effort is essential. Only in this manner can one surpass their peers. The Lin family's facilities were replete with everything from weaponry, speed, gravity, swordsmanship, to practical combat. If something were lacking, that could easily be remedied. They were not short on funds. It was merely a matter of creating it on the spot. Lin Bai opted for the gravity tower. Following the previous battle, he needed to solidify his physical foundation while simultaneously enhancing his sword-drawing speed. His intention was straightforward, to be swift. In the realm of martial prowess, speed reigns supreme. As long as one's sword is swift and formidable enough, there exists nothing that cannot be resolved with a single strike. If that fails, then simply add another. Lin Bai ascended directly to the first level, the area of doubled gravity, and promptly seated himself cross-legged, exhibiting no signs of strain. However, he did not hastily proceed upwards. Towering edifices rise from the ground, and he needed to acclimatize and glean insights from this gravitational domain. For each visit brings forth fresh revelations. He must first digest all prior experiences at this foundational level, without a solid base. The slightest tremor could lead to catastrophic failure when confronted with the pressures of the upper levels. Lin Bai's physique began to radiate a luminous white aura, and the resonant sounds of Buddhist chants echoed around him, as if a colossal hammer was forging his body. Are you cultivating the invincible golden body of Buddhism? The sword spirit inquired, but it quickly realized, no, this is the secret art of that old bald monk. How could you be practicing it? What a worthless endeavor. I have no interest in that. Lin Bai retorted disdainfully. Wait, you are refining your body through the thunderous sounds of the Buddhist sect. The sword spirit exclaimed. What technique are you employing? The unrivaled body, Lin Bai declared with confidence. The sword spirit, taken aback, searched through its memories but found no corresponding technique. After a moment of silence, it questioned with uncertainty, are you certain this was taught to you by your elders? I have synthesized the teachings of numerous schools to create this, Lin Bai explained. By tempering myself through the essence of all things, I perceive myself as a sword embryo, constantly being forged to grow stronger. It shares a similarity with my swordsmanship. Both rely on intent. The convergence of paths leads to the same destination. It is the intent of the sword cultivator. Thus, regardless of what I practice, it is invariably connected to the sword, and I shall not deviate from that path. Intent. This concept is profoundly esoteric. A single thought can take a life, while another can summon divine visions. Naturally, it could also lead to fleeting dreams of grandeur. The sword spirit was genuinely astonished by the alarming talent of the young man before it. Many who strive to balance both paths often fail to achieve mastery in either, resulting in a lesser state than those who dedicate themselves to a single discipline. Even the most prodigious talents struggle to cultivate both to their utmost potential, as both swordsmanship and physical prowess demand not only innate ability, but also considerable time investment. Yet, at such a tender age, Lin Bai had grasped the art of balancing both through intent. Truly remarkable. Do you realize how arduous this path is? The sword spirit remarked. At least in my memory, none of the renowned sword cultivators possess an equally impressive physique, and likewise, those skilled in physical cultivation rarely excel in swordsmanship. It's a fruitless endeavor. Others are others. I am my own. I strive for excellence. Lin Bai replied calmly. This is my path. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Bai added, I intend to merge the second of the 12 ancient sword chi, the sword chi of wind. Why the haste? I aim to grow stronger to assist you in gathering rare treasures for your restoration. Do you believe me? Lin Bai jested. Hey, man, you aren't suggesting you're. Lin Bai was taken aback, momentarily stunned. He had never paid close attention before, but in that instant, even with his somewhat carefree demeanor, he could tell from his 20 years of experience in admiring beauty that this tone was not particularly masculine. However, that thought was swiftly dismissed. It was utterly impossible. I advise you to refrain from such sordid notions. Ever since you integrated the Azura sword chi, we have shared both glory and misfortune. As long as I am willing, I am aware of your thoughts. Why did you not mention it sooner? You did not inquire either. In 5 days, within the 9th layer gravity tower, the pressure of a tenfold gravity domain awaits. Facing the puppet's ethereal shadow, Lin Bai maintained a straightforward approach, executing the simplest sword-drawing technique, the most fundamental illustration of swordsmanship. In such a terrifyingly burdensome environment, even if he were to face 10 opponents, he still appeared to handle it with ease. His throat, neck, abdomen, and left atrium were all aimed at vital points, yet every strike from the puppet's ethereal shadow was parried by Lin Bai. Although Lin Bai still harbored certain weaknesses that could be exploited, the sword chi that barely penetrated his defenses felt like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. In contrast, Lin Bai's physique transformed into a great furnace for sword forging, incessantly refining itself. That was the end. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lin Bai's eyes as he sheathed his sword, pausing for a moment. Soon after, the puppet seized this opportunity and unleashed a torrential assault. Whoosh! Domain of the wind sword. Domain of the azura sword. Accompanied by the sound of the sword being sheathed, a flurry of sword shadows surged upwards, raining down upon the puppet's ethereal shadow with fervor. In just one strike, at an incredible speed, it unleashed 1,000 sword shadows. Boom! The puppet was obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. After being teleported away, Lin Bai exhaled deeply, feeling immensely enriched. Even walking felt ethereal beneath his feet. He was somewhat unaccustomed. It was too swift. He felt as though he might float with every few steps. Yu Fei had been seated cross-legged outside, and upon seeing Lin Bai emerge, quickly stood up. "Are you healed?" Lin Bai inquired with concern. Yu Fei grinned, conveying everything without words. But soon, Lin Bai's smile froze. "Wait, how is it that your cultivation has reached the 9th layer of the heavenly barrier? This is absurd. Have you been taking some kind of aphrodisiac?" Yu Fei scratched his head, explaining that his father had sealed all of his cultivation within him, akin to a sudden enlightenment. Lin Bai, perplexed, thought, "No way. When my father returns, I must ask him what he has to say about this." Yu Fei declared to the elders, "I have made up my mind. I have come to resign today." Lin Bai resolutely stated, "From the moment I emerged from seclusion, I intended to set off, but was delayed by matters concerning the Wang family. Now that those affairs are resolved, I must embark on my journey. Moreover, every young member of the family must undergo trials. One cannot simply remain sheltered under the protection of elders and hope to become powerful." The Grand Elder nodded in agreement, acknowledging that true strength cannot be nurtured in a greenhouse. Currently, geniuses from various prominent families are eager to venture forth into the world, with competitions and rankings imminent. It is essential to seek challenges. Success or failure aside, one must compare oneself with peers. As young men, the Grand Elder spoke with solemnity, declaring that this expedition not only pertained to your honor, but also to the honor of the family. As for the other prodigies competing for supremacy, I pay them no heed. However, should any shameless wretch dare to lay a hand on you, feel free to invoke the name of the Canglan Lin family to intimidate the vile. Our family's reputation is indeed formidable in the outside world, isn't it?" Lin Bai was taken aback, never having anticipated such a revelation. "A modest renown, is that of any use? I cannot guarantee it, for we have plenty of adversaries who may retaliate even more fiercely, employing whips dipped in brine." Upon finishing, the Grand Elder solemnly handed over a spatial ring, stating that it contained your coming-of-age gift. Now that you have matured, you must also shoulder responsibilities. A warm current surged through Lin Bai's heart. How considerate his family was. But soon, his expression stiffened. "Wait, why is this filled with IOUs?" He beheld the spacious ring, where half of its contents were a thick stack of notes, each bearing various debts, signed with his name and seal. Some even pertained to his father's romantic entanglements that he was now obliged to settle. Cursed fate. I was born just yesterday, and I have already become a burden of the 2nd generation. Lin Bai bellowed, exclaiming how generous the family appeared to be in dispensing resources. "When I placed my handprint, I was still an infant. How could you be so callous?" The Grand Elder coughed awkwardly, a faint smile betraying his embarrassment. A burden of the 2nd generation is still a 2nd generation. Chapter 10. Inquiry of the Sword at Lingxiao. The last rays of the setting sun cascaded over Canglan City. Clad in a simple white robe, Lin Bai secured a modest belt around his waist, the wind rustling through his sleeves. Beside him, Yu Fei stood like a javelin, holding 2 horses, patiently waiting. The Grand Elder handed Lin Bai the sword belt and affectionately patted his shoulder. Lin Bai slung it over his back, receiving the white horse from Yu Fei without turning his head, already contemplating his escape. The Grand Elder turned and exchanged a meaningful glance with Yu Fei. Yu Fei succinctly stated, "If the young master lives, I live. If the young master dies, I die. I shall assist the young master in honing his skills." With that, he followed closely behind. Observing their silhouettes, the Grand Elder could not help but smile. Indeed, it was a sight akin to a silver saddle upon a white horse, dashing like a shooting star. "Where to, Brother Bai?" Yu Fei inquired, having adopted a new form of address in their travels. "To the Lingxiao Sword Pavilion," Lin Bai replied, gently caressing the sword belt upon his back. "That sword you carry is extraordinary." The sword spirit suddenly interjected. "If I were to consume it, I could restore at least 30% of my strength." "Not a chance," Lin Bai promptly retorted. The famed sword Huangquan was one of his lifebound blades. 3 days hence, to the Lingxiao Sword Pavilion. Lin Bai's goal was succinct and resolute as he approached the entrance of the pavilion. Boom! Before the guards could react, the grand doors were shattered into splinters. Lin Bai's voice echoed throughout the entire pavilion. "This is Lin Bai of the Canglan Lin family. Today, I challenge all the young prodigies of the Sword Pavilion. Whoever can still draw breath and dares to oppose me, come forth and fight. Let us determine our fates, and the victor." Lin Bai's demeanor remained tranquil. Ultimately, a sword cultivator's essence lies in that very breath. Should one refuse to draw their sword, life and death shall be dictated by fate. The path of cultivation is akin to navigating against a current. To stagnate is to regress. Moreover, Wang Xian, accompanied by the Sword Pavilion's guards, exhibited an air of intimidation. He had not forgotten that if they wished to play this game, he too would wield his sword to assert his dominance. His voice resonated throughout the city, causing a stir within the Sword Pavilion. Many rushed to witness the unfolding spectacle. Inside the pavilion, several elders and stewards were taken aback, their pupils contracting in shock. He truly had arrived. An urgent high-level meeting was convened. However, they soon found themselves in a quandary. Although the pavilion master had mentioned Lin Bai would come, they had not anticipated such an approach. How to respond became a vexing dilemma. Allowing the young members of the pavilion to engage in battle raised questions. How could they surrender without a fight? Jian Petion entered the hall, speaking calmly. Though he was the young master, he was also a sword cultivator, and having chosen this path, he must accept its consequences. The matters concerning the youth should be resolved with their swords. Soon, the area was crowded. A sword cultivator emerged from the pavilion, glaring furiously, questioning how an ignorant rogue could dare to debate swords with them. Lin Bai did not even lift his gaze. Beside him, Yu Fei delivered a powerful punch, embedding that individual into the wall. "Get lost. Who do you think you are to speak here?" The onlookers exchanged glances, intrigued by the unfolding drama. The prowess of the young man in black was not to be underestimated. The events taking place were rapidly disseminated through various informants and channels to their respective masters. For many years, it was the first time someone had dared to deface the plaque of the Lingxiao Sword Pavilion. "Lingxiao Sword Pavilion, we accept your challenge." The pavilion's grand elder suddenly declared, "Let us meet on the sword challenge platform." On the platform, the elder remarked, "Young man, I must commend your audacity. For many years since the Lingxiao Sword Pavilion gained renown, no young individual has dared to be so bold." The entire pavilion mobilized. They could not afford to lose. "Think carefully. Do not say we did not grant you a chance. If you wish to withdraw, now is still the time," the Grand Elder kindly reminded him, considering the pavilion master's regard. "Enough of this talk. Let the younger generation take their chance." Lin Bai fixed his gaze upon him, declaring, "If I lose, you may hang my corpse outside the pavilion to honor the name of the Sword Pavilion. Take my treasured sword, but if you lose, I shall inscribe a sword aura upon your plaque. Arrogance. I shall go first." As soon as he finished speaking, an irate sword cultivator leapt forward. "I shall." A flash of sword light sliced through the air, and a head soared above. The crowd fell into stunned silence. "Next," Lin Bai stated calmly. "Do not accuse me of bullying. Anyone weaker than me shall face me with sealed cultivation, battling on equal ground. I shall come." Finally, another sword cultivator dressed in white stepped forth. Jian Bai, ranked 9th on the Sword Pavilion's talents list. "Do not engage in this. It is not merely a duel, but one that could lead to death." Someone nearby hurried to dissuade. "This is no trivial matter. Jian Bai fears not death." The white-clad man replied with a composed smile. "As fellow sword cultivators, how could one shy away from battle? I offer you the opportunity to strike." Lin Bai stated with serene determination. He not only seeks to vanquish the pride and dignity of the Sword Pavilion, but also aspires to do so with a force that is both overwhelming and unstoppable. He intends to return what he perceives as righteousness to the Lingxiao Sword Pavilion. "Please offer your guidance." With a decisive stamp of his right foot, the terrifying sword intent surged forth. The third level of the heavenly barrier realm. 60% of the white cloud sword intent. As the sword sang, a single strike could traverse the 9 provinces. Sword White Robe devoted all his strength to launch an attack. Lin Bai remained utterly unmoved. As the tip of the sword drew nearer, its speed gradually diminished. Countless beads of sweat appeared on Sword White Robe's forehead as he desperately urged his vital energy. Yet when the distance was merely 3 inches from Lin Bai's eye, it came to an abrupt halt, the mightiest intent. This was the sword path Lin Bai intended to pursue, a fusion of Shura sword intent and Wind sword intent, even encompassing conviction within. A pure contest of sword comprehension. In the next moment, the sword shattered into fragments. "I have lost," Sword White Robe said with a bitter smile. The crowd fell into a profound silence, their expressions devoid of the previous disdain. Sword White Robe had taken his own life. Next, Lin Bai repeated those 3 words. Everyone exchanged glances, unable to lift their heads. With Sword White Robe gone, among the younger generation, only those 8 individuals on the list surpassed him. Moreover, ascending the stage was not merely a matter of discussing swordsmanship. It was a life-and-death contest, clearly a challenge laid before them. Many lacked the courage. "Do not accuse me of bullying you, if you cannot match me. Call upon your elders for assistance. Let us compete in swordsmanship, a true contest of skill," Lin Bai declared with authority. In that moment, no one stepped forward to accept the challenge. "Do you not believe this to be excessive?" Someone exclaimed angrily. "If you are unconvinced, draw your swords." Lin Bai's piercing gaze fixed upon them. "To be candid, I hold you in utter disdain. Do you only dare to reason with the strong and question the weak? Is this what you call pride? Are your swords mere ornaments? Today, I, Lin Bai, intend to challenge the Lingxiao Sword Pavilion," Lin Bai suddenly proclaimed. A terrifying sword energy surged skyward. "I ask you now, do you submit?" Chapter 11. The challenge goes unanswered. His aura surged like a rainbow. After a brief silence, many eyes began to scan the surroundings for a few distinguished figures. These were the strongest among those on the rankings. Surely, they could not allow the elders to take the stage. That would be a disgrace beyond measure. The faces of those celebrated prodigies reflected discomfort, feeling the heat of scrutiny upon them, which made them uneasy. Yet, if they were to step forward, that was simply out of the question. With Lin Bai's prowess evident, any attempt to engage would be tantamount to seeking death. To act knowing it was futile, in their eyes, was foolishness. Each person's belief in the sword was unique. "I will take my turn." A streak of light approached from afar, and soon a figure stood confidently upon the stage, the foremost of the prodigy rankings. Sword enthusiast Jianyu. Jianyu's expression was calm, clad in simple linen garments, with a rusted, scabbard-less sword hanging at his waist. His left arm dangling as he gently caressed the sword's body with his fingers. A master of the sword, Lin Bai's fighting spirit intensified. Only by clashing with a peer of equal strength could he truly test himself. "Jianyu, please offer your guidance." Upon finishing his words, he charged forward without any embellishments. His right hand clenched into a fist and descended with a fierce strike, unleashing a sword attack. Sword of the palm. The essence of the sword erupted from the palm of his hand, followed by a terrifying radiance that spread forth, reminiscent of the thunderous might of the palm. Battle. Lin Bai pressed down with one hand, enveloping the area in an invisible domain, the Shura sword domain. In an instant, Jianyu felt himself ensnared within a blood-red world, filled with deafening roars and uncontrollable agitation surging within. For a fleeting moment, his negative emotions surged forth, overwhelming him with ferocity. "It could even disrupt my mental state." Jianyu bit his tongue sharply, forcing himself to break free from this confusion, and had no choice but to summon his sword intent to suppress his own turmoil. Boom. The space was torn asunder, and Jianyu was sent reeling back several hundred zhong before finally stabilizing himself. Once more, excitement and desire filled Jianyu's gaze. It had been long since he had engaged so passionately in combat with another sword cultivator, the pinnacle of perfected sword intent. What he sought was the ultimate path of the sword. Thunderous roars. In the next moment, Lin Bai unleashed a powerful punch. The sword domain descended upon Jianyu, ready to obliterate him. "Break from me." Jianyu let out a low growl, muscles taut with effort as he wielded his sword and struck down fiercely. Yet Lin Bai remained unfazed. "No matter your transformations, I shall break through with a single sword." Splat. The meticulously compressed sword strike pierced through Jianyu's forehead. His body swayed, becoming rigid and motionless in place. Lin Bai sighed softly. Had he not ascended to this level, perhaps the opponent could have ventured further, with a future resounding across the realms not entirely impossible. But soon, Lin Bai extinguished that thought, his heart as steadfast as rock. The path of the sword is inherently a contest. Whoever loses must accept their fate. "Speak." "Who else?" Lin Bai commanded. Everyone gazed at the fallen body on the stage, momentarily stunned. This was the foremost genius of the Lingxiao Sword Pavilion, a paragon of sword obsession. How could he have lasted less than 2 rounds? How could one fight under such circumstances? "Then I shall inscribe my name upon the plaque." Lin Bai stated calmly as he walked towards the pavilion's exit. Countless individuals followed in his wake, their gazes fixated upon him. Lin Bai pointed as if wielding a sword, and beneath the 4 grand characters on the plaque, he left behind his sword intent. It transformed into 4 bold words. Who dares to contend? Some young sword cultivators stared blankly at these 4 characters, their blood surging within them. Since their initiation, they had never witnessed such audacity. None could compare. In the future, if one lacks the strength, lower your head and be humble, Lin Bai declared with authority. What does it matter if you are impressive here? If you truly possess prowess, participate in the interdomain competition in half a month and trample the geniuses of other realms beneath your feet. Someone suddenly spoke up. Do you have the courage to do so? Slap. Lin Bai abruptly appeared before that figure and sent him flying with a single strike. If you have the ability, then step onto the stage. Do not cower among the crowd, resorting to such crude provocations. I refuse to participate. Those 4 words will forever be etched upon your plaque. You shall always remain my defeated adversaries, and this day will linger in your memories. Lin Bai pronounced coldly. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and departed alongside Yu Fei. Hold on. Someone called out to the duo. The pavilion master wishes to see you. Lin Bai was taken aback. Yu Fei inquired, Boss, shall we go? What if? What's there to fear? Lin Bai replied, continuing forward. In the back mountains forbidden area, Lin Bai maintained a calm demeanor. What brings you to summon us? Esteemed elder? He inquired, while Yu Fei stood watchfully beside him. Jian Patian strode towards Lin Bai, and just as he was mere steps away, he suddenly knelt before him. Sword Spirit, what is the meaning of this? The unexpected act left both Lin Bai and Yu Fei momentarily stunned. Instinctively, Lin Bai turned to survey the surroundings, only to find they were ensnared within a barrier, with only the 3 of them present. Wait, the Sword Spirit is not human. There are only 3. No, sir, if you continue in this manner, it would truly weigh on my conscience, Jian Patian said. I am Jian Nu, a sword servant of the Canglan Lin family, and I have come to pay my respects to the heir. With that, he bowed deeply. Jian Nu. Lin Bai was taken aback by this unforeseen twist, nearly straining his back in surprise. I have always been a sword servant of the Lin family, merely in seclusion at the Lingxiao Sword Pavilion. Upon emerging, I learned that Ling Zhan intended to trouble the heir, so I took it upon myself to eliminate the threat, thus resolving the issue. By the heavens, Lin Bai had not anticipated that the elder had indeed spoken the truth. There was someone from his own family. In that moment, he instinctively straightened his back. This was the confidence he needed. Esteemed elder, please rise. Lin Bai hastily assisted Jian Patian to his feet, then suddenly inquired, so, does this mean the Lingxiao Sword Pavilion is our family's domain? Not at all. Jian Patian refuted. Lin Bai exhaled in relief. Had it been their own territory, it would have meant turning against their own. I once owed a favor to the Lingxiao Sword Saint, which is why I became the pavilion master. Even so, there are still the elders to maintain balance, Jian Patian elucidated. The family's intention is for me to secretly accompany the heir and ensure his safety. Of course, he withheld one detail, to document the heir's performance. After speaking, Jian Patian donned a tusked mask, cloaked himself in black, and silently stood aside. What about the Lingxiao Sword Pavilion? Lin Bai asked. It has all been arranged, Jian Patian confirmed with a nod. Without lingering in Lingxiao City, Lin Bai and Yu Fei prepared to head to Canglan Academy. The matter with Li Zhan was far from over. He could not allow himself to be provoked without response. Should the younger generation challenge him, and he were to lose, he would merely be outmatched. However, if he were to face them with overwhelming force, he must wield his sword to carve out a path of justice. The two discreetly utilized the teleportation array in the back mountains and swiftly departed. Chapter 12. Dare you extort and blackmail me? Barely had their figures vanished when several terrifying auras descended. Did they truly let him leave just like that? Outmatched. There is nothing left to say. Even if you do not permit his departure, what can you do? Standing behind this young man, Jian Patian remarked that it might not necessarily be a negative situation. Perhaps this event could inspire the younger generation to feel shame and strive for greatness. After all, this is merely the beginning, and this lad may one day achieve fame that resonates across the world. Another voice chimed in. In Beiling City, the silhouettes of Lin Bai and Yu Fei gradually emerged before the teleportation array. Gazing at the distant, towering city walls, Yu Fei exclaimed, "Boss, that is Beiling City, one of the foremost cities in the northern region. The Canglan Academy is situated at the highest peak of that city. May I inquire, are there only the two of you?" Someone interrupted their thoughts. A friendly young man appeared before them, smiling and bowing with a gesture of greeting. Lin Bai nodded, puzzled, and asked, "And you are?" "I am Ma Feng, a local of Beiling City, always eager to make new friends." Ma Feng replied with an air of enthusiasm. "Where do you hail from, And which school do you belong to? You must be from out of town, Lin Bai stated. I am Lin Bai, a solitary cultivator with no sect or affiliation, he replied. Solitary cultivator? Ma Feng's expression suddenly turned cold. No sect or affiliation. Well, that makes things simpler. If you wish to enter, it will cost you 10,000 spirit stones per person. Lin Bai was taken aback. This change of demeanor was faster than turning a page. What the hell, are you extorting us? Yu Fei exclaimed in furious disbelief. This is clearly taking advantage of the situation, Ma Feng sneered. I advise you to comply quietly, or you will suffer even more. May I ask, which family do you belong to? Lin Bai inquired. The Ma family of Beiling City, Ma Feng answered proudly. He had employed this tactic countless times, usually reaping profits without fail, and even if he occasionally miscalculated, he would simply attribute it to bad luck in the face of the Ma family's influence. Suddenly, a sword chi pierced through his dantian with breathtaking speed, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. Lin Bai stripped him of his ring and pocketed it, lifting him as if he were a mere chick. Thanks to you. Our first stop in the city is the Ma family. You are seeking death. The guards lurking nearby rushed forward, glaring furiously. Release our young master. Ma Feng, heartbroken, shouted. All of you attack. Ruin him, ruin him. Yu Fei unleashed a powerful punch, radiating with the vigor of the sun, instantly obliterating the guards without a trace. The terrifying prowess of the Tianguan realm left others pale with fear. They have encountered a formidable opponent. The Ma family has truly kicked a hard rock, someone murmured. At the Ma residence, Lin Bai observed the plaque from afar and asked, Is this the Ma family? Ma Feng glared at Lin Bai with resentment, but remained silent. With a swift motion, Lin Bai struck him, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Coupled with the blood that spilled from his mouth, several teeth were knocked out. In this state, you still put on airs. Kid, I advise you to release me at once. With your capabilities, you dare to confront the Ma family? Ma Feng, facing his impending doom, still attempted to maintain his bravado. With a thunderous crash, Yu Fei stepped forward and shattered the main gate into splinters. Lin Bai, dragging Ma Feng, strode confidently inside. A surge of terrifying auras erupted from the Ma residence, and soon, the family head, Ma Zhongtian, along with several others, hurriedly arrived. This fellow must be your son, right? Lin Bai released his grip, placing a foot upon Ma Feng's face. Sir, we harbor no grievances against you. I fail to understand how I might have offended you, Ma Zhongtian spoke in a grave tone, gazing at the offspring born of his drunken indiscretion. He wished fervently to extinguish his life. It was once so, but no longer. Your son dares to extort me. An audacious display indeed. Lin Bai remarked nonchalantly. As compensation, I demand 100,000 spirit stones, not a single one less. By what right? Crack. Lin Bai forcefully shattered his jaw, silencing him instantly. Ma Zhongtian glared at Lin Bai in fury. You wretched failure. I should have pinned you to the wall long ago. Your mother was a vile harlot. And you are no better. He was all too aware of the misdeeds perpetrated by Ma Feng. Had he not possessed the wisdom to avoid antagonizing formidable forces, he would have struck long ago. Your family matters are of no concern to me, but do not waste my time, Lin Bai stated indifferently. Do as you wish with this ungrateful wretch. He is of no consequence to us, Ma Zhongtian replied coldly. A family misfortune, consider it a cleansing of the household. At these words, Ma Feng froze, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes as he emitted muffled sounds of despair. Lin Bai, too, felt a twinge of surprise. In the next moment, Lin Bai crushed Ma Feng's throat, extinguishing his life on the spot. Such resolve you possess, sir, if that is the case. Let us consider this matter settled. With that, Lin Bai and Yu Fei turned to depart. Stop. Did I grant you leave to exit? Ma Zhongtian hissed ominously. Let us consider this. He is still my son. You have slain him before my eyes, desecrating the dignity of the Ma family. This is an overt affront. Lin Bai suddenly laughed. Your calculations ring quite clear. You wish to eliminate him through us, shielding yourself from ill repute, only to seek revenge later. Truly clever of you. Ma Zhongtian, devoid of warmth, commanded, seize him. Do not be hasty in killing him. I wish to sever his limbs first and impart a lengthy lesson. Instantly, the surrounding guards and stewards surged forward. Boom. The intent of the surest sword. The will of the wind. Lin Bai charged forth with a blade, his speed unparalleled, piercing through the opponent's throat in an instant. Yu Fei dashed towards the surrounding guards, their roles clearly defined. Ma Zhongtian clutched his throat desperately, disbelief clouding his eyes until the very end. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably. One strike? He had not even endured a single blow before succumbing to death. A surge of warmth coursed through Lin Bai's body, enriching his inner vitality, yet he remained shackled by the 9th level's constraints. Even I was nearly deceived. I thought there might be something of substance, the sword spirit remarked, somewhat bemused. Soon, A formidable aura erupted from the rear mountain. Ancestor, such arrogance you display, sir. Yet the only response was a blade. The terrifying sword light sent shivers down the spine of the Ma family's ancestor, who, disregarding further words, turned to flee. A beam of sword energy shot forth, pinning him against the wall. A display of overwhelming dominance. Lin Bai maintained a tranquil demeanor. When one harbors thoughts of murder, one must be prepared for death. There was nothing more to be said. Boom. A multitude of formidable presences descended upon the scene, each adorned in imposing armor, exuding an air of authority. They were the Canglan Guards, the enforcement arm of Canglan Academy, tasked with overseeing matters within Wielding City. As they beheld the figures of Yu Fei and Lin Bai before them, the leading armored man wasted no words and commanded, "Seize them." Lin Bai's gaze sharpened, a fierce glint illuminating his expression as he retorted, "Seize you, you scoundrel." The armored man, taken aback, stammered in disbelief, "What did you just say?" He had lost count of how long it had been since someone dared to confront him so boldly. In response, a dazzling flash of sword light erupted. The armored man clumsily dodged, but with no means of escape. He crossed his arms defensively and desperately channeled his energy. With a thunderous roar, he was pierced by hundreds of sword energies, sent hurtling backward for several hundred feet before crashing heavily to the ground. The accompanying Canglan guards fared no better. They were dispatched with brutal efficiency, their limbs shattered and discarded like refuse along the roadside. A wave of astonishment swept through the onlookers. In Wielding City, it was truly remarkable that someone dared to provoke the Canglan Academy in such a manner. The unpredictability of the world astounded Lin Bai, who mused, "I have yet to arrive, and you have already walked into the line of fire." He stepped upon the chest of the armored man, speaking calmly, "Boy, do not be so arrogant. Having struck our Canglan guards, this matter is far from over." The armored man coughed blood, his breath tenuous. Yet his gaze remained fixed upon Lin Bai. "Just you wait," he hissed. "There's no need to wait. I shall come to you directly for an explanation," Lin Bai declared, turning to lead Yu Fei onward. Canglan Academy resided atop the highest peak in Wielding City, with a vast square before it that was perpetually bustling with activity. As one of the 4 dominant powers in the northern domain, countless individuals aspired to join its ranks. Although it was not yet enrollment season, the surroundings of Canglan Academy were always lively, teeming with people eager to observe exchanges of wisdom and glean insights from the experiences of various masters engaged in spirited discussions and duels. Moreover, many sought to pay homage to the revered institution. However, on this day, an audacious individual dared to disrupt the peace. Lin Bai stood resolutely at the entrance of Canglan Academy, causing many onlookers to slow their movements and cast perplexed glances in his direction. With a resounding crash, Lin Bai hurled the armored man toward the grand entrance, his voice echoing throughout the academy. "I am Lin Bai of the Lin family, here to question the Canglan Academy." This proclamation stirred quite a commotion. Dozens of elder figures materialized at the entrance, their expressions dark as they regarded Lin Bai with palpable disdain. As their eyes fell upon the beleaguered armored man, their countenance grew even colder. "By heavens, what a troublemaker you are! What is your intention?" An elder clad in black from the Sword Academy inquired icily. "Several days ago, Elder Li Zhan of your academy, accompanied by the enforcement brigade, came to us with hostility." "You cannot claim ignorance of this," Lin Bai replied calmly. Li Zhan intervened on behalf of his daughter, and thus, their demise at your gates was entirely justified. If your enforcement brigade dares to confront me, it is only reasonable that I seek retribution. If you do not provide an explanation today, I shall question the Canglan Academy directly. And you think you can do so? The elder in black narrowed his eyes. "And I have my sword," Lin Bai proclaimed with an air of dominance, thrusting the sword of the underworld before the gate. "From this day forth, I, Lin Bai, shall challenge everyone in the Canglan Academy, whether in single combat or a melee. I shall face you all with my blade until you yield," Lin Bai declared coldly. "Either you provide an explanation, or everyone in your academy shall be unable to hold their heads high upon seeing me." "An explanation? To whom? Why should we owe you anything?" The elder in black retorted fiercely. "Do you think you deserve an explanation? You, who are so brazen as to provoke us alone. Do you truly believe that I couldn't crush you with a mere finger? Not only is an explanation out of the question, even a slight concession is utterly impossible. The moment you dared to block our entrance, Canglan Academy became irreconcilable with you. Such behavior is a grave affront to our honor and reputation. This will have dire consequences. If we do not decisively suppress Lin Bai, where will the dignity of Canglan Academy reside? If this incident resurfaces during future enrollments, it will be a stain on our history. The public opinion will be most unfavorable. Such a scenario is precisely what the Academy's leaders dread. There is no right or wrong, only allegiance. They were well aware of Li Zhan's predicament, The law enforcement brigade and an elder had already fallen, and they were grateful not to have sought trouble themselves. Yet here he was, audaciously coming to provoke them. Try it, Lin Bai asserted with unyielding resolve. Curse it. The elder in black, with a fierce temperament, was instantly incited into a furious rage, unleashing a surge of vital energy. The 9th level of the locking realm. A terrifying sword intent descended, aimed to slay Lin Bai. He had crossed a significant boundary. Shura's sword intent. Wind's sword intent. In an instant, Lin Bai unleashed 6 streams of sword energy, colliding violently with the elder's attack. The very fabric of space tore apart as their swords met, leading to a cataclysmic annihilation. Countless arcs of lightning flickered. The sword intent morphed into serpentine bolts of thunder, opening wide like a gaping maw, advancing toward him. The black sword light and the lightning bizarrely began to devour one another. Lin Bai felt a torrential surge of energy flooding his dantian, erupting with the power of the 9th level of the heavenly gate, and was on the verge of breaking through to the first layer of the locking realm. With a thunderous crash, Lin Bai was propelled hundreds of feet back before stabilizing his stance, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. There was no trace of fear in his eyes. Rather, they sparkled with excitement. Although the previous clash had been daunting, it did not diminish his fighting spirit. The sword energy of gold, one of the 12 ancient swords, began to merge invisibly and gradually. The 3rd orthodoxy representative. The orthodoxy of cutting laws. The elder in black's right hand trembled slightly, unable to suppress the numbness coursing through it. His eyes brimmed with an uncontrollable murderous intent. At such a young age, this is intolerable. Today, not only must we refuse to give an explanation, but we must also decisively suppress Lin Bai. Not only to uphold the Academy's stature, but also to restore the pride of the Canglan Guard. Otherwise, if this precedent is set, others will no longer regard the Academy with respect, and that is simply unacceptable. The provocation of an individual may not be terrifying, but the ensuing butterfly effect of such behavior is truly alarming. In the past, anyone who encountered the Canglan Academy would have shown utmost respect, their eyes filled with admiration. Should Lin Bai lose face, who would dare to regard their academy with any seriousness in the future? Over time, will the disciples of the academy still command respect when they venture forth? Will others harbor any trepidation during their trials? The quality of recruits may very well be affected. Lin Bai must be eliminated to set an example. What of apologies or explanations? Ultimately, it boils down to an inability to reach an agreement, with each party possessing their own considerations and thoughts. If individuals who prefer sweet kanji are placed alongside those who do not, a fierce dispute is bound to ensue. With an instigator present, the situation could escalate to violence. And now, it is Lin Bai's turn to take the initiative. As his body continuously merges, he engages in combat with the elder clad in black, utilizing the battle to refine himself. A better integration. With a swift motion, he executes the simplest cut from the 13 sword techniques. The very air shifts as he unleashes his sword. Many retreat, fearing the repercussions. Did they truly believe he could turn the tide? The black-clad elder's face contorts with rage. Even if he were to unleash his energy, he would still crush this insignificant brat. In an instant, with a deadly strike aimed at Lin Bai's neck, it seemed poised to sever his head from his body. Lin Bai inhaled deeply. Suddenly, his left hand grasped the hilt of the Huangquan sword. For the first time in this battle, he wielded not an energy sword, but his trusty blade, the sword drawing technique. The first of the 13 techniques. Life and death forgotten. The sword intent, compressed to its utmost, sliced forth in an instant, enveloping the black-clad elder in a blood-red domain. In that fleeting moment, the elder was struck by the ferocity of the Shura's killing intent, momentarily losing his focus. The terrifying sword light resembled a cleaving beam from the heavens. The elder emitted a wretched scream as his protective energy layers crumbled. Furthermore, Lin Bai's sword energy clung to him, relentlessly devouring everything in its path. Sword intent, sword essence, sword weapon, boom. A fist of light, like a cascading waterfall, shattered Lin Bai's domain and appeared behind him in an instant. Then came the merciless impact of a fist. Caught unawares by this assault, Lin Bai, even with all his energy mobilized, was still sent flying, crashing through countless structures before landing amidst the ruins. Silence ensued. A man clad in armor, exuding an aura of terrifying battle intent, stood at the locus, slowly retracting his fist. Unaware of their own insignificance, the Academy shall not tolerate provocation, he declared coldly. Wu Kai, the head of the Martial Arts Academy of Canglan Academy, a master of the awakening realm, his prowess unmatched within the Academy. With a flicker, he appeared before Lin Bai, delivering a decisive punch. Rooting out the enemy, he would grant no respite. Stop, Yu Fei shouted in a furious flash. raising his arms high. The semblance of a demonic figure materialized, striking heavily towards Wu Kai. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Wu Kai remained unfazed, entirely dismissive. A hint of disdain gracing his lips. The divide between the heavenly barrier and the awakening realm was akin to an insurmountable chasm. A formidable obstacle that was difficult to traverse. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Fei ignited his essence, instantly breaking the seal. His cultivation soaring rapidly through the ranks of the locked realm. First to the first level, then the third, the seventh, and on to the ninth. Upon witnessing this, Wu Kai's eyelids involuntarily twitched. What on earth? In an instant, the two clashed ferociously. As the dust settled, both parties retreated 9 steps, barely managing to steady themselves. Everyone stood in stunned silence, disbelief etched on their faces, the entire square enveloped in an eerie hush. Wu Kai beheld his powerless, drooping right arm. His expression a mix of incredulity and horror. It was broken. The bone had been brutally shattered. In that moment, Wu Kai's countenance twisted in distress. How long had his opponent been cultivating, this brash young lad? He rarely found himself in such a state of disarray. Yet Yu Fei merely grinned. Unwilling to engage in a futile struggle, he was here to confront the strong. Without uttering a single word, he stomped his right foot, unleashing a fierce aura as he charged forward once more. As long as he was present, the young master could never fall before him. Lin Bai coughed up blood, his appearance disheveled and battered. Although he seemed gravely injured, not a single rib was broken, merely bruised, showcasing the extraordinary resilience of his physique. Goodness, you survived that blow? Your body truly embodies the essence of the stars. The sword spirit remarked, somewhat astonished. Hoping for something favorable, Lin Bai rolled his eyes in exasperation, desperately consuming medicinal pills. He sought to restore his vitality, his dantian working fervently to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Observing the black-clad elder struggling on the ground, Lin Bai swiftly rose and charged towards him. To injure 10 fingers is not as effective as severing a single one. In the next moment, Lin Bai appeared right before him. Swift, unmatched in speed. The others had yet to react when he thrust his sword. A lethal strike. Terrifying energy was devoured along the blade. The sword intent consumed entirely. The black-clad elder gasped his last breath. You dare! Wu Kai's furious voice reverberated, sending sound waves hurtling towards Lin Bai. Unfazed, Lin Bai brushed off the threat, the injury posing no threat to him. Currently occupied by Yu Fei, he couldn't escape. Lin Bai's expression turned fierce. Old dog, our unfinished business from your ambush is far from over. With that, he joined the fray. Many were left dumbfounded, utterly astonished that he dared to challenge someone from the awakening realm. Inside the courtyard, within the grand hall, the atmosphere was peculiar and oppressive. Unlike the violent battles outside, the hall was inhabited by a dozen individuals standing in silence. The Canglan Academy consisted of 9 academies and 1 peak, each excelling in different disciplines and recruiting distinct disciples. The sole core was Canglan Peak, which not only oversaw all affairs, but also served as the center of power, where only the most exceptional core disciples selected from each academy could join in cultivation. Within the grand hall, a dozen individuals, consisting of the heads of various academies and the law elders of the Canglan Peak, convened. The 3 elderly men seated at the forefront exhibited diverse expressions. So, both of those youths are at the 9th layer of the Tianguan realm? The disciples below nodded in affirmation. The venerable elder with white hair remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth, at such a tender age. They can engage in a fierce contest with Elder Wu, leaving no clear victor. After a moment of contemplative silence, he continued, let us share our thoughts. For they seek an explanation from our academy. Since they have come to us, it is only right that we present a solution and provide clarity. A cold voice interjected. Why should we be compelled to provide an explanation? Another man opined. In my view, there is nothing to discuss. We must respond with resolute force. The dignity of our academy cannot be challenged. Contrarily, a fiery woman shook her head. Their talents cannot be underestimated. If we mishandle this, we may inadvertently sow the seeds of disaster for our academy. Ultimately, this matter is related to the prior incident with Li Zhan. I have heard that the Lin and Wang families have gone to war. Li Rushuang and Wang Xian are both disciples of our academy, and naturally, they offended those youths outside. Li Zhan stood up for his daughter, which is understandable. However, our academy's enforcement team intervening in their provocation alters the situation entirely. The other side is keeping a record of this grievance. As sword cultivators, they have come to demand an explanation. The previously silent man in white, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke icily. An explanation? What kind of explanation is warranted? So, Wang Xian and Li Rushuang, as disciples of our academy, were bullied by outsiders, and yet we have yet to demand an explanation ourselves. Just now, Our Canglan guards were also attacked. This is a blatant provocation. In my opinion, there is nothing to discuss. Talents that fail to grow are akin to ants. A decisive strike will also serve to intimidate those with ulterior motives. An elder interjected. If that is the case, the skirmishes among the younger generation are their own affairs. However, the intervention of the elders changes the dynamics significantly. Moreover, it was our elders who struck first outside. If we were victorious, it would be one matter, but now that they have suffered losses at the hands of the enemy, what will outsiders think? If we do not act, we will only embolden them. I propose, irrespective of right or wrong, that words hold no meaning now. We find ourselves in a precarious position. The dignity of the academy is at stake, and we cannot bow our heads. If necessary, let us engage in a fair battle and allow the younger members to demand an explanation, while we elders refrain from interference. In that moment, the discourse among the multitude within the hall intensified. Chapter 14. That is my money. Suddenly, the elderly man in black seated to the left opened his eyes, his pupils resembling a sword poised for battle. Let us prioritize the greater good. Since he wishes to question the sword, this matter shall be entrusted to our Sword Dao Academy. I have an idea, he continued. These two youths possess remarkable talent, which has ignited my appreciation for them. If we could recruit them into our academy, it would not only resolve our current predicament, but also elevate the strength of our younger generation. The elder in the green robe smiled gently and asked, what if they are unwilling? The elder with white hair responded with a chuckle. The elder in the azure robe chuckled softly, stating that if they could not uphold the dignity of the academy, they would resort to virtue to persuade others. Intending to educate the two youths properly. Education. The academy has always been magnanimous, refraining from rash actions, and aims to inspire transformation. They must hear the words of willingness from their own lips. If that is the case, then let it be so, declared the white-haired elder decisively. Of the three principal figures, two had reached a consensus, leaving little room for dissent, especially as the situation had progressed to this stage, with no better alternatives at hand. Suddenly, the man in white, who had previously been in the grand hall, appeared outside the courtyard. Stop! The resonant wave of sound surged forth, instantly placing himself between the two individuals. With a single hand pressed forward, the opposing forces abruptly faltered. Wu Kai's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this. The previous offensive veered in a new direction, cleaving a mountain peak asunder. Lin Bai and Yu Fei were propelled backward several hundred yards, coming to a halt, their eyes filled with vigilance and gravity. Truly formidable. The man in white emanated an overwhelming aura of strength. The sword spirit remarked that this individual possessed notable power, declaring that Lin Bai was no match for him. That is obvious. My eyes are still functioning. Our recent assault was effortlessly neutralized by him, Lin Bai retorted with irritation. Shall we converse? The man in white inquired, fixing his gaze upon Lin Bai and Yu Fei. Lin Bai remained silent. I am Bai Long, the head of the judicial court, one of the 9 courts of the academy. The man in white introduced himself. Are you aware that your actions can be construed as a provocation towards the academy? The prominent figures within the academy are quite displeased. The mere two of you, along with your backing from the Lin family, attempting to contend with the academy is akin to striking a stone with an egg. Lin Bai narrowed his eyes slightly, still refraining from speech. Bai Long continued, however, the academy is known for its generosity, embracing all with open arms. Not only will you not face punishment, but we are also willing to offer you resources, should you choose to join us. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Bai vanished from sight. A sword was drawn in an instant. After such lengthy discourse, not only had there been no display of sincerity, but they were also expected to join, which was a blatant disregard for their worth. The words sounded appealing now, yet when the time for reckoning arrived, it would only result in a confrontation where they would be left without justification. Such words are better suited for your mother, Lin Bai growled. You cannot provide the explanation I seek, then let us speak with our fists. Bai Long's expression darkened in response. He was inherently a man of martial prowess, harboring no intentions for dialogue. What stature do you possess to warrant a civil conversation with these two youths? How audacious to be so oblivious to the heights of heaven and depths of earth. A terrifying sword domain swiftly enveloped the area as Bai Long extended his fingers, unleashing a devastating cascade of sword light. In an instant, Wu Kai charged towards Yu Fei, his muscles gleaming with a metallic sheen as he barreled forward recklessly. The fabric of space itself was torn apart. Wu Kai raised his fist high, aiming to smash it down upon Yu Fei's head, ready to cause immediate devastation. Without hesitation, Lin Bai unleashed his ultimate sword shadow, then retreated with great speed. The heavens seemed ready to be cleaved by the brilliance of this sword light. Lin Bai mustered all his energy, launching a vigorous assault against the shackles of his realm. Having recently absorbed the vitality of the elder in black, He now harbored immense power within him. As he surged through the first, second, and finally reached the fourth level of the shackles, his ascent gradually slowed, settling at the pinnacle of the fourth level, where tranquility returned. Boom! A terrifying flash of white light swept through. Just moments ago, Lin Bai's offensive was entirely eradicated. The onslaught of the sword light remained unabated, surging directly towards him with lethal intent. The speed was breathtaking, overwhelming. A fatal strike aimed directly at his neck. Lin Bai felt a sharp pain as the sword light collided with his flesh, tearing his upper garment apart, exposing his bare torso. To his astonishment, a white mark was left on his left shoulder. Bai Lung was momentarily stunned, his expression darkening significantly. How could he not deliver a lethal blow with a single strike? Wasn't he a swordsman? How could his physical form be so formidable? It was utterly incomprehensible. Bai Lung took a deep breath, his gaze freezing as it fixed upon Lin Bai. He had underestimated him. This young lad before him was evidently a dual cultivator of body and sword, and at a remarkably high level. Lin Bai growled fiercely, "You think you're impressive? Come on, today it's either you die or I do." With the explosive release of his true energy, he astonishingly leaped to the sixth level of the shackles. The previous sword light was entirely consumed. As the Huangquan sword was drawn, a terrifying cascade of sword light descended. Unlike before, when he grasped the sword hilt with its sheath, this was the first time the true form of the Huangquan sword was unleashed. Bai Lung's pupils constricted in fear. The aura of death enveloped the air. In an instant, Bai Lung retrieved his sword from his spatial ring and swung it downward. Rumbling, the two forces collided ferociously. In the next moment, Lin Bai soared on his sword, vanishing from sight at an astonishing speed, displaying no inclination to linger. His voice echoed throughout the entire academy. "Will I return?" Bai Lung thought. Wasn't it supposed to be a fight to the death? This was sheer deception. How foolish. My mind must be muddled to persist in this confrontation. Lin Bai cursed inwardly. He was a swordsman, not a fool. If he couldn't win now, he could return after some time of cultivation. If that didn't work, he could always find others to trouble. Even battling monsters required gradual leveling up. The academy could serve as a whetstone for his growth, allowing him to proceed step by step. His mind needed to be sharper. Meanwhile, observing the broken sword in his hand, Bai Lung regained his composure. His eyes filled with a chilling determination. The fact that his sword could be severed was almost unbelievable. Yet soon, a fiery passion ignited within him. It had been a long time since he encountered such a satisfying weapon. At that moment, Yu Fei was sprinting faster than anyone else. The moment he separated from Wu Kai, he turned and fled. He was even 3 points faster than Lin Bai. There was no choice, having followed Lin Bai since childhood. Their unspoken understanding needed no elaboration. Speaking more would only bring tears. He had been thoroughly duped. Want to escape? Where could he run? As he spoke, Bai Lung and Wu Kai closely pursued, determined not to commit the blunder of allowing Lin Bai and Yu Fei to escape. They had to be utterly annihilated. In the 10,000 great mountains, within the uncharted ranges, an hour later the air was chillingly oppressive, heavy enough to draw moisture. The atmosphere was thick with unrestrained fury. And beside him, Wu Kai wore an equally grim expression. The two were utterly infuriating. Just as they seemed on the verge of being caught, they would produce various scrolls and suddenly accelerate. Initially, I had underestimated their resourcefulness, but now, deep within the heart of the 10,000 great mountains, we were yet to close the gap. Damn it, if you dare, don't run. Wu Kai spat out in frustration, his voice echoing far and wide. Ahead, Lin Bai and Yu Fei sprinted forward, resolutely ignoring the chaos behind them. If you have the skill, then chase us. Damn it, don't let me catch up, or I will surely end you. Lin Bai weaved through the forest, his eyes brimming with disdain. Glancing back, he taunted, "Don't boast if you can't catch up. I'll show you what I can do." "Spirit sword, we can't pursue any longer," Wu Kai whispered. "We're deep in the mountains now. Our presence might alert the beast sovereign, making our escape exceedingly difficult." Bai Lung replied coldly, "Summon elder chasing sun. I refuse to believe we can't apprehend them. Issue the highest bounty not just within the academy, but to everyone. These two must be captured. All law enforcers must mobilize, and every disciple from the Sword Path Academy must be dispatched. We will hunt them down, no matter how deep we have to dig." As he spoke, Bai Lung let out a disdainful snort, and a terrifying beam of sword light cleaved the earth, creating a gaping chasm that split the ground in two. After venting his fury, Bai Lung concealed his aura and sat down. Time passed, though Lin Bai could not tell how long they had been running. At last, he stopped, and he and Yu Fei settled down to meditate, quickly recovering their energy. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Bai stood, his aura restored to its peak. Yu Fei followed suit. Lin Bai pondered, "The academy will surely devise a way to dig us out. We shouldn't rush to leave. Instead, let us remain here to hunt beasts and enhance our strength. When they let their guard down, we'll emerge and engage in a war of attrition, a protracted battle. Both sides were fueled by a fierce determination to annihilate one another. It was essential to release that pent-up frustration. Whoever faltered first would be destined to lose. There's a gorge over there. Let us investigate, Lin Bai suggested. First, we need to fill our stomachs. Then we can practice against the beasts. Swiftly, the two flew over. Upon reaching the tranquil gorge, they paused at its entrance. Verdant grasses carpeted the ground, and trees flourished abundantly. A mighty river wound through the gorge, where numerous beasts occasionally came to drink. It was a scene of serene harmony. Something feels off, Lin Bai said, his voice low. Indeed, Yu Fei's expression mirrored caution. This place is excessively tranquil, especially in such a remote mountain range. It undoubtedly harbors secrets. This could be the lair of a formidable beast, Yu Fei postulated. We might have entered the territory of a beast lord. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this peculiar. Yet, typically, the more terrifying the location, the greater the treasures. No, that's not what I mean. Lin Bai shook his head, his gaze fixed on the river. Let us ascend and survey the surroundings. With unwavering attention, he remarked. Based on my extensive experience, it is typically the case that one might find a lady bathing in such a setting. Yu Fei, the sword spirit. And then muttered a curse. How sordid. A lecher. Lin Bai retorted. I am merely considering my safety, contemplating various scenarios. What if it were a female assassin? It is indeed perilous. Quite serious. Sword spirit, I wouldn't dream of shattering your little thoughts. Lin Bai and Yu Fei approached the riverbank. The water was crystal clear. Yet soon, Lin Bai's expression shifted to one of mild disappointment. How is this so different from what the books described? The comic has deceived me. Lin Bai grumbled indignantly. But before long, Lin Bai and Yu Fei gazed intently at the riverbed, their eyes widening. Sparkling, Lin Bai unleashed a surge of sword energy, prying open a corner. In his grasp lay a spiritual crystal, an existence more precious than spiritual stones. Lin Bai's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the seemingly endless treasure beneath the river. Gasping in awe, goodness, a riverbed filled with spiritual crystals. Moreover, the deeper it goes, the higher the grade. The closer to the riverbed, the more exquisite. Who has hidden my spiritual crystals here? Lin Bai stated seriously. How unethical to make me search so arduously. Sword spirit, I shall not even entertain the thought. Lin Bai firmly declared. Sword spirit, I have yet to finish my sentence. Without needing to say more, I understand you, Lin Bai replied. Hence I insist you cast aside any such thoughts. The sword spirit puffed up with indignation. Your previous demeanor when seeking assistance was quite different. Lin Bai responded earnestly. Absorbing these crystals would not significantly aid your recovery, but for me, it would make a world of difference. If I were to absorb these spiritual crystals, my strength would see a tremendous increase, making it far easier to assist you in restoring your power and searching for rare treasures, wouldn't it? Even venturing into perilous realms would be more feasible with self-defense capabilities. You see, this is what we call investment. One must have a long-term vision. We are casting our lines for a grand catch. Once my strength amplifies, I could procure the Tian Shan Snow Lotus for you. Perhaps even more. Lin Bai proclaimed with a thump of his chest. Dreaming big. There is some truth in that. The sword spirit contemplated. I am wholeheartedly considering your welfare. After all, our fates are intertwined now. The stronger you become, the better you can protect me, and the faster I can elevate my abilities, thus increasing the likelihood of finding rare treasures. This is my sincere intention. The sword spirit appeared somewhat hesitant. Lin Bai, undeterred by such musings, began to extract his shovel and excavate. Boss, this doesn't need to be so complicated, Yu Fei cautioned. You wouldn't understand. This is precisely the sensation I crave. The feeling. It's not about the immediate outcome. The foreplay must be just right. Suddenly, Lin Bai whipped around, glancing back. Yu Fei followed his gaze. There before them appeared a pair of pristine, delicate feet, leading up to long, fair legs, a slender waist, a black dress tightly hugging her bosom. And then two motionless large eyes, fixated upon them. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall, flowing down her back. Exquisite. In the next moment, Lin Bai chose to disregard her presence entirely. With a decisive wave of her hand, the woman in the black dress began to collect the spirit crystals. While Yu Fei observed her expressionlessly, the corners of her mouth curled slightly upward as she gazed at the trove of spirit crystals scattered across the floor, her surprise evident. I too have witnessed this. As the saying goes, those who see should partake. She exclaimed cheerfully. I want to join in. With a thud, several exquisite spirit crystals were tossed in front of her. Lin Bai smiled and responded, You are absolutely right. These few are for you, to share in the good fortune. Good fortune, The woman in the black dress replied with a grin, but this is insufficient. We should at least divide it 3 ways. Divide it? How dare you? Lin Bai's expression darkened abruptly, a cold smirk forming on his lips. Why should I share my wealth with you? Chapter 15. My temper is fraying. The woman in black was momentarily taken aback, having never encountered such an attitude before. In her past experiences, those she confronted would submit without hesitation at her request. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted to one of icy resolve. She clearly found it hard to maintain her composure. You cannot possibly consume all of this alone, Lin Bai declared earnestly. I have a hearty appetite. I intend to take it all. Not a single shard shall you retain. Yu Fei remained silent, poised for action at a moment's notice. The black-dressed woman felt her anger rise. She had never met someone so audacious, more domineering than herself. If you refuse to yield, I shall spread the word. The disciples outside the academy are unaware of what they seek, but should they learn of this, they would certainly be eager. Before she could finish her threat, Lin Bai vanished from sight in an instant. With a swift slash, a blade of sword energy descended. The space was torn asunder. A terrifying aura of murder locking onto the woman in black. Lin Bai attacked without warning, while Yu Fei swiftly gathered the remaining spirit crystals, leaving nothing behind. The woman's pupils constricted. She had not anticipated that he would strike so suddenly. She retreated hundreds of feet, her previous position cleaved in two. The sword energy surged forward. Relentless. 4th level of the shackling realm. The woman in black was momentarily dumbfounded. How could someone so young have cultivated to such a monstrous level? With no time for further contemplation, she crossed her arms defensively in front of her chest, as the terrifying sword energy threatened to obliterate all vitality. Her protective armor was shattered, and the rings guarding her arms crumbled to dust. The expression of the woman in black turned extremely grim. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bai unleashed a flurry of sword energies. Alarm bells rang in her mind. The necklace around her neck suddenly glowed with golden light. Intercepting the attack, she was transported hundreds of feet away. Lin Bai fell into a contemplative silence. Such wealth. The woman in black dared not linger any longer and swiftly turned to flee. A figure blocked Lin Bai's path, a personal bodyguard. With a single motion, Lin Bai unsheathed the yellow spring sword, wielding it with finesse. In an instant, it pierced through the guard's chest. The woman in black, witnessing this scene, was struck with horror. Without hesitation, she crushed the spatial token. Teleportation. She had to escape. She never anticipated encountering such formidable opposition today, and without a word, she struck first. As a blinding light enveloped the woman in the black dress, she sighed in relief, only to be interrupted by a voice devoid of emotion. Stay. Let's have a chat. The woman shuddered. Suddenly, a half-sword pierced through her proud bosom, blood trickling down the blade and dripping to the ground. With a swift motion, Lin Bai drew the yellow spring sword. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief as she succumbed to her fate. Turning his gaze, Lin Bai noticed Yu Fei concluding his task. Yu Fei handed over a ring. Take it, Lin Bai said. Among brothers, there is no need for strict divisions. Boss, this woman clearly has a formidable background. There is no harm in being cautious. If she possesses a life card or leaks information, it could spell trouble for us. Yu Fei cautioned. Perhaps we should eliminate her entirely, uprooting the issue to prevent any future risks. Lin Bai shook his head. No need for that. Puzzled, Yu Fei pressed on. Her family's influence poses no threat to us. Why invite trouble? Are you listening to yourself, boss? You weren't always this way. I'm merely soft-hearted, Lin Bai replied. After all, she is a woman. Double standards, the sword's spirit interjected. You need not kill her. There are various alternatives, talking it out, or splitting the spirit crystal. Resorting to murder is unnecessarily crude. Lin Bai stated firmly, simplicity is key. One must adhere to principles. What principle has she violated? The sword spirit inquired with curiosity. My mood. Had the woman refrained from threats, there would have been no issue. But she did threaten me, which irked me. Therefore, she must die. It's that simple. My style is straightforward. If I'm displeased, I act. The sword spirit chose not to engage further. As the vitality of the guards and the woman was entirely consumed, Lin Bai stripped them of their spatial rings. Erase all traces. Suddenly, a beast emerged from the nearby grass, speaking with a mocking tone. I see you, human. Your end is near. I know your secret. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Bai had lit a campfire, roasting fresh beast meat that sizzled with grease. Yu Fei hurriedly sprinkled cumin over it. The taste was crispy and delightful. I never expected such service. Lin Bai mused. Yu Fei, devouring his portion, nodded in agreement. Though I wish for a different flavor next time. Just then, a terrifying aura began to manifest. Lin Bai sprang to his feet, alert and vigilant. The fierce presence of a powerful beast loomed nearby. Yu Fei braced himself for battle, yet neither showed any inclination to retreat. After all, a confrontation was inevitable. A monstrous beast sauntered over. It resembled a tiger, its fur a striking white, and its eyes exhibited an unsettlingly human-like flicker. It emanated an aura of terror. Lin Bai's gaze sharpened, and excitement crept across his features. A beast of the kingly rank. The white tiger was momentarily taken aback. What? Why did it sense excitement in Lin Bai's eyes? This was unusual. Typically, humans displayed fear and trepidation at its presence. The white tiger felt a sense of provocation. A growing displeasure. It must teach a lesson. Boom. Lin Bai surged forward, thrusting his sword. The surest sword domain. With astonishing speed. Before the white tiger could react, its demonic essence involuntarily surged, and it was sent flying hundreds of feet away, blood trickling from its forehead. The white tiger was bewildered. What just happened? Had it been struck first? Lin Bai was also puzzled, contemplating, was I too strong? Or is this white tiger too weak? Surely it cannot be a counterfeit. In the next moment, the white tiger's expression transformed into one of ferocity, roaring at Lin Bai. Meanwhile, Yu Fei was eager to engage, but before they could clash, a voice swiftly interrupted them. Hold on. One at a time. Facing both of you is somewhat arduous. The white tiger coughed, attempting to explain. Lin Bai's lips twitched with disbelief, a dark line forming on his forehead. Damn it, has it gained sentience? Without hesitation, Yu Fei extended his middle finger. His face a mask of disdain. The white tiger was instantly enraged, exclaiming, what the hell does that mean? Boom. A terrifying sword intent erupted within the canyon, swiftly followed by the intent of fists. Thus commenced an epic battle. Minutes later, the white tiger trembled before the two, its eyes reflecting despair. This creature was no human. It was even more beast-like than itself. Chapter 16. The White Tiger? Gritting its teeth, the white tiger resolved to struggle while it still drew breath. It must fight. Brothers, the martial world isn't solely about bloodshed. It's about human relations too. Grant me mercy today, and we can discuss matters in the future. Lin Bai wore a look of disbelief. Are you certain you are a beast? The white tiger's eyes darted around, trying to ingratiate itself. Brothers, what kind of wine do you fancy? How about some xiaomao? I have some fine tobacco as well. Tobacco, a rare commodity in the human realm, worth its weight in gold. Lin Bai, weary of conversing with the beast, raised his sword, poised to strike down the white tiger. Just then, the white tiger caught sight of the jade pendant at Lin Bai's waist and hastily exclaimed, Brother, I am also from the Lin family of Canglan City. Please spare me. The Huangquan sword hovered perilously close to the white tiger's brow. Lin Bai's gaze fixed intently upon it. The Lin family of Canglan City? The white tiger exclaimed in joyful disbelief. Young master, I failed to recognize you at first, but I do recognize the jade pendant at your waist. It signifies your lineage. We are kin, do not strike. Lin Bai hesitated. Have you encountered this creature in the spirit valley raised by our family? He inquired, his brow furrowed in curiosity. Yu Fei hesitated before shaking his head. Ah, it is I, Xiaohu. My father is Dahu, residing in Lingu. With a scar on his tail from a near-fatal injury. I have merely been released. I am still a member of the Lin family. It seems familiar. Yu Fei observed that the white tiger did not appear to be lying and seemed to recall something. Lin Bai sheathed his sword, astonished to encounter a family beast here. How did you come to be in this place? The white tiger explained, I am tasked with expanding our family's territory. This location serves as a foothold for the family. Gathering intelligence from the various powers in Bailing City and overseeing the Lin family's interests during the trials, providing assistance when needed. Lin Bai fell into contemplation, surprised by the family's extensive operations. The white tiger has its own people. After a moment of thought, Lin Bai said, for the time being, accompany me and assist with my affairs. The white tiger eagerly inquired, is it due to the situation with the Academy's disciples outside? Lin Bai was taken aback. You are aware of this? The Academy has dispatched a considerable number of personnel, scouring the area fervently. The periphery is swarming with Academy disciples. While they do not venture too deeply, there are some reckless mercenaries and hunters, as well as formidable individuals, who have already arrived. The white tiger elaborated, Your Highness. This incident has garnered significant attention. It is likely that the entire northern region is aware. The Academy has placed you on the bounty list, seeking your capture throughout the northern region. Lin Bai quickly asked, what rank do I hold? This is crucial. The white tiger replied earnestly. One at 11th and the other at 12th. Lin Bai felt discontented. Not even in the top 10, what a disgrace. The white tiger hastily responded, Your Highness. This list holds great significance. It is a bounty list. Only when major powers encounter particularly heinous individuals do they seek assistance, issuing bounties. Anyone who eliminates them or fulfills the stipulated requirements can claim the corresponding reward. The higher the rank, the greater the bounty. Correspondingly, the individuals at the top have committed truly egregious acts, notorious for their misdeeds. There are only 100 positions. Lin Bai reflected, so? My current actions are not sufficient for the Academy to regard us seriously enough to place us in the top 10. The White Tiger hesitated, feeling his point was valid. Yet since Lin Bai's focus diverged from his own, after a moment's contemplation, he nodded. The sword spirit spoke solemnly. Is this merely a matter of money? You are courting disaster with the Academy. Lin Bai retorted, I have already offended them. What more is there to lose? Even on the bounty list, I aspire to be first. It is a matter of pride. I shall only contend for the top. The sword spirit interjected. In truth, that first place is not essential. Lin Bai responded, I require your assistance. The White Tiger leaned in, and after hearing Lin Bai's words, his eyes widened in astonishment, feeling conflicted. This may not be prudent. Lin Bai remained silent, fixating his gaze upon it. The White Tiger hastily amended, I am more than willing to assist with matters detrimental to them. Soon, the White Tiger revealed the location of Bai Long. Upon discovering that Bai Long had indeed not departed, Lin Bai narrowed his eyes. He then addressed Yu Fei, stating, Leave Bai Long to me. Wu Kai has returned to the Academy. We shall split our paths. You deal with those disciples. Yu Fei nodded in agreement. Soon, chaos erupted throughout the mountain range. Countless beasts emerged, launching assaults upon the Academy's members with remarkable selectivity. In an instant, the disciples found themselves in dire straits. The beasts acted in concert, stripping them of their garments and casting them out, leaving them utterly exposed. A social death, their dignity shattered. More distressingly, there was a shameless ambusher who, with a knife, inscribed words upon their bare skin. The sight was more agonizing than death itself. Do you know of any powerful beast leaders in this vicinity? Lin Bai inquired hesitantly. The White Tiger, perhaps? What is our rapport? The White Tiger puffed out its chest, gesturing confidently, absolutely reliable. Is it trustworthy? Lin Bai pressed. Rest assured, that Beast Emperor is female. Although stronger than I, she has submitted to my might. The White Tiger proclaimed proudly. I need your assistance. Lin Bai reiterated his request. Suddenly, a blade of sword energy shot towards Bai Long. Sensing the impending threat, Bai Long rose abruptly, his gaze sharp as he focused on the direction of the attack. With a single hand, he crushed the energy. Upon recognizing Lin Bai's figure, Bai Long coldly declared, You shall meet a most gruesome end. Lin Bai retorted earnestly, I shall crush your jewels. Boom. Bai Long wasted no time, swiftly engaging, denying Lin Bai any chance of retreat. With the pinnacle of swordsmanship, he unleashed the Shura's sword domain, activating the 5th layer of the locking realm. The two clashed ferociously. Lin Bai's sword essence voraciously devouring Bai Long's energy. Bai Long staggered, propelled back from the impact. A flash of sword light cut through the air, sending Lin Bai hurtling backward for hundreds of feet, colliding with an unknown number of trees. Regaining his footing, Lin Bai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes alight with the thrill of battle. What exhilaration! Not only had his energy progressed slightly, but his combat skills had also become increasingly refined. Practical experience is the finest method of enhancement. Lin Bai refrained from employing the Huangquan sword, recognizing that such a formidable weapon would hinder his own growth, shortening the gap between him and his opponent. A streak of sword energy sliced through the air, distorting the space. Bai Long, with a single hand, crushed several strands of sword energy before directing a beam of sword light towards Lin Bai. Brutally straightforward. Once more, Lin Bai was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. This time, even more severely than before. His body bore a fresh mark of white. Boom. After dozens of exchanges, Lin Bai's physique was brutally shattered, leaving him a bloody mess. He dared not hesitate, fearing he might truly meet his end here. The disparity between them was still considerable. With the Huangquan sword unsheathed, Lin Bai lay upon it, soaring through the air. Bai Long, in a furious yet mocking tone, proclaimed, Let us see where you can run to. Moments later, as Lin Bai gazed upon the canyon ahead, a sigh of relief escaped his lips. At last, however, Bai Long's expression shifted abruptly. The aura of the Beast Emperor, and the Beast King by his side. In that moment, trepidation washed over his features. Yet, as Lin Bai prepared to soar into the canyon, a sense of unwillingness surged within him. Gritting his teeth, he drew a boundary with one hand, warping the space around him instantaneously. Lin Bai's complexion paled as he realized such a technique existed even at the awakening realm. He had grown careless. You cannot escape. Bai Long snarled. A terrifying roar erupted, shattering the spatial assault Bai Long had just conjured. Seizing this opportunity, the Huangquan sword surged forward with Lin Bai into the canyon, creating distance between them. Bai Long hesitated, but ultimately refrained from pursuing. The aura of the Beast Emperor instilled profound caution within him. Little brat, I refuse to believe you will remain hidden. Bai Long vowed fiercely. His only response was a singular middle finger, the accompanying voice echoing through the valley. Do not wail at me. Chapter 17. What a calamity. The moment Lin Bai entered the canyon, his aura deflated dramatically. He soon collapsed onto the ground, the Huangquan sword falling beside him. The white tiger gasped in surprise, realizing the prince's earlier bravado had merely been a facade. Are you all right, my lord? The white tiger inquired with concern. Lin Bai waved dismissively, acknowledging his carelessness. Yet soon, a flicker of excitement ignited in his gaze. There were still gains to be had. He felt on the verge of breaking through to the 5th level of the shackled realm. The benefits of battling a formidable opponent. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Lin Han was on high alert. A woman. Upon realizing the newcomer was a woman, Lin Bai momentarily froze, caught off guard. But soon, he noted that she did not conceal her aura, exuding the unique pressure of a demon beast. Her wild red locks cascaded down her back, her eyes brimming with untamed ferocity, and her figure was undeniably striking. As Lin Bai assessed her, the red-haired woman scrutinized him in turn. The Demon Empress. A realization struck Lin Bai, though she differed somewhat from his preconceived notions of a demon empress. He examined her closely before averting his gaze, understanding that a single glance was a sign of respect, a custom unique to the human realm. Although he had momentarily leveraged the aura of the demon empress to ward off Bai Long, Lin Bai dared not let his guard down, still apprehensive due to his grievous injuries. He then turned his attention to the white tiger, who quickly explained in hushed tones, "Boss, this is the demon empress. Her true form being a red leopard. Thank you for your assistance, demon empress." The red-haired woman spoke with a melodious voice, her tone polite. "You are a friend of my husband, thus you are my friend as well. As a guest, feel free to recuperate at your leisure." She smiled gently. Husband. Hearing such a term from a demon beast was somewhat disconcerting. Nevertheless, Lin Bai cast a curious glance at the white tiger. The white tiger immediately puffed out his chest proudly. A familial title. "Thank you, demon empress." Lin Bai responded modestly. Assistance is indeed appreciated. Yet one must adhere to proper etiquette in another's domain. It is unwise to flaunt without reason, for they do not act merely out of respect for you. As the saying goes, the subordinates of your subordinates are not your subordinates. Should you require assistance, feel free to ask. The red-haired woman remarked with a smile. Observing that you seem to encounter difficulties, would you like me to handle the individual outside? Quite casually, her demeanor suggested that she regarded the matter with little concern. Lin Bai politely declined, expressing gratitude for her offer, stating that he could manage the person outside himself. One should not seek to gain from trifling advantages. Why? It is not in accordance with one's true intentions. The demon emperor could easily intervene, yet doing so would contravene his desire to refine his abilities through this challenge. Moreover, it would unwittingly incur a significant favor from the other party, which made no sense. He was certainly capable. A flicker of intrigue passed through the red-haired woman's eyes. She recognized a certain audacity in him. She was no fool. Her previous words were indeed truthful. Had Lin Bai genuinely needed her assistance, she would have complied. But only out of respect for the white tiger, and no further. She was also assessing whether this young man possessed potential worthy of cultivating a beneficial relationship. If he were not worthwhile, a mere nod of acknowledgement would suffice. However, if he proved to be a worthy investment, forging a good rapport would be preferable. In this world, one must not act thoughtlessly. From his spatial ring, Lin Bai retrieved an abundance of elixirs and began to consume them for recovery. Resources held great significance. Soon, his aura surged, ascending rapidly. He even leapt to break through to the 5th level of the shackled realm. The third strand of sword intent from the ancient 12-sword chi, the golden sword chi, was also undergoing transformation, while Lin Bai immersed himself in this process. The white tiger and the red-haired woman engaged in a tender exchange. "Is this the fated individual you claim is worthy of loyalty?" The red-haired woman inquired softly. "Indeed." The white tiger replied earnestly. "I must tell you, this is a tremendous opportunity. Hong Hong, cultivating a good relationship with the young master now will benefit us in the future. We shall ascend together. Do not be deceived by the young master's current modest strength. It will not be long before we can no longer see his tail." The red-haired woman furrowed her brow. "Is he truly as formidable as you say?" The white tiger replied gravely, narrow-minded. "Do you not comprehend the significance of destiny? The power of that family is beyond imagination. The young master is not a mere recluse. He is a true dragon in the pool. I have told you countless times to maintain a long-term perspective in your endeavors. Do not be petty. Invest where you can, and if you cannot, at least forge good relations. This is not a bad thing. Everyone possesses their own measure of worth. A scale. There are no fools. Only those who perceive others as fools, and they are the greatest fools of all." The red-haired woman nodded, a glimmer of admiration in her gaze. "Do you know what I appreciate most about you? Do not speak such words. Affection cannot be merely verbal. It must also be demonstrated. Half a day later, Lin Bai's third golden sword intent directly transformed into cutting sword intent. Even the wind sword intent underwent metamorphosis into speed sword intent. Lin Bai slowly opened his eyes and spoke. Haydn, I sense something amiss. Sword spirit, when there is a matter, you call me brother. When there is not, you refer to me as Haydn, right? How many times must I remind you? Who are you calling Haydn? I sense that my sword intent has undergone a peculiar mutation. A mutation? This is unprecedented. The sword spirit inquired, stating that such an occurrence is referred to as a secondary awakening, a rather common phenomenon, wherein the corresponding sword intent may awaken into the laws that lie behind it, thus amplifying its power. What changes have you perceived since your awakening? Lin Bai hesitated momentarily, gazing at the stone before him, and with a mere wave of his hand, the stone was inexplicably severed. The cutting sword intent. Is there something amiss? There's no need for alarm. I feel that not only can I slice through objects, but I can also cut through souls, space, and indeed, all things. Lin Bai remarked enigmatically, adding that his second sword intent, the wind sword intent, has transformed into a speed sword intent. No sooner had he spoken than a distant tree was cleaved asunder. In an instant, the sword spirit fell silent, unable to comprehend the extraordinary speed that had transpired. Moreover, I can accelerate, decelerate, and even apply this ability in other realms, Lin Bai confessed, grappling with uncertainty. With that, he rose from his seat and ventured beyond the valley. It is time for a practical demonstration. Knowledge is forged through experience. At that moment, Bai Lung was seated outside, and upon seeing Lin Bai emerge, he immediately sprang to his feet, fury surging within him. Coldly, he declared, this time I shall not grant you another opportunity to enter. 3 strikes, and you're out. Having allowed Lin Bai to escape from under his very nose twice, he was seething with rage. With that, he lunged forward with his sword. Lin Bai remained motionless, neither dodging nor evading. Bai Lung furrowed his brow, uncertain of Lin Bai's intentions, and cautiously aware that he could not afford to be careless. One must navigate with care to avoid an untimely downfall. Thud! The long sword pierced straight into Lin Bai's heart with chilling realism. Blood splattered forth. Bai Lung was taken aback. It was too effortless. What is happening? In a moment of bewilderment, he thrust several more times. You are far too slow. A voice rang out. Bai Lung, like a startled bird, turned around. Lin Bai stood behind him and scathed. Bai Lung. Glancing at the Lin Bai he had just pierced, who had yet to vanish, he could hardly believe his eyes, as 2 identical figures stood before him. Crack! A faint sound echoed. The previous shadow shattered like glass, and the blood and body appeared to dissolve into nothingness, as if reflecting a mirror-like afterimage. Lin Bai felt a surge of exhilaration within. He had not anticipated that his speed could be so extraordinary as to leave an afterimage in place. Even as his opponent pierced through his illusion, feeling as real as it could be, with the afterimage remaining intact. The mastery of my first ability, speed. Bai Lung, appearing unyielding to fate, unleashed a torrent of sword light upon Lin Bai. Crash! The stationary Lin Bai shattered like glass, vanishing from sight. In the next moment, Lin Bai's figure reappeared from another direction. Lin Bai exclaimed with excitement, Black Egg, I feel this ability is incredibly formidable. If I were to liken myself to a sword, my speed could create afterimages that linger in place. The sword spirit too was taken aback. She had never encountered such a bizarre ability before. Yet, one must not falter in spirit. One must not allow this young man to flaunt his abilities. What is this? Is such meager talent worthy of pride? It is essential to realize that there are formidable beings who can reverse the flow of time with a mere gesture and with a swing of their sword. Sever the very fabric of time itself. Lin Bai nodded in agreement. Indeed, there are always those who surpass us. One must remain humble. However, Lin Bai soon remarked, it appears I must exert more effort. My cutting ability seems to have stagnated at the initial stage. As he spoke, Lin Bai unleashed a wave of sword energy. There was no discernible change. In the next moment, Bai Lung felt a sharp pain in his lower body, as if something had been severed. Bai Lung instantly lost his combat capability. It shattered. He had become a eunuch in a most disgraceful manner. He could hardly believe it. How could he have been so unaware? Goodness! These 2 abilities are utterly monstrous, capable of disregarding a significant realm. Lin Bai exclaimed with excitement. Disregarding a significant realm. The sword spirit fell silent. This indicated that Lin Bai's sword intent had undergone a transformation, akin to acquiring an extraordinary mutation. Quite remarkable. In the next moment, Lin Bai appeared before Bai Lung. With a swift motion, he severed his throat. Bai Lung's eyes were filled with resentment, even in death. He could not fathom that he would perish at Lin Bai's hands. Lin Bai began to absorb his vital energy, and in an instant, he ascended to the 7th level of the shackled realm, soaring like a rocket. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed. Lin Bai instantly materialized atop the mountain. The second ability granted by his sword intent, translocation. Then, Lin Bai's pupils constricted. Yu Fei, enshrouded in demonic energy, charged forward with little obstruction, crashing through trees along the way. Behind him trailed a throng of people, an endless sea of faces. Leading the charge were, of course, the members of the Sword Academy. "Goodness, boss, save me!" Yu Fei cried out, accelerating once more. "You bastard, don't run. Damn it, how is this kid still speeding up? Brothers, muster all your strength. Give it your all. This time, we must not allow him to escape." Lin Bai took a deep breath. With a single hand pressed down, he invoked the sword domain. In the next moment, when Yu Fei glanced back, he witnessed an unforgettable scene. Hundreds of severed heads soared into the air. People ran ahead, while souls chased behind. Blood sprayed wildly. Yu Fei was dumbfounded. "Wait, after such a short time, has our boss's strength reached this level? How did you attract so many people?" Lin Bai inquired solemnly. "Being brothers comes with immense pressure." Yu Fei coughed lightly. "I merely skinned them and carved messages on their backs. Who knew they would resort to dishonorable tactics, attempting to encircle and strangle me? I almost met my end." Yu Fei blinked. "Boss, your strength has progressed so rapidly?" Lin Bai nodded. "Damn it, then why are we still standing around? Let us fight back." Yu Fei smacked his thigh, exclaiming in indignation, "I have never been so embarrassed. I was chased so closely that my pants nearly fell off. I didn't even have time to pull them up, nearly exposing myself." "You can smack your thigh all you want, but can you also focus on your own?" Lin Bai retorted, exasperated. Outside the city gate, Lin Bai and Yu Fei launched a counterattack with unrelenting ferocity. Wu Kai, stationed at the city gate, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the two. But soon his demeanor shifted to one of murderous intent. "Dare you return?" he snarled. In an instant, a beam of sword energy pierced his forehead. Swift. Incomprehensibly swift. A flicker of fear danced in the eyes of the onlooking disciples. "Headmaster, your head," Wu Kai began, confusion etched on his face. "What about my head?" But before he could finish his words, he abruptly ceased to exist, collapsing with a thunderous crash as blood gushed forth. Lin Bai's expression remained serene. The surrounding disciples of the academy recoiled in terror. If their own elder had fallen in a single exchange, they would surely be courting death by intervening. Once more, Lin Bai and Yu Fei found themselves outside the academy, but this time, their confidence was palpable. In a flash, a throng of disciples encircled them. "You have 10 breaths to present someone capable of negotiating. Otherwise, your fates are sealed," Lin Bai declared with utmost gravity. Sealed. He was not jesting. Should they fail to comply, calamity would indeed befall them. Inside the academy, a leader seethed with rage. "Damn it! Wu Kai is dead. Bai Lung is dead. This boy is insufferably arrogant. Does he not recognize the authority of the academy?" Another leader, inhaling deeply, remarked, "This young man is no ordinary adversary. We have underestimated him. He is backing. We must suppress his audacity. Otherwise, how will the academy survive? For now, we must leave him be and call upon the vice president." The previously mentioned elder in black felt a flicker of sharp intensity in his eyes. "By my word." The white-haired elder nodded in agreement. The black-clad elder, known for his reputation as a sword immortal and master of the killing arts, was likely to ensure a successful outcome should he intervene. Outside the academy, silence enveloped the scene. No one dared to intervene. Lin Bai's expression grew grim. "Sever." In the next moment, a cacophony of wails erupted. "Ah, it's broken. My." Lin Bai scoffed. "I warned you of your impending doom. Yet you chose disbelief. Did you truly think my sword-intense severing ability was a jest?" Yu Fei felt a chill wash over him and subtly distanced himself from his leader. "This cunning fellow is far too treacherous," Lin Bai murmured. "It is a pity that I can only disregard one major realm. If only I could ignore all realms. I shudder to think of what would befall my enemies. They would be in for a dreadful surprise. Haha." Chapter 18 is dedicated to you. In an instant, a multitude of stewards and elders emerged outside the academy. Witnessing the surrounding scenes of anguish, their expressions darkened to the point of seeming to drip with water. Nearby inns were filled with onlookers, clearly having received prior news of the unfolding events. In a tavern located on the 2nd floor, overlooking the entire academy square, 2 men sat closely at a table. One bore a smile, his sleeves adorned with ancient golden patterns, draped in a black and gold robe, a pendant inscribed with the words Bei Xian hanging at his waist. The other wore a white robe, his expression calm. The Bei Xian clan, one of the dominions of the northern region. "Is this the one the elder of the Wang family signaled for help against, the one you seek to eliminate?" The robed man chuckled. He possesses quite the audacity to challenge the academy. In a quiet tone, Wu Mu remarked that by the time he received the news and arrived, it was already too late. He had not anticipated that the Wang family would suffer such persecution. Nonetheless, the Wang family shared a bond with the Wu family, and it was only right to repay that connection. If the academy could eliminate him, it would save him some effort, as his primary focus must remain on the grand competition of the 4 domains. One of the 3 main leaders, the black-robed great sword immortal, appeared outside the academy. Witnessing the scene before him, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. They had not faced such disgrace in a long time, having been repeatedly humiliated. Especially by someone younger, how could they maintain their reputation? It was imperative to execute him as a warning to others. With a thunderous crash, the black-robed great sword immortal did not even draw his sword. With a mere wave of his hand, Lin Bai was struck as if by lightning, sent flying hundreds of yards and crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Bai, struggling to rise, felt as if his body might shatter, drenched in blood. Yu Fei roared in fury, exclaiming that the academy had truly lost all face, resorting to bullying the young without fear of disgrace. In response, Yu Fei was sent flying by a single slap. The black-robed great sword immortal's eyes glinted with blatant malice as he coldly inquired who dared to voice dissent. His domineering presence dismissed any notion of rules or decorum. To him, such constructs were trivial. Who would dare speak against him? As for bullying the weak, he relished it. With the deaths of the 2 vice-presidents of the Sword Academy and the Martial Arts Academy, they had long since lost their dignity. Who cared? Had it not been for the opinions of the other 2 elders, Lin Bai would have already been eliminated by the temperamental sword cultivators of the Sword Academy. The surrounding crowd fell silent, not daring to utter a sound, paralyzed by fear. The black-robed great sword immortal mocked, questioning their inability to engage. Lin Bai managed to rise with great difficulty and provocatively beckoned the black-robed great sword immortal with a finger. Instantly, a chilling smile spread across the sword immortal's face as he unleashed a punch. In a shocking turn of events, Lin Bai stood his ground, his robes billowing as he remained utterly still, while the black-robed great sword immortal was sent flying, his protective sword aura exploding around him. All onlookers were left in a state of disbelief, unsure of what had transpired. Before the black-robed great sword immortal could touch the ground, a figure wearing a menacing mask seized his head and forcefully slammed it into the earth. Dust and debris erupted, creating a deep crater on the ground. Without allowing a moment's respite, the masked man continued to drag the black-robed great sword immortal's head along the ground, leaving his face a gruesome mess. With a casual flick of his wrist, the entire outer wall of the academy collapsed with a resounding crash, revealing the inner courtyard that had been concealed for countless years. The wall, once a symbol of pride, now lay in ruins. The black-robed great sword immortal, dazed and on the brink of unconsciousness, realized his grave oversight. He had not even drawn his sword. The black-robed great sword immortal's expression twisted into a grimace as he resolutely drew the colossal sword from the scabbard on his back. Unleashing a terrifying aura of sword intent, he swung down towards the masked man with a fierce strike. The very fabric of space was torn asunder, and the essence of vitality surged like a boiling tempest, obscuring the heavens. Damn you! The masked man cursed vehemently. In the blink of an eye, the great sword immortal found himself facing 2 fleeting figures, followed by a gruesome spray of blood. An arm flew high into the air, severed cleanly at the shoulder. The masked man delivered a powerful kick to his chest, leaving the great sword immortal feeling as though he had collided with a mountain. His body bent grotesquely, and his head was forcefully pressed beneath the masked man's foot, while the colossal sword was shattered in 2. On the brink of death, the onlookers stood in stunned silence. The masked man, mercilessly taunting him, coldly stated, "Damn you, unable to play the game?" He then commanded, "Get up, you cur." The assailant was none other than the sword slave of the Lingxiao Sword Pavilion, Jian Petion. Lin Bai approached the black-clad great sword immortal, seriously inquiring, "Isn't it thrilling?" As he spoke, he drew the yellow spring sword. No. The great sword immortal seemed to perceive Lin Bai's intentions, and a shiver ran down his spine as he hastily begged for mercy. Fear took hold of him. "I thought by your level, you would have long since transcended the fear of life and death," Lin Bai replied calmly. Raising the yellow spring sword, he aimed for the great sword immortal's head. "Wait." A voice filled with urgency echoed within the academy. Lin Bai paid no heed, resolutely bringing the sword down. A bloody head rolled to the ground, leaving everyone petrified. The terrifying essence surged into Lin Bai's body, propelling him to the 9th layer of the shackled realm. He felt an inexhaustible vigor within him. Killing was brutally simple, and it served as the most effective means to elevate his cultivation. An elderly man with white hair and a figure in a green robe approached. their faces falling upon witnessing the decapitated head of the great sword immortal. The expression of the elder in green turned grave. "You foolish child," he coldly reprimanded. "You have truly crossed the line. You are utterly unaware of the consequences of your actions. You know nothing of the Academy's background." Lin Bai remained silent, and under the gaze of the others, he slowly raised his middle finger. It was like an invisible slap that struck hard against the face of the Academy's leadership. "Damn you!" The white-haired elder seethed, declaring, "From this day forth, the Academy and you are sworn enemies. Either you sever the Academy's legacy, or I shall end your life." With that, the elder let out a furious roar, announcing a bounty of 10 million spirit crystals for Lin Bai's death, along with a treasured artifact of the Academy and a coveted spot in the main institute. He was directly placed at the top of the bounty list, marked for execution. The sheer audacity of this proclamation left everyone in shock. In comparison to that coveted position and the Academy's treasure, 10 million spirit crystals paled in significance. The white-haired elder was enraged. Why? As a leader, such an incident occurring in his jurisdiction meant his performance was utterly tarnished. In the forthcoming evaluations, his record would bear this ignominious mark. The inspectors would not overlook such a blunder. His hopes of advancing to the main institute had been shattered. His career lay in ruins. The elder in the white robe snarled, "I have been too lenient. From the moment you first arrived, I should have ended your life." Lin Bai retorted ominously, "From this day forth, those of you from the Academy had best remain indoors. Otherwise, if I encounter even one of you, I shall strike. I revel in preying upon the weak. Let the battle commence." Both sides exchanged fierce declarations. The male disciples beneath the Academy's banner were visibly shaken, their faces paling at the thought of being singled out. One by one, indeed, they instinctively tightened their defenses. This wretched man. In Chapter 19, the tension escalated. Instantly, many began to waver in their convictions. Why had they come to the Academy? Was it not for prestige and strength? They feared nothing but death itself, a solitary figure. If confronted, would they truly withstand such a challenge? They could not simply abandon the Academy. They were here to learn, not to sacrifice their lives. As for the Academy's exploitation, I am no slave. I can simply leave and seek another institution. In that moment, a desire to retreat blossomed within many. The elder with white hair felt his murderous intent intensify. He had not anticipated Lin Bai's sharp tongue. If allowed to carry on like this, how could the Academy continue to function? A reckless madman, lurking at their gates around the clock, would incite fear in anyone. Not all could afford to be so reckless. The elder in green stood silently, then suddenly stepped forward. His fingers curled, and in an instant, he drew a boundary upon the ground. The surrounding space froze and compressed. And then, invisibly, the essence of the universe transformed into barriers meant to imprison Lin Bai. Imprisonment. He would not permit Lin Bai to leave at will. With a swift motion, a ray of sword light sliced through, shattering the confinement. The elder in green gazed at the sword, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes. I cannot defeat him. In the next moment, the sword breaker stepped forward, his index finger lightly tracing the air, unleashing a torrent of terrifying sword energy that rained down like a tempest. The elder in green's expression shifted dramatically. His pupils dilated, invoking a gaze technique. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying explosions reverberated. When the elder reappeared, he was in a state of utter disarray. Lin Bai and Yu Fei had vanished without a trace. The elder with white hair fixed his gaze intently in the direction they had departed, an unseen force locking onto him, rendering him unable to act rashly. Gather the men. Pursue him. The elder with white hair inhaled deeply, commanding. Deep within the mountains, Lin Bai remained silent. Swordbreaker glanced at him, whispering, feeling disheartened? Defeat is a common occurrence in battle. You are still in your formative years. Encountering stronger foes is only to be expected. Do not feel pressured. Lin Bai replied solemnly. I must grow stronger. Strong enough to disregard the strength and opinions of all others, to overlook their backing. I aspire to be the mightiest sword cultivator. To grow stronger. What principles, what rules, when faced with absolute strength, become mere empty rhetoric. Principles and rules exist solely to constrain the weak. Today, when confronted by the black-robed Grand Sword Immortal, he finally grasped this truth. Only by becoming sufficiently strong can one disregard the other. Furthermore, I have come to comprehend a profound truth. Lin Bai continued. Jian Petion appeared somewhat gratified. What truth? In this world, one must value their background. Lin Bai intoned solemnly. When one's strength has not yet reached the level of indifference to all, background is paramount. I was truly foolish before, utilizing one's background. It feels exhilarating to exert pressure today. Exerting pressure. Jian Petion hastily interjected. How could you think this way? You must rely on yourself. It is unacceptable to bully others with one's background. This is quite unbecoming. Jian Petion felt a tinge of embarrassment. If the young master becomes accustomed to leveraging his background to oppress others, how can he avoid descending into a path of depravity at such a tender age? Jian Petion silently resolved that, after this incident, he must reduce his frequency of intervention. Lin Bai earnestly remarked, because when the young confront the strong, they must contend with the old. If one has a background, it must be utilized. Otherwise, what use is it? I will confront those I can defeat. And for those I cannot, I shall use others to vanquish them. In summary, what I desire is invincibility. A formidable background is also invincibility. Ultimately, what matters is the outcome. After taking a deep breath, Jian Petion shifted the conversation. What do you plan to do next? Kill. Lin Bai replied coldly. From this moment forth, eliminate every disciple of the academy until they yield. If they send the elders, let them handle it. I will take on the young, and you will take on the old. Soon, Lin Bai and Yu Fei sought out Bai Hu. Assistance. Young master, please command me. I am at your service. Bai Hu promptly replied. I require your aid along with that of the demon emperor. I do not need you to engage directly. Merely deploy your subordinates to inform me of the whereabouts of the academy's disciples. Lin Bai's strategy was indeed astute. Fighting relies on intellect. Resources such as economy, information, and support are indispensable. Yu Fei hesitated for a moment and said, I need to borrow your territory's gorge. Recent battles have imparted valuable insights, and I require seclusion. Seclusion. No problem. Bai Hu readily agreed, displaying a personable demeanor as he patted his chest. What is mine is yours. Feel free to create. Lin Bai sat cross-legged, utilizing this opportunity to stabilize his strength. The 9th level of the shackled realm. To speak frankly, he no longer regarded the younger generation with any seriousness. Only the older generation posed the challenge he sought. The sword spirit remarked, Young one, your thoughts are perilous. You are somewhat overconfident. There are always others beyond oneself. Realms beyond realms. From what I know, some ordinary talents from the upper realms have even entered the 4th profound realm by the age of 16. And there are indeed prodigies born into sanctity. The resources of powerful factions are unfathomable. Lin Bai astutely seized upon the sensitive topic. Upper realm? Where do you hail from? What kind of existence is that? The sword spirit sensed he had let something slip and hastily fell silent. Hey Dan, you are being somewhat untrustworthy. Lin Bai stated solemnly. One must be sincere. I ask you, how have I treated you? How dare you speak so casually? The words of a man are as deceptive as a ghost painting grand illusions. Presently, you are in no position to seek treasures from me. At this juncture, the sword spirit became quite spirited. You shall not extract any useful information from my lips. I shall absolutely refrain from revealing my origins from the upper realm. Lin Bai chuckled at once. It was confirmed. The sword spirit was indeed female and somewhat foolish. Clearly, she hailed from the upper realm. You must be a female, right? By the way, if I were to assist you in forming a physical body, what would you look like? Before long, Lin Bai opened his eyes. The white tiger hastily interjected, Young master, news has come from beneath. Your current situation is rather dire. Many ill-intentioned individuals covet the bounty and wish to trouble you, forming alliances in the process. The latest group is located to the south. As he spoke, he pointed with his paw. Lin Bai nodded and then leaped onto the back of the white tiger. The white tiger was taken aback. Whoa, what on earth? Realizing the situation, the white tiger attempted to voice his objections. Yet under Lin Bai's imposing presence, he eventually sprang into action, darting through the forest like lightning. Chapter 20. Then let us kill. In the small grove, a glimmer of cold light silently approached Lin Bai. Suddenly, Lin Bai's back tightened instinctively. Ignoring the weapon aimed at him, he retaliated with a swift slap. The assassin was momentarily bewildered, failing to evade or dodge. In the next instant, fury ignited within him. How brazen! The audacity to disregard him completely. After all, he was a killer, and to be humiliated in such a manner was intolerable. With a resounding crack, the assassin stood frozen, stunned by the force of the slap, which dislocated his jaw. Just let me go, and I shall leave at once, never to return. The assassin stammered. Suddenly, a chi sword pierced through his forehead. Lin Bai looked at him and softly remarked, I apologize, but I did not quite catch that. The assassin was consumed by rage. Lin Bai patted the white tiger, who understood the cue. The great maw opened wide, and the evidence was swiftly eradicated. At that moment, a figure unexpectedly appeared ahead. It was a plump young man, fair-skinned and walking with a distinct awkwardness, adorned with jewels and even prayer beads crafted from spirit crystals. Lin Bai's lips twitched in response. So vulgar. He had encountered arrogant wealthy individuals before, but this display of ostentation was unprecedented, practically flaunting wealth on his face. My good sir, I am Wang Million, and you have come for Lin Bai, have you not? The rotund man's eyes sparkled as he introduced himself. Lin Bai was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, I am Bai Lin, a bounty hunter, he stated with confidence. Have you seen Lin Bai? I need him for something. Wang Million complained. Damn it, I've lost weight over this. That Lin Bai is exceedingly cunning. He is truly infuriating. Lin Bai retorted indignantly. However, it seems you are not in need of money. Why would you chase after such a bounty? Wang Million replied matter-of-factly. Of course, who lacks money? That sort of thing is too mundane. I have no interest in wealth. I seek him for a matter of negotiation. At that moment, dozens of figures suddenly appeared around them. Lin Bai is here, exclaimed a gaunt man wielding a curved dagger, gazing at Lin Bai as though he were prey. Lin Bai looked back at him, bemused. In an instant, a sword aura pierced through, striking him down. This sight caused the others to hesitate. This fellow is exceptionally strong and has allies. Everyone, be cautious. Someone shouted. Goodness. Wang Million, is that really you, Lin Bai? Lin Bai bellowed, you scoundrels. Come at me if you dare. Today, alongside my brothers, I shall make you unrecognizable. Wang Million, what the hell? Enraged, a group of people rushed forward. You've betrayed me, Wang Million exclaimed, jumping 3 feet high. Before he could finish his sentence, a steel knife whizzed past his head. You blind fools. Do you know who I am? Wang Million cursed. The terrifying sword aura sliced through the air, and heads rolled to the ground in an instant. An execution. Lin Bai's overwhelming strength instilled fear in many, shifting their focus onto Wang Million. Brothers, this guy is with him. Let us capture him to threaten Lin Bai. Lin Bai shouted, if you have the guts, come for me. Brothers, you must flee. At that moment, Wang Million inwardly cursed Lin Bai's ancestors for 18 generations. Realizing how treacherous this guy was. The forest is rife with schemes. Wang Million took a deep breath, produced several scrolls, and hurled them, shouting, God of Wealth. Obliterate these scoundrels. Boom. In an instant, the area was left with nothing but bones. Lin Bai stood there, dumbfounded. This guy is so wealthy. Now, only Wang Million and Lin Bai remained. Wang Million trembled with rage. You rogue, you deceived me. Be cautious when out and about. Lin Bai grinned. What do you want from me? I wish to hire you for a task. Wang Million replied, grinning widely. Do you know that you are now ranked first on the bounty list? It's immensely valuable. No way. Lin Bai rejected outright. What a jest. As a dignified sword cultivator, how could I submit to another? We can discuss this, Wang Million quickly interjected. I can offer you a fortune, an astronomical sum. Fool. If I kill you, all your wealth will be mine, Lin Bai asserted confidently. Wang Million pondered. Why is this fellow not following the script? Can we not continue this discussion? If you help me with a small task, I can offer you 10 billion spirit crystals. Lin Bai fell silent. Seeing Lin Bai's lack of response, Wang Million, fearing his offer was insufficient, continued. If you find that too little, I can raise it to 20 billion. 20 billion. Lin Bai nearly shed tears, feeling like a destitute man. Speak, what do you need me to do? I have an auction to attend, and I require assistance with a heist involving murder and theft, Wang Million explained. Without a doubt, those ranked on the Northern Domain bounty list are immensely valuable, Wang Million declared proudly. He naturally possessed a remarkable acumen for calculation. If he were to hire a bodyguard, it would undoubtedly be someone of substantial merit, unrestrained in their actions. Otherwise, should he choose a scion of a prestigious family or an elder, and should they cross paths with someone from their sect, it would be akin to lighting a lantern in a toilet, utterly foolish. Rest assured, this is a deposit. A deposit, Lin Bai declared, sheathing his sword without hesitation. Discussing money is rather pedestrian. I merely wish to forge a friendship. Wealthy individuals are certainly capable of committing murder for riches. However, those with considerable wealth require a nuanced relationship. Yet, I find myself in a predicament. I must resolve matters with the Academy before I can assist you, Lin Bai elucidated. Wang Million hastened to assure him, no rush, no rush. In fact, I'm not on good terms with the Academy either. Lin Bai's eyes sparkled with interest. Oh, a kindred spirit. What is the cause of your discord with the Academy? Wang Million grimaced in anger. Is it not simply because I spent the night with one of their female students? It was mutually consensual. Yet the Academy dispatched individuals to pursue me for 3 days and nights. How dare they? I, Wang Million, cannot tolerate such indignities. In a fit of rage, I then engaged with 3 more. Lin Bai fell silent, scrutinizing Wang Million as one might assess a rare treasure. You possess an extraordinary talent for such endeavors. Do you not? Lin Bai remarked, unable to suppress his curiosity. Otherwise, they would not have gone to such lengths. Oh, I happened to spend the night with the headmaster's female mentor. Being young and impulsive, and having been single for quite some time, our affair was nothing short of love. Wang Million mumbled. In any case, from this point forward, I shall remember the Academy well. If it were not for the amusement it could provide, I would prefer to avoid them entirely. Lin Bai was taken aback. The headmaster's mentor. You truly are audacious. Just then, a figure clad in black appeared. Upon seeing Lin Bai, he could not help but smile. Ah, what a fortuitous encounter. Lin Bai furrowed his brow. You would do well to surrender willingly. Our academy is not a place for someone of your ilk. Thud. A sword pierced through the heart of the black-clad assailant, whose eyes widened in disbelief as he fell. Where did this fool come from? Lin Bai scoffed. Brother Wang, I feel an instant kinship with you. Your troubles are now my troubles. This cannot stand. I shall certainly stand up for you. Let us join forces. With your esteemed reputation, we can make a name for ourselves. Modestly speaking, I am ranked 3rd on the bounty list. Wang Million replied with humility, though his upright posture and slightly retracted belly betrayed his exceptional nature. Thus, let us act in unison. You will draw some of the fire away from me, Lin Bai instructed. And how shall we execute this plan? Wang Million inquired. By provoking the adversary, they will undoubtedly dispatch some of their forces to pursue you. If they remain holed up in the city, it will pose a challenge. We must strike them one by one. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Million nodded in agreement. Outside Wielding City, Wang Million pondered the best approach. In the next moment, he produced a large megaphone. I am Wang Million, ranked 3rd on the bounty list. I have shared the bed with the Grand Elder of your academy. Wang Million shouted with fervor. Our feelings for each other are mutual. Damn it. Why am I being hunted? It's one thing to be pursued. But why am I ranked 3rd? Can't I be 1st? How shameless. Wang Million's fervor grew with each word. Hidden in the shadows, Lin Bai was astonished. Silently giving him a thumbs up, the disciples of the academy were left in shock. In the next moment, a throng of disciples and elders rushed frantically towards Wang Million. Shame. This brat must be eliminated. Wang Million quickly gestured towards Lin Bai in the shadows. Upon seeing the thousands approaching, Lin Bai couldn't help but smile widely. With a single hand, he pressed down. Instant kill. Ignoring their realms. Heads fell like autumn leaves. The bodies continued to run while their heads trailed behind. Wang Million was left in awe. In an instant, only a handful of elders remained. That scoundrel Lin Bai was among them. He must be dealt with today? Lin Bai's realm surged to the awakening stage. His terrifying vitality exploded in layers. A colossal form gradually took shape behind him. The 4th ancient 12-sword chi began to merge with the life sword chi. Transformation commenced. Lin Bai quickly sat cross-legged, disregarding everything else. Plans never survive contact with the enemy. The dozen or so awakening masters exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. They absolutely could not allow Lin Bai to break through. Seizing this opportunity, he must be eradicated. In a flash, several sword lights vanished. Lin Bai remained with his eyes tightly closed, when the sword of breaking heaven suddenly appeared behind him. With a flick of his finger, space tore apart. Instantly, several elders gasped their last breath. The elder in green and the elder in white, accompanied by dozens of academy masters, suddenly appeared outside the city. Upon witnessing Lin Bai's breakthrough, they coldly commanded, kill. Just as Sword of Breaking Heaven intended to act, the 2 elders swiftly blocked his path. United, a mere rabble. Sword of Breaking Heaven slashed down. The remaining individuals charged towards Lin Bai. Who dares to touch my brother? A frantic voice erupted, cursing their ancestors for generations. Yu Fei appeared before Lin Bai, slightly deranged. Brotherhood requires no words. The white tiger also materialized beside him. The elder in white shouted angrily, damn it. You think you have the numbers? Summon the ancestors and the grand elder. The white tiger lunged into the crowd. With a swift claw, several figures were crushed instantly. Yu Fei transformed into a shadow, rampaging with wild abandon. Bang! The white tiger was sent flying. An aged figure emerged. The academy's ancestor. Insolence. The ancestor's weathered voice resonated. He regarded the crowd of ants before him with utter disdain. With a casual wave, he aimed to slay the white tiger. Roar! Accompanied by a furious roar. A woman with crimson hair appeared before him. With a single slap, she sent the ancestor staggering back. I dare anyone to lay a hand on my husband. The beast emperor in a state of fury. In an instant, the sky transformed into several battlefields. Yu Fei stood resolutely with the white tiger before a throng of formidable opponents, bloodied yet unwavering. The beast emperor clashed directly with the ancestor. While the elder in green and the elder in white found themselves in a dire predicament, relentlessly suppressed by Sword Breaker Tian. Despite the overwhelming odds, neither dared to allow Sword Breaker Tian to divert his attention to others. Suddenly, a massive tide of beasts emerged. 5 figures materialized in the sky, 3 men and 2 women. The esteemed elders. Upon seeing this, Wang Million, who had been hiding, instantly lost his composure. Wife. In that moment, all were struck dumb. A woman clad in blue sporting twin ponytails, though elevated to the rank of elder, appeared diminutive, while another, dressed in a form-fitting purple gown, exuded an air of sophistication. However, upon hearing Wang Million's voice, their expressions shifted to a rosy hue. Even their serene hearts were stirred by tumult. "Damn it, Lecher, I'll slay you." The blue-robed elder turned her head, intent on punishing Wang Million. The purple-robed elder intervened. Wang Million recoiled in fear, his heart pounding. "Step aside, I must kill this Lecher." "No, what do you mean?" The pink-robed elder questioned. "Are you reveling in this? Unwilling to part with him?" Many were wide-eyed in astonishment. "Listen closely. What lewd words?" "I said no, and I mean it." "Then do not blame me for being impolite." The elder in white stood bewildered. "Damn it, here we are? And our own people have started fighting." Suddenly, Lin Bai opened his eyes and rose to his feet. The intent of the wood sword transformed, becoming an immortal sword body. The intent of the Shura sword evolved into the Shura sword domain, capable of devouring all. The wind sword intent mutated into a leap, while the cutting sword intent astonishingly transformed into a sword technique. One sword to conquer all, ignoring all tiers within a realm. With a swift motion, Lin Bai appeared outside the academy, effortlessly severing the academy's plaque with a single stroke. "You insolent wretch, dare you!" A thunderous voice erupted. The elder in white, now missing an arm, struggled to parry sword breaker Tion's strikes with a single sword, cursing under his breath. Shout! Another stroke, and the academy's structures were reduced to dust. Hundreds of disciples were instantly slain. An affront. Chapter 21. Visitors from the academy. Meanwhile, Lin Bai grew increasingly exhilarated as he fought, as if in a realm unchallenged. The terrifying sword aura rendered nearly everyone powerless. The elder in white watched, his heart filled with rage, realizing that not only was his career obliterated, but his very life hung by a thread. In this realization, the elder steeled his resolve, risking everything to charge at Lin Bai. Despite his grievous injuries, his aura remained unmatched by Lin Bai. Die! A dreadful fist intent descended, threatening to annihilate all, burning his essence, sacrificing his life. The elder in white was determined to fight to the death. Lin Bai's expression hardened. Far from feeling fear, he boldly stepped forward. "Playing life and death with me?" Lin Bai sneered. "Who fears whom?" A terrifying sword aura descended with ferocity. The clash between the two was brutal and thunderous. Within mere seconds, they exchanged hundreds of strikes, both reaching the brink of exhaustion. Lin Bai was drenched in blood, yet showed no intention of retreating. At this point, both combatants were at their limits. Any sign of retreat would shatter their momentum. With a swift motion, the elder in the white robe launched a punch towards Lin Bai's shoulder without a moment's hesitation. In response, Lin Bai thrust his sword towards the elder's abdomen. In an instant, Lin Bai felt as if his shoulder had been struck, collapsing inward, yet he remained silent as he drove his sword deep into the elder's belly. The elder's face was drenched in cold sweat. With a decisive grip on the sword's hilt, Lin Bai executed a roll, swiftly withdrawing the blade only to plunge it back into the same wound. The two fighters engaged in a primal struggle, each strike aimed to kill. The elder instinctively tried to distance himself from Lin Bai, but the latter pressed closely against him. The elder's expression contorted into a grimace as he seized Lin Bai's sword with his left hand, gripping it tightly to prevent its withdrawal. Lin Bai trembled momentarily, locking eyes with the elder. The elder then struck at Lin Bai's throat with a fist, the knuckles prominently jutting out. A sudden gasp escaped the elder as confusion flickered in his eyes. Before he could comprehend what was happening, a dagger was extracted from his throat. Lin Bai spat disdainfully. Unbeknownst to him, a small knife had appeared in his left hand. "Damn it, one must think while fighting," Lin Bai muttered, reflecting on his cunning approach. "Who said a sword cultivator cannot wield a knife?" The elder stammered, blood gushing forth. His words slurred as he protested. "Aren't you a sword cultivator?" Lin Bai widened his eyes in disbelief. In that moment, Lin Bai absorbed the elder's scant vitality, experiencing a significant breakthrough in his realm. He ascended to the third level of the awakening realm, exhaling deeply. "I feel that the higher the stakes in battle, the more one resorts to the simplest, most primal methods of combat." Lin Bai mused. "What nonsense is all this flair? When the fight begins, the only goal is to eliminate the opponent. Simple, brutal, and effective." Meanwhile, the academy faced relentless defeat. The elder in green, caught off guard, perished beneath the might of the sword. A long blade pierced through his brow, rendering him rigid in place. The onlookers could only lament. Who could have predicted that the once mighty Canglan Academy would meet such a fate? If given a second chance, would the Academy's leaders regret igniting such a bloodbath over trivial matters? Yet, everyone was compelled to fight. With differing ideologies, they would contend until the end. Just then, a terrifying aura erupted suddenly, leaving many in shock. Who could this be? What was this commotion? Lin Bai's body was bent under immense pressure, and in that fleeting moment, his eyes turned crimson. The enemy remained oblivious to his plight, yet the oppressive aura rendered him incapable of standing tall. This humiliation surpassed even death itself. Damn it! Lin Bai's eyes brimmed with blood, his teeth clenched tightly, as he slowly began to straighten himself. The bones in his body creaked ominously, seemingly reaching their breaking point. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, several ribs shattered, creating a gaping wound in his chest, with the fractured bones protruding outward. At that moment, an uncanny sword intent enveloped Lin Bai, gradually mending his injuries. The undying sword body, the head of Canglan Academy, Gongju, a true paragon of supremacy. To think it would be you, Jian Petion. Gongju fixed his gaze upon Jian Petion. Damn you! With that exclamation, he charged directly at Jian Petion. Jian Petion remained expressionless. Let the battle commence. At this juncture, to utter another word would be a waste of time. The primary focus was to vanquish the opponent. Gongju's thoughts were equally straightforward. The only individual present worthy of his attention was Jian Petion. Everything that had transpired was of little consequence. If he could eliminate Jian Petion first, the others posed no threat. He was determined to reclaim his honor. Just then, several figures suddenly appeared before Lin Bai. He was taken aback. Wu Mu. He had bided his time until now, seizing the moment when others were preoccupied, and Lin Bai was at his most vulnerable. Boom. A simple punch directly shattered his chest, sending him hurtling back hundreds of feet, crashing heavily to the ground. You think you're formidable? Show me more. Wu Mu stomped his right foot, launching himself like a cannonball, and then stomped down with great force. Remember, the Wang family of Canglan City is under the protection of the Wu family. The one who will kill you is Wu Mu. Lin Bai's chest was instantly caved in. Silence descended in an instant. Wu Mu brimmed with confidence. Lin Bai had just emerged from a fierce battle and was still reeling from the oppressive aura targeting him. He had poured all his strength into his last two strikes, and he was certain of his own prowess. With that, Wu Mu turned to leave. In that very instant, Lin Bai suddenly opened his eyes. Wu Mu felt a chill run down his spine. This is bad. With no time to ponder, he could only muster all his strength to turn around and barely throw a punch. Thud! A black sword pierced through his throat. Wu Mu stood frozen in place. He thought that even if he were ambushed, he could withstand some of it, but he never anticipated such an outcome. Instant kill. What do you think? I know what I think. The voice of the sword's spirit echoed. The one who will kill you is your father. This man, I protect him, understand? Blood gushed from Wu Mu as he fell, unwilling to accept his fate. He was dead. Everyone was taken aback by this unexpected twist. In the next moment, Yu Fei snapped back to reality, cursing. The youth in the black gold robe beside him wore a grim expression. It was none other than Bai Xiantian, who inwardly cursed as well. Worthless. He is utterly incapable of managing even this trivial matter. However, given that Wu Mu accompanied him, and now, before his very eyes, has been slain, he cannot afford to show any indifference. The Wu family would certainly demand an explanation. In comparison, Bai Xiantian's mind began to form a judgment. The Wu family possesses a more formidable background. Death. Yu Fei, however, paid no heed to such considerations. These two had just arrived together, clearly allies. They must be dealt with decisively. The terrifying shadow of a demon transformed into tendrils, advancing directly towards Bai Xiantian. Bai Xiantian snorted coldly. In an instant, a glimmer of blade light flashed. A top-tier artifact. While out in the world, one's survival hinges upon their equipment. Lin Bai struggled to rise. But as soon as he moved, pain surged through him, causing him to grimace. His injuries were severe. The black sword spirit, witnessing this, immediately merged into Lin Bai's body. In a heartbeat, Lin Bai's internal energy surged. The injuries he had just sustained visibly began to heal. Thank you. Lin Bai expressed heartfelt gratitude. Were it not for the sword spirit, his fate would be uncertain at this moment. After a brief silence, the sword spirit spoke. Is that all? Lin Bai, somewhat puzzled, responded. The sword spirit was irked. I saved you, and you merely utter a casual thank you? Can't you sing my praises a bit more? You ungrateful man. Lin Bai, with a resigned smile, replied softly, I may lack in eloquence, but the sword spirit is undoubtedly a person of beauty and kindness, truly exceptional. I shall no longer refer to you as Black Egg. The sword spirit retorted, how cheesy. No man is without fault. You must have used such flattery on other maidens too. Lin Bai, bewildered, stood up, his gaze sharp as he focused on Bai Xiantian. Without a moment's hesitation, he intended to eliminate him. Given that he was the Wang family's supporter, he had to be dealt with. Upon seeing Lin Bai charge at him, Bai Xiantian felt a jolt of apprehension. Contending with Yu Fei was already troublesome enough. The prospect of facing Lin Bai as well was daunting. Just as he was about to speak, the white tiger, who had been lurking nearby, seized the opportunity of Bai Xiantian's distraction and lunged forward, proclaiming, "Behold the might of Lord Tiger." With that, he extended his claws and seized Bai Xiantian's most vulnerable area. Crack! Bai Xiantian instantly felt as though struck by lightning, his legs buckling beneath him. He sensed something warm escaping. It was shattered. Bai Xiantian let out a wretched scream, collapsing to the ground in agony. At that moment, Lin Bai had already rushed over, raising his sword to deliver the final blow. Bai Xiantian, disregarding all else, understood that preserving his life was paramount. Vengeance could wait. Survival was the priority. With great difficulty, he pleaded, "Do not kill me. I am from the Bai clan. I have no ties to Wu Mu." Lin Bai fixed his gaze upon him and inquired, "Weren't you just with him?" Instinctively, Bai Xiantian nodded. Crack! Lin Bai struck down fiercely, and in an instant, Bai Xiantian met his demise. "You're in league with him. Why didn't you confess earlier? You've already suffered enough. Do you truly believe I would spare you? Burning offerings at your grave won't save you now?" Lin Bai sneered. "One enemy is a burden, and two are doubly so. Regardless, so many lives have already been lost, it matters little now." Gong Ju's expression was far from pleasant. A resolution must be reached today, for otherwise, he would never progress further. Gong Ju crushed the token decisively. Summon reinforcements. Jian Patian found himself helpless, forced to call for stronger allies. The space shimmered with ripples as ominous presences suddenly materialized. In an instant, the sky itself darkened. Powerful beings. Many faces turned pale. It was clear that a distinction must be made. The Academy was summoning reinforcements from above. The spatial passage opened, revealing a throng clad in armor. Each individual wore intricate armor, their faces devoid of expression, yet emanating a palpable aura of menace. Leading them was a woman, dressed in a simple, unadorned gown. Without a trace of makeup, she appeared ethereal. A purple belt adorned her waist, and despite her youth, she commanded an air of authority, exuding the presence of a superior. The newcomer was Gong Zi, one of the 4 true heirs of the Canglan Academy. Not only was her status exceedingly high, but her lineage was also formidable. Wielding the enforcement blade known as the GFA Wei, Gong Zi surveyed the scene before her, her thoughts inscrutable. Gong Ju, feeling utterly disheveled, whispered an explanation. The Gong family. Gong Zi was not only a prodigy of the academy, but she was also a member of the Gong clan. Gong Ju was not foolish. Within the academy, factions were rife, and many noble families lurked with predatory intent, feigning courtesy while waiting for an opportunity to drag rivals down. Now, as he handled the situation, any misstep could spell disaster, not only for his future, but also for the reputation of the Gong family. If any faction seized upon a weakness, it would be a fate worse than death. He resolved to leverage this opportunity, allowing Gong Zi to take charge. She represented not only the academy, but also their own family. Should problems arise, his punishment would be mitigated, far better than falling into the hands of outsiders. Gong Zi's gaze fell upon Lin Bai. A mere insect dares to provoke the academy? Unaware of its own mortality, Lin Bai narrowed his eyes. Gong Ju hastily interjected, explaining that Jian Patian, standing behind Lin Bai, was a significant figure in the North region, making the situation quite precarious. Just a petty rogue. A petty rogue. Gong Zi dismissed everyone present, including Jian Patian, with utter disdain. Why? To her, they were merely a gathering of frogs in a well. They might possess some merit in the North region, but in the grand scheme of the Canglan realm, they were insignificant. What is right or wrong? She cared not. The academy had been struck, they could retaliate in kind. Whether the academy initiated the conflict or was the one being bullied was irrelevant. The academy acted solely upon its own volition. It was simply tyrannical. You may as well take your own life. Gong Zi drawled languidly. Lin Bai looked at her as though she were a fool, an imbecile. Gong Zi sneered, saying that if he obediently took his own life, he might suffer less. Lin Bai laughed, incredulous. Is it truly the academy's way to demand self-immolation? Gong Zi scoffed derisively, asserting that while it may not be the case for others, dealing with an unsophisticated peasant like him would be no challenge at all. Background. In this world, it is crucial to navigate through power dynamics. If one cannot contend with the influential, how can they hope to manage a mere commoner? Even if one does not act for oneself, one must consider their family. Should the time come for confrontation, there would be no mercy left. Gong Zi has never regarded Lin Bai with any respect. Your strength pales in comparison to her overwhelming dominance. This revelation instills in Lin Bai a profound understanding. In this realm, prowess and background reign supreme. What principles? What rules? None hold a candle to the sword in one's hand. Vile creature, how dare you? Lin Bai uttered an expletive, glaring fiercely at her. If you dare to contest, then let us engage. Gong Zi's expression stiffened. How could she, a paragon of nobility, be subjected to such crude insults? What did you say? She asked in disbelief. Never had anyone dared to speak to her in such a manner. Those from esteemed families always approached her with deference. Lin Bai chuckled. I've encountered the despicable, but never one so lowly. Do you relish being insulted? Is self-deprecation your preference? Is it that those from the academy cannot satiate your appetite for derision? Vile creature. How about you dare to confront me if you are truly unyielding? Chapter 22. The direct assault on the academy's headquarters. Gong Zi felt an overwhelming surge of fury. How dare he? Was he not supposed to submit meekly? Yet, he had the audacity to retort. Her gaze lowered, as if observing a corpse. Very well. I hope you maintain your bravado until the end. Lin Bai smirked, confident in his resolve. With the sword's spirit unleashed, a cataclysmic force akin to a volcanic eruption surged forth. The Huangquan sword gripped firmly in hand. Many were taken aback, astonished that Lin Bai would initiate an attack. Yet, excitement swiftly spread across their faces. The situation was evolving into something captivating. Let chaos reign. A fierce confrontation would be most exhilarating. The onlookers, indifferent to the impending clash, anticipated the spectacle with bated breath. Lin Bai's robes billowed in the wind as he tightened his grip on the Huangquan sword, channeling his energy with a force that could topple mountains. It was as if an overwhelming tide was descending. Many were alarmed. The intensity of his aura was staggering. The shockwaves could very well encompass them, turning spectators into participants. Some with foresight instinctively retreated to avoid harm, while the audacious among them brandished their recording stones, eager to capture the moment. In the third tier of the awakening realm, the indestructible sword body combined with invincible swordsmanship. A dreadful sword intent enveloped Gong Zi and the enforcers behind her, poised to obliterate their existence. 1 against 100. Caught off guard, Gong Zi instinctively sidestepped as a beam of sword light grazed her chest, severing her outer armor. Her visage reflected sheer despair. This was an affront to her status. Not only did he resist capture, but he also dared to strike first. Eliminate him. Gong Zi, disregarding all else, screamed as the enforcers surged forward. Utterly committed to their orders, a terrifying flash of lightning blotted out the heavens, as if heralding the apocalypse. Lin Bai remained unfazed. Suddenly, amidst the gazes of the crowd, a youth clad in black robes charged forth, resolutely positioning himself beside Lin Bai, his countenance radiating calmness. You Fei. Lin Bai turned his head slightly and murmured, just leave it to me. You are still injured. What nonsense. Yu Fei abruptly interrupted Lin Bai's words. Observing Yu Fei's unwavering gaze, Lin Bai chose to remain silent. Everything was conveyed in the unspoken understanding between them. Gong Zi, noticing the addition of another ally, merely smirked with disdain. Another offering for the slaughter, she mused. Just then, the white tiger leaped into the fray, surprising Lin Bai. The white tiger shot him a glance. What is with that look? Are you Lin Bai suddenly at a loss for words? The white tiger suddenly straightened his posture, teasingly asking, is there a hint of admiration in your gaze? Perhaps your tears are welling up? Come on, you can admire me. I'm well aware of my irresistible charm. Lin Bai silently turned away, muttering under his breath. The white tiger's theatrics were tiresome. He couldn't maintain the facade for long before revealing his true nature. This wench is mine, the rest are yours. Lin Bai declared solemnly, unsheathing his sword and charging forward. With a whoosh, an overwhelming sword intent tore through the fabric of space. Unrivaled, he proclaimed, intent on obliteration. At that moment, the air split asunder, and a withered hand emerged to intercept Lin Bai's assault, its force unwavering. Boom! Lin Bai lowered his gaze. Witnessing the desiccated hand pierce through his heart, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd, even Gong Zi breaking into an involuntary sweat. The events unfolded far too swiftly. Akin to a flash of lightning, Lin Bai squinted. Based on his previous strike, given his ability to disregard an opponent of a higher realm, Gong Zi should have perished. Clearly, a guardian had intervened. In this realm of chaos, there were always others present. Lin Bai had anticipated as much. However, the opponent's strength exceeded his expectations. An elderly man materialized in the arena, a subtle smile gracing his features, his aura restrained, akin to an unassuming neighbor, revealing nothing of his depth. At that moment, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd as Lin Bai's heart, which had just been pierced, began to heal at an astonishing rate. Self-restoration. The elderly man's eyes flickered with surprise before settling into a placid smile. Is this your reliance? Such a trivial skill, if this is all you possess. I fear I might just obliterate you. Obliterate. In the face of absolute strength and power, restoration lagged far behind, the disparity insurmountable. Lin Bai chuckled. Can't handle it. You struck the young one. Now you've brought forth the elder? You are right. We relish the thrill of overpowering the weak. It's quite exhilarating. The old man chuckled heartily, unabashedly acknowledging his tactics. Many in the crowd inwardly cursed his shamelessness, yet none dared to voice their thoughts openly, knowing such actions would only invite trouble. So you do have supporters, Lin Bai remarked impassively. If you can't play the game, perhaps it's best to withdraw altogether. The elderly man sneered, his hands clasped behind his back, embodying the demeanor of a sage. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Bai had unwittingly donned an air of superiority. With a flick of his finger, a jade pendant shot forth like a fleeting beam of light, soaring skyward before erupting into a dazzling explosion. In an instant, a terrifying wave of spatial turbulence radiated outward, akin to boiling water, while the magnetic field around Lin Bai pulsated with fervor. In the distant Canglan city, the Lin family's elder suddenly raised his head, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Damn it, so they relish overpowering the weak, do they? Mobilize the forces. Annihilate that wretched academy. The words had scarcely left his lips when hundreds of formidable auras surged from beneath the ground. Below, in an enormous hollow chamber, a tranquil pool of water lay at its center, atop which rested a sphere that seemed to harbor flickering shadows of tiny figures. The fluctuations of the spatial confinement occasionally shimmered, revealing the hidden truth. The Lin family's underground concealed a miniature world, an independent realm unto itself. Hundreds of auras ascended into the heavens, all belonging to sword cultivators, vanishing in the blink of an eye towards Wielding City. The elder chuckled, is that all? Where are your reinforcements? I could defeat them with a mere hand. Such arrogance. Soon, a multitude of sword lights descended upon the academy, instilling fear in all who were present. The weakest among them were at the awakening stage, spanning several tiers of power. Leading the charge were the 9th Master, whom Lin Bai had previously encountered, and the recently emerged 11th Master. Their auras were unfathomably deep, radiating an aura of invincibility. The 9th Master maintained his dark robe, while the 11th Master bore a stern visage, his gray-white hair gleaming slightly. Clad in white, he carried a sword case on his back, exuding an air of transcendence. 9th Master, 11th Master, Lin Bai exclaimed with joy, relishing the support from home. The 9th Master offered a gentle smile and nodded at Lin Bai before turning to the elder. Was that you barking like a dog just now? His icy gaze fixed upon the elder, who was instantly engulfed by dread. Where had this ancient monster emerged from? Before the elder could utter a word, the 9th Master vanished from sight. In the next heartbeat, the elder collapsed, disintegrating into a gruesome spectacle of flesh, eyes, and bones. The 9th Master eagerly licked the blood from his fingertips and discarded the 2 bones, as if they were mere refuse. How dare you put on airs before me? And then remained silent? With a wave of his hand, the 11th Master's chilling command sent shivers through the crowd. Eliminate them all. The spectators were horrified to realize that this decree included them. What does this have to do with us? One shouted in panic. The 11th Master, intrigued, retorted. Do you dare to talk back? A flash of sword light swept across, obliterating the very street they stood upon. Erased, as though it had never existed. All buildings and people vanished, leaving behind nothing but barren earth. Not even a blade of grass could be seen. Gong Zi stood in astonishment. Lin Bai hastily declared, "Leave this woman to me." Gong Zi momentarily forgot to flee. Lin Bai approached her without hesitation and delivered a resounding slap, sending her flying through the air. Yu Fei and Bai who were left dumbfounded. The hundreds of enforcers they had brought were dispatched as easily as if they were mere chickens. The area was swiftly cleared. When Bai who noticed someone preparing to strike, he leaped 3 feet in the air, exclaiming, "Hold on. That's one of ours. Don't attack." Yu Fei nodded vigorously and quickly clarified who among them were allies. A blade of light narrowly grazed Bai Hu's head, effortlessly leveling a mountain behind him. Bai Hu was left speechless, his mouth twitching in disbelief. Just as he was about to utter something, he prudently closed his mouth. For the first time, he realized that too many words could lead to peril. Bai Hu silently vowed to keep his distance from his own young master in the future. It was far too dangerous. The enemies were perilous, but so too were their allies. Gong Zi was left looking like a battered mess, trembling uncontrollably. Just moments ago, she had been so arrogant. Lin Bai, filled with pent-up rage, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Damn it! The memory of her haughty demeanor fueled his wrath. How could she act so superior when she was not even close to his prowess? He only ceased his assault when exhaustion overtook him. A blade of energy pierced her brow, leaving no room for Gong Zi to utter a single word. Gong Ju turned to flee. Only after covering several thousand feet did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. That was close. Thankfully, I ran at the first sign. Suddenly, a blade of energy traversed the expanse, aiming to strike him down. Gong Ju's face turned pale. Damn it. I've run so far, and they still wish to kill me. With a thud, Gong Ju fell to his knees. Please spare me. I am of the Gong family. I can serve you. At that moment, he disregarded everything else. A voice echoed from the heavens. Isn't that a traitor? Why would I need a traitor as a subordinate? What nonsense. With a swift stroke, Gong Ju's limbs were severed, and the blade of energy pierced his dantian, after which he was discarded deep within the mountains. Soon, only the numerous sword cultivators from the Lin family remained in the vicinity. What shall we do next? Ninth Master inquired regarding Lin Bai's plans. Lin Bai, brimming with killing intent, responded fiercely, Damn it, let us go straight to their doorstep. If they strike me once, I shall return tenfold. Ninth Master chuckled, casting a look of appreciation towards Lin Bai. In the next instant, the space tore open, and hundreds of sword cultivators stepped through. Songxian Realm, where Canglan Academy is situated at the heart of the four great domains, is surrounded by spiritual mountains, teeming with countless rare treasures and beasts. Occasionally, disciples would pass by, and within a radius of several hundred kilometers, throngs of pilgrims could be seen. The atmosphere was one of tranquility. At that moment, the sky above suddenly tore open, revealing hundreds of sword cultivators standing suspended above the academy. In an instant, the protective array of the academy activated, awakening numerous fierce auras. It had always been prohibited for anyone to hover above the Canglan Academy, an act of sheer contempt. Boom. Lord Geo stepped forward, not even glancing below, and struck down with a fist. Bang, bang, bang. The protective array was unable to even begin its operation before being shattered by a single punch. Cracks spreading rapidly until it exploded, sending terrifying shockwaves throughout the entire area, creating a vortex in the sky. Vital energy dissipated, and spatial rifts appeared everywhere. The Academy's people looked up in unison, momentarily stunned. Suddenly, someone exclaimed that the protective array had been destroyed. Others stood frozen in disbelief. It had been ages since anyone had heard of the protective array being breached. Streams of light soared into the air as hundreds ascended, among them a man holding a scroll, his demeanor exuding elegance. His expression was equally one of shock. The protective array had been shattered? It had not even had the chance to activate. It was simply unbelievable. Sangru spoke in a deep voice. Who are you? We would appreciate an explanation. Lin Bai casually tossed down a corpse. Gongzi. Upon seeing the body, an elder rushed out, instantly enraged. Damn. You were the one who annihilated our branch in Bailing City. Gong Qian glared intensely at Lin Bai. Uffed. Lord 11 swiftly dispatched him with a sword aura. Instant kill. Is it your turn to speak? Lord 11 shot a cold glance, then declared imperiously, You have 15 minutes. Anyone in the academy who does not wish to die should leave immediately. A streak of light approached, revealing an elderly man in dark robes. Yimo, the head of the academy, also representing the Yi family faction within the institution. The academy was filled with factions, and to become the head, one needed not only a powerful family backing but also the tacit approval of other families, often rotating the position. Yet, Yimo had served 2 consecutive terms. This was the testament to his strength. Damn it, let's go to war. The elder of the Gong family stepped forward, seething with rage. This bastard is stirring trouble. With the deaths of Gong Ju and Gong Zi, it was not only a profound humiliation for them, but Gong Ju was not only of high status, but also among the top experts within the academy. Now, the enemy had directly shattered their protective array and delivered a slap to their faces. The Gong family naturally began to plot revenge. They were eager for a deadly confrontation. Otherwise, the Gong family would suffer greatly. The hundreds of fallen law enforcement officials were elite members, and when the autumn harvest came for reckoning, the Gong family would also bear responsibility. Chapter 23, A World of Cannibalism. Shall we negotiate? Yimo said solemnly, looking at the group of sword cultivators before him. He felt a deep sense of trepidation. There was no denying that this group appeared exceedingly formidable. If the protective array could be shattered by this elder in black robes, he could hardly fathom the catastrophic losses if a real battle ensued. No, absolutely not. The elder of the Gong family immediately jumped up to oppose. These individuals have already provoked us. If we do not retaliate, how can we maintain the dignity of our academy? Not retaliating? On what grounds? We must fight. The grievances of the Gong family must be addressed. Without hesitation, Yimo delivered a resounding slap to the face of the Gong family's elder. The impact left the elder momentarily stunned. Lin Bai watched on, seemingly entertained. Yimo roared, How dare you, Gong family, still make demands? If it weren't for your actions, would we be in this disastrous predicament? You can't even manage your own affairs, yet you expect our academy to clean up your mess? Your audacity knows no bounds. The elder's face darkened profoundly. Without uttering a word, he turned and departed, Remaining any longer would strip him of all dignity. As one ages, maintaining one's face becomes paramount. Being slapped by Yemo at his age was a humiliation he could not tolerate. He vowed to reclaim his honor in due time. Yemo dismissed the Gong family with a cold scoff. Their leadership is inept, and in his view, the Gong family is destined for ruin at the hands of such ineffectual leaders. Smiling, Yemo suggested, "Shall we step aside for a more private conversation?" Lin Bai pondered for a moment before following. There was no rush, as behind them stood hundreds of formidable sword cultivators, their presence lending Yemo confidence. He continued, "While our academy acknowledges its shortcomings in this matter, you may not be aware that we do not operate under a single leader. We are composed of numerous families and factions. The three main factions are Heaven, Earth, and Man. Your Gong family, along with the Northern Spirit City branch, falls under the Earth faction, while we belong to the Heaven faction, hence we are not intertwined." Yemo swiftly delineated the boundaries. He understood that these individuals were not to be trifled with. He would not avenge the Gong family under the banner of the academy. He approached the matter from the perspective of familial interests. Lin Bai remained silent, observing him intently. "If you do not mind, I propose we become friends," Yemo said earnestly. Lin Bai chuckled, finding the situation intriguing. "I see you wish to use me as a pawn," he remarked, bluntly exposing Yemo's intentions. The three factions maintain a delicate balance, and with the addition of his external influence, if he could seize their hand and eliminate all the families of the Earth faction, it would greatly benefit the Heaven faction. Yemo nodded sincerely. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. After all, it is those from the Earth faction who have offended you. We harbor no ill will. In fact, given your extraordinary talents, we would like to extend an invitation for you to join our Heaven faction as our chief. The position of chief is immensely attractive, one that commands authority over thousands and even the elders, likely positioning one as the next leader of this faction with boundless resources at one's disposal." Noticing Lin Bai's growing interest, Yemo intensified his allure. "This is a rare opportunity. Overthrowing the families of the Earth faction would yield monumental advantages for our faction." Lin Bai contemplated for a moment, then replied, "Very well." Upon witnessing this, Yemo felt a surge of joy. At times, the intricacies of human relationships hold immense significance. One must learn to employ strategy, to divide some into allies, eliminate others, and consolidate a portion. "Where are the aristocratic families of the Gong clan and the Earth veins?" Lin Bai inquired in a solemn tone. "Point me in the right direction." Song-Ru appeared momentarily taken aback. "Well, it's settled then." He instinctively gestured towards a direction. In the next instant, Master 11 stepped forward with a resolute stride, drawing his sword with both hands, and then swung it down. A terrifying sword intent surged forth, raw energy billowing. The sky was cleaved in twain by a beam of sword light. The horrifying scene resembled the annihilation of worlds. In a heartbeat, the indicated direction was utterly obliterated, leaving only chaotic currents of space swirling around. All present were astounded. Instantaneous annihilation. Ancient, dormant auras awakened in an instant. Yet soon a hoarse voice echoed within their hearts. "Return." This dreadful voice, imbued with the essence of the Great Way, compelled the recently revealed auras to obediently retreat once more. Yemo fell into a contemplative silence. Song-Ru, unable to contain himself, spoke up, "Master, are you suggesting that we have reached a consensus?" Yemo nodded. Song-Ru hesitated briefly before responding. "However, these individuals are rather unreasonable. Ignorant," Yemo reprimanded. "When did you become so soft-hearted? It's ludicrous. In this world, strength reigns supreme. If the Gong clan possessed such power, have you considered the fate that would befall them? Can we still maintain mutual restraint? This is an opportunity. If we fail to seize it, any subsequent reflections are meaningless. Yet this seems excessive. Some may be implicated unfairly, even innocently." Yemo fixed a piercing gaze upon him, stating, "If you desire respect from others, you must possess strength. If you wish for others to heed your reasoning, you must at least stand on equal footing with them." Song-Ru nodded thoughtfully. Just then, a terrifying aura erupted from the ancestral grounds of the academy. Many faces paled in shock. As spatial rifts tore open, an ancient figure materialized, accompanied by 4 towering presences that nearly blinded the onlookers. The ancestors of the Earth veins. The patriarchs of the 4 great families. Just moments ago, their bloodlines had surged, awakening them. Except for the few not present at the academy, all remaining descendants had been annihilated. This was an attempt to uproot them. In tandem, 2 ancient auras stirred to life, followed by several others. The celestial veins and the human veins. Yemo's expression grew grave. Song-Ru murmured, "If this situation is mishandled, it could spark a massacre. It's a crisis. Let someone of stature take the lead," Yemo replied calmly. "Stay composed." Song-ru, the sword spirit suddenly interjected. Young one, you are playing with fire. Lin Bai, puzzled, asked, why do you say that? Your actions may easily offend others. Oh, Lin Bai replied, are you not afraid? In this world, one must be aware of the consequences of their actions. If one desires a life of tranquility, it would be better to remain in bed. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. As long as we eliminate this lineage, our gains will be substantial, and my rewards will be plentiful. This world operates in such a manner. If their fists were stronger than mine, it would have been I who perished beforehand. Would they truly show such kindness? Lin Bai retorted. The sword spirit fell silent, fully aware that Lin Bai spoke the truth. This is a world where the strong prey upon the weak. Chapter 24, Chaos. Lin Bai stood with one hand resting behind him, exuding the elegance of a noble family. Hundreds of sword cultivators stood behind him, and as the opposing aura surged forth, they erupted in unison. Hundreds of terrifying sword intents converged with Lin Bai's own. In that moment, Lin Bai seemed to merge with the hundreds of sword cultivators behind him, resembling a sword piercing through the heavens. Sword cultivators cultivate an indomitable mindset and aura. What they seek is unparalleled strength and a formidable background. The sword embodies slaughter. There are no intricate doctrines involved. When life and death are at stake, one can only speak of principles in fleeting moments before the end. This is why it is often said that no matter how heinous a person may be, or even in their moments of reflection, it is only when they lay down their weapons, in the brief moments before death, that they can finally unburden themselves and express their beliefs. Who did this? The ancestor of the earth veins was seething with rage. He was furious. Their lineage had been obliterated, and the family to which he belonged was also part of the earth veins. His descendants had been slaughtered as well. Are you blind? Unable to see that we are the outsiders here? Lord Jiu rolled his eyes in exasperation. A lack of intellect is one thing, but to be so visually impaired is astonishing. Ancestor of the earth veins, your demise is imminent. I tell you, even the Buddha could not save you now. The ancestor of the earth veins scoffed. Boom. Lin Bai thrust his sword forward, directly targeting the center of the ancestor's brow. In that instant, the hundreds of sword cultivators behind him channeled their formidable strength into Lin Bai. His power surged dramatically. One sword, invincible. The ancestor of the earth veins extended his hand, attempting to grasp the yellow spring sword, utterly dismissive of it. Lin Bai's voice resonated deeply. Black egg, lend me your strength. The sword spirit remained motionless. Lin Bai grew anxious, hastily coaxing as one would a beloved. I was wrong. This is a critical moment, and time is of the essence. We'll discuss our issues later. Boom. The black sword surged violently, revealing its fearsome blade as it swept towards the lower body of the ancestor of the earth veins. The ancestor was taken aback. Goodness, are today's youth so devoid of martial ethics? The terrifying backlash rippled outward, sending Lin Bai hurtling backward for hundreds of feet. Lin Bai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, flipped over, and rose from the ground. His hands trembled uncontrollably, revealing a deep wound in his palms where he had just lost two swords, now embedded in the earth. Lin Bai took a deep breath. The essence he had just consumed propelled him to the 9th level of the awakening realm. The 9th level of the awakening realm. This was a realm beyond imagination. A flicker of murderous intent crossed the ancestor of the earth veins' eyes. How could someone so young possess such monstrous talent? Without waiting for Lord Jiu and Lord Shi to act, the four figures standing behind the ancestor of the earth veins instantly formed a formidable array, enveloping and isolating everyone. The Earth Emperor Bell, a semi-holy artifact, the treasure of the earth veins. At this moment, the ancestors of the celestial veins and human veins were equally astonished, unsure of what had transpired. Yimo and Song-ru hurriedly provided an explanation. The ancestors of the celestial and human veins exchanged a silent glance, pondering the gravity of the situation. What should be done? Inaction was not an option. They contemplated directly eliminating the ancestor of the earth veins. The ancestor of the human veins spoke with determination. With the earth veins nearly obliterated, if the ancestor of the earth veins were to go mad, the repercussions would be unimaginable if he were not suppressed. However, the ancestor of the celestial veins shook his head, asserting that such actions were not befitting. I am not that kind of person, he declared. What are you waiting for? The ancestor of the human veins retorted, exasperated. Lord Jiu unleashed a powerful punch. The terrifying Earth Emperor Bell erupting with beams of golden light that completely extinguished Lord Jiu's assault, though the golden radiance dimmed considerably. In the next moment, Lord Jiu's overwhelming barrage of punches surged forth, devoid of any embellishment, pure and unadulterated. Instantly, he unleashed 540 punches in a single second. Each strike threatened to shatter the very fabric of space, tearing it apart, and causing turbulent air currents to reverse, revealing a night so dark it seemed ready to engulf all. The four guardians emitted muffled groans, simultaneously propelled backward, with one of their arms severed at the shoulder. So powerful. At that moment, the ancestor of the celestial veins, with a grave expression, conceded, "I believe you are right. We must take action, given the current circumstances." The defeat of the ancestor of the earth veins was all but assured. With that, the two ancestors, accompanied by their followers, swiftly launched an assault on the ancestor of the earth veins. Enraged, the ancestor of the earth veins exclaimed, "Damn it, are you causing trouble?" The ancestors of the celestial and human veins remained silent. At this juncture, they had no choice but to intensify their efforts against him. The ancestor of the earth veins staggered backward, just as Lord Shur suddenly appeared behind him. With a single, decisive stroke, he aimed to behead him. The terrifying sword light cleaved through half the sky, leaving the onlookers from the academy in a state of awe, as though a celestial being had descended. The might of heaven was unassailable. "Spare him," a voice suddenly called out, attempting to intercept Lord Shur's sword technique. Without hesitation, Lord Shur unleashed another strike, piercing through the brow of the ancestor of the earth veins. With a soft gasp, as the blade fully penetrated, the ancestor of the earth veins stood rigidly in place. Lord Shur forcefully twisted the sword and withdrew it. The ancestor of the earth veins, in disbelief, fell backward. He was dead. Turning to face the newcomer, Lord Shur calmly inquired, "And who might you be? Just because you demand mercy, should I comply? If I were to ask you to spare my wife, would you?" Lin Bai suddenly chuckled inwardly, silently giving a thumbs up. Indeed, Lord Shur was formidable. His words, though coarse, were even more potent than those of Lord Jiao. While the sentiment held truth, the delivery was rather blunt. All present stood in stunned silence. The newcomer was a sword cultivator clad in white robes, his expression grim. The white cloud sword cultivator, Bai Yunzi, the newly appointed master of the Baiyun Temple, Bai Yunzi, spoke in a deep voice, "Your arrogance knows no bounds." He was taken aback by the fact that the person before him not only possessed formidable strength, but also showed him no respect. This left him feeling quite humiliated upon his entrance. "Indeed, Bai Yunzi," Lin Bai retorted with irritation, "what does this have to do with you?" Lin Bai genuinely could not comprehend why, during confrontations, unrelated individuals always seemed intent on meddling. "Have you nothing better to do?" Bai Yunzi shot Lin Bai a glare, questioning his audacity to speak. "What standing do you have?" Lin Bai, incensed, jumped up. "How dare you glare at me, you insignificant wretch? Damn you!" The ancestor of the celestial veins and the ancestor of the earth veins exchanged puzzled glances. "What concern is this of Baiyun Temple? My brother's issues are my issues. My brother's troubles are my troubles. Even my brother's wife. In any case, the ancestor of the earth veins and I share a bond akin to brothers. You dare to kill him before my very eyes. Such audacity." After a moment of contemplation, Lord 11 reluctantly raised his hands in surrender. "Since you've put it that way, then go accompany him." "What nonsense." Before Lord 11 could take action, Bai Yunzi was quicker, tearing apart the spatial scroll and executing a spatial transfer. Enveloped in a flash of white light, he was swiftly transported away. Bai Yunzi let out a sigh of relief and declared, "You all wait for me. I shall return with reinforcements. Today is not an auspicious day for conflict." Lin Bai finally grasped the situation. "Damn it, this scoundrel intends to flee." Lord 9 scoffed. "How can one speak of escape so poetically?" Boom. A terrifying punch mark surged forward. Terrified, Bai Yunzi did not hesitate, hastily channeling his energy to teleport, vanishing from his position. Lin Bai, thoroughly displeased, growled, "Just you wait. How dare that old fool glare at me? Once I find the time, I shall make him pay." The ancestors of the celestial and earth veins exchanged glances, their respect for Lords 11 and 9 increasing significantly, placing them at the forefront of their admiration. They were not to be trifled with. They couldn't help but reflect on how the younger generation was truly remarkable, daring to challenge their elders directly. "My young friend." The two ancestors forced a warm smile, attempting to greet Lin Bai and his companions. They nodded in response, maintaining a courteous demeanor. Relieved that Lin Bai and his group harbored no ill intentions and accepted their goodwill, the ancestors pulled Yemo and Tsang Ru aside and earnestly advised, "Once this young friend joins, be sure to cultivate a good relationship with him. No matter the issue, support him wholeheartedly. Afterwards, we shall appoint him as the chief of the celestial veins. You handled this matter splendidly. A friendly demeanor cost you nothing. And had you approached this like the Gong family, our academy might have faced dire consequences. This is an excellent opportunity for our academy to rise." The ancestor of the celestial veins interjected, "What nonsense are you spouting? The chief of the celestial veins? What if he ends up displeased with our lineage?" The chief of connections also supported him. Regardless of the matter, he ensured allegiance to him. In an instant, the two venerable ancestors reached a consensus. Allegiance was paramount. In this world, choosing one's allies is an art form. If one can align themselves correctly, the prospects are boundless. Lin Bai's background is exceptionally formidable, truly beyond reproach. Yi Mo felt a jolt of surprise, realizing the gravity with which the two ancestors regarded this situation. To what extent must one comply? Whatever he says, you must adhere to. Should anything go awry, all leaders and disciples must rally behind him. Those who defy him need not remain in the academy. He might as well assume the title of chief of the academy. The ancestor stated decisively. Yi Mo, without hesitation, promptly agreed. Lin Bai temporarily declined the request to stay at the academy, turning to leave with hundreds of sword cultivators. Why do you not stay at the academy? Ninth Master inquired. Somewhat perplexed. The resources here are quite substantial, and the platform is commendable, providing numerous relics and various martial arts exchanges. With your current prowess, you are already unrivaled in the northern region. Lin Bai contemplated for a moment, and then recounted the situation regarding Wang Million to Ninth Master and the others. In an instant, both elders' eyes gleamed with eager anticipation, akin to a lecher reborn, having never encountered beauty in 8 lifetimes. Ninth Master asserted solemnly. What do you mean your brother? He is my brother. Lin Bai, 11th Master declared without hesitation. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to rally support. Just remember the appearance fee, as you well understand. Saying this, he rubbed 2 fingers together, indicating a gesture of payment. In Wielding City, 5 days later, all matters were settled. Within an inn, Lin Bai assured, Brother Wang, rest assured, your concerns are my concerns. Even the gravest matters will be postponed for your sake. From this moment until the conclusion of the 4 domains grand competition, you can trust that I will elevate you to first place. Just moments ago, Lin Bai and Wang Million had engaged in fruitful dialogue. Wang Million proposed a price of 5 billion high-grade spirit crystals. Aside from matters involving murder and smuggling, he hoped Lin Bai could act as his bodyguard during the Northern Region Grand Competition, assisting him in securing a place among the top 3. What kind of person is Lin Bai? He possesses a passionate heart and readily agreed. Wang Million humbly waved his hand. No, I only need a top 3 finish. First place belongs solely to Brother Lin. Lin Bai insisted, rest assured, I am a man of principles. If you do not secure first place, I cannot accept. Initially, Lin Bai had intended to leverage this opportunity to effortlessly claim first place and attain fame. However, he altered his perspective. It is not necessary to secure first place to gain notoriety. One can choose to employ underhanded tactics. He resolved to claim all spots within the top 10. To enter the top 10, one must spend money to procure positions from him. Alternatively, one could offer something he desires in exchange. The mere thought of this idea exhilarated Lin Bai, akin to the discovery of a new continent. Alas, he was impoverished, burdened as a second-generation debtor. With a plethora of IOUs nestled within his spatial ring, Wang Million pondered and declared, then I shall not allow Brother Lin to suffer losses. I will add another 50 billion, 100 billion high-grade spirit crystals. What does it mean to be as wealthy as a nation? This is what it means to possess wealth beyond compare. Lin Bai could hardly contain his desire to plant a few kisses on his face, his eyes shimmering with intensity. Truly, it was a sight of opulence. When shall we set forth, as per Brother Wang's suggestion? Why not now? I will return to fetch the money to present to Brother Lin. Wang Million earnestly replied. Then let us proceed to the Martial God City. Martial God City. This ancient city, steeped in history, would host the grand competition among the 4 domains, teeming with prosperity and a multitude of formidable experts. Across the vast Songxian realm, there are 5 major domains. Apart from the central Songxian domain, the other 4, East, South, West, and North, will also participate. This selection not only presents an opportunity for fame and fortune, but also serves as a recruitment event for the powerful factions within the Songxian domain. One must take a chance. If one catches the eye of the right people, the future holds limitless potential. The Songxian domain stands as the nucleus of the entire Songxian realm, unparalleled in terms of education, number of experts, and overall prosperity when compared to the other domains. Before long, Yu Fei, Lin Bai, and Wang Million embarked on their journey to the ancient city of Yunzhou. Time seemed to blur, and eventually, the scenery before them sharpened into focus, revealing an ancient city. Yunzhou Ancient City, beyond the Songxian domain. The other 4 domains exhibited varying degrees of prosperity, with independent cities nestled among ruins and blessed lands. Martial God City was one. Yunzhou Ancient City was another. The ancient city walls stretched for hundreds of feet, a magnificent sight. But what captured Lin Bai's attention was the grand entrance. His gaze fixed on the door, which revealed itself to be a double gate. The outer door crafted entirely of gold, while the inner door was fashioned from spirit crystals. Lin Bai fell momentarily silent. On one hand, one could deem it extravagant to construct a door of spirit crystals, while on the other, the resplendent gold was undeniably captivating. Wang chuckled, a proud smile gracing his face. Brother, this is a hallmark of our Yunzhou ancient city. These two doors have become iconic landmarks, generating billions in entrance fees annually. Lin Bai cast a glance at him. Is this yours? Wang nodded. Our family's shops are widespread. Yunzhou ancient city is a vital stronghold. Please, feel at home. I shall treat you. Yunzhou ancient city is a directly governed city, distinct from the other 4 domains. Wang continued. I have arranged everything. Lin Bai inquired. Are these arrangements reputable? I would never venture to dubious establishments. I am a good person. Wang displayed a knowing expression. Rest assured, they are entirely respectable. They are long-established businesses in Yunzhou ancient city. Lin Bai shook his head. Who goes to reputable places? If your family only runs respectable establishments, it lacks excitement. At that moment, Yu Fei gazed at the door with excitement, exclaiming, wow, it looks exhilarating. Imagine if we could pry these doors away and strike it rich. Just then, a raucous laughter erupted nearby. Country bumpkin. Look at that naive expression. Did you hear what that bumpkin said? It's hilarious. Upon hearing this, Yu Fei's expression darkened abruptly. Lin Bai and his companions turned their gaze towards the city gate checkpoint, where a young man with yellow hair was taking photos alongside 4 or 5 alluring women, frequently striking poses. A crowd of about a dozen people surrounded them, engaged in laughter and chatter. Lin Bai observed this scene with an expression akin to that of witnessing a lifeless body. Upon noticing Lin Bai's demeanor, Wang quickly interjected, Bro, stay calm. Leave this trivial matter to me. Lin Bai smiled politely and replied, No need, we can handle it ourselves. Rest assured, our previous agreement remains intact and will not be affected. Curse it, look at your mother. The young man with yellow hair exclaimed, a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding an air of superiority. This is not something just anyone can smoke. It is a symbol of status, difficult to acquire. His provocations were deliberate, especially upon catching a glimpse of Yu Fei's expression, which irked him. The sight of Yu Fei and Lin Bai's appearances made him uncomfortable, particularly when he noticed the women beside him daring to glance at them, which wounded his pride. Thus, when Yu Fei displayed excitement, he couldn't help but speak up, successfully eliciting giggles from the nearby beauties. Before Lin Bai could take action, Yu Fei dashed forward with remarkable speed. In an instant, he stood before the group, and the yellow-haired youth felt the sudden presence of another person. Yu Fei's right hand brandished an iron rod, which he swung towards the yellow-haired youth's head. As Yu Fei initiated the attack, Lin Bai swiftly followed suit. With a swift motion, Lin Bai pierced the throat of one individual with his sword. Instinctively, the yellow-haired youth shoved the women beside him away. With a resounding crash, the youth's head shattered into pieces. In horror, the yellow-haired youth regained his composure and bellowed, Damn it, take down these foreign bastards. The surrounding men immediately sprang into action. From a distance, dozens of guards rushed forward. With effortless grace, Lin Bai wielded his sword, each blade of energy directed towards the opponent's groins. Unmatched in combat, he swiftly incapacitated the group, leaving them writhing in agony on the ground, their hands desperately clutching their injured parts. In an instant, the attackers were felled, rendered powerless. Wang couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Once again, this technique. It was utterly unpredictable. Yu Fei seized the yellow-haired youth by the throat and slammed him down against the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. Curse your mother. The youth's eyes sparkled with stars as he struggled to comprehend the situation, only to receive a resounding slap that knocked out several of his teeth. Blood flying in all directions. The nearby enchanting women trembled in fear, instinctively attempting to retreat when a chilling voice echoed behind them. Stand still. Anyone who moves will face my wrath. One woman in a red robe challenged defiantly, but before she could utter another word, Lin Bai's slap struck her face, causing her to stagger. Did I permit you to bark? He retorted. The red-robed woman, infuriated, exclaimed, Are you even a man? Hitting a woman. How despicable. She then shouted, Everyone, come and see. This man is truly scoundrel, even striking a woman. In Lin Bai's fearful gaze, she directly shattered her own beauty, exhibiting a ruthless disposition without a hint of hesitation. The onlookers, reveling in the spectacle, wore expressions of eager anticipation. For them, the chaos was merely a source of amusement, as it did not involve them. The more tumultuous, the better. Some bystanders, eager to champion justice, contemplated intervening, but were instinctively deterred by Lin Bai's decisive demeanor. It was wise to refrain from confrontation with such a formidable individual. At that moment, The yellow-haired man lay on the ground like a defeated dog, as Yufei's boot callously pressed against his face. Apologize. The yellow-haired man snarled. Do you know who I am? Crack. One of his arms was brutally crushed underfoot, the bones splintering with merciless force. Cold sweat streamed down his face from the agony, yet his defiance persisted. Stop it. He spat vehemently. Yufei swiftly drew a dagger, causing a flicker of panic in the yellow-haired man's heart. In the next instant, Yufei delivered a painful blow to his groin. The yellow-haired man's cries echoed in despair, only to be met with a hand slapping him back to consciousness. Apologize. Do not make me repeat myself a third time. Forgive me. I truly beg your pardon. Let me go, and I will leave at once. He pleaded, enduring the pain while offering insincere apologies, his mind cursing his ancestors, yet maintaining a facade of humility. Get lost. Yufei spat disdainfully, a glob of saliva landing on the man's face. You cowardly wretch, barking like a dog, thinking you possess any real strength. Lin Bai interjected, what do you intend to do with these women? Upon hearing this, the group trembled in fear. One managed a feeble smile, attempting to pull down her clothing in an effort to appear more modest. Please, spare me. I will do anything. Faced with intimidation, they resorted to pleading for mercy. The onlookers, witnessing the scene, were filled with a restless anticipation. Without further ado, Yufei delivered several stinging slaps to each of them. Get out of here. You think I need your kind around? What a contagion. His words were as harsh as they were unrelenting. As soon as the command was issued, the group fled in disarray, as if the word leave had been music to their ears. Chapter 26. The clubhouse. Lin Bai spat in contempt. Such scoundrels were indeed deserving of a beating. The trio did not linger, making their way directly into the city. Soon, they arrived at an opulent residence. Brother, Wang Million said with a smile, do not dwell on what just transpired. When night falls, I shall take you to a splendid place to unwind. Lin Bai and Yufei remained indifferent. Such individuals were hardly worthy of their concern. However, Yufei's interest was piqued. What splendid place? The clubhouse, Wang Million replied. And in an instant, Lin Bai and Yufei's eyes brightened with intrigue. Indeed, Wang Million began to elaborate on this exceptional venue, emphasizing that it was not open to just anyone. The selection was stringent. Among the 3 finest clubhouses in Yunzhou ancient city, one belonged to the Wang family's affluent business association, while another had substantial investments. What of the third? Wang Million elucidated that the remaining establishment is operated by Wang Bai. To be frank, the initial concept for this venue was conceived by our esteemed Wang family. Merely the patents and copyrights represent a substantial fortune. Lin Bai silently gave a thumbs up. Soon, dusk began to settle. Yinzhou Club. At this moment, the exterior was bustling with activity, with high-profile individuals entering and exiting, either distinguished elites or prominent figures. The club occupied the most prosperous street, surrounded by merchants vocally promoting their wares. The significant foot traffic generated by the club evidently contributed to economic development. Lin Bai and his companions made their entrance. Boss. Upon seeing Wang Million beside them, the welcoming hostess promptly addressed him. Please arrange the best private room for my brother, and summon the most renowned individuals in the club for an evening of conversation. Wang Million suggested with understanding. A conversation. After all, working long hours can be quite exhausting. Some guidance is necessary to prevent feelings of depression. Within the luxurious private room, Wang Million boisterously declared, Bro, don't be shy. It's on me. Feel free to indulge, at least 2 drinks each. He casually embraced 2 companions. Lin Bai quickly waved his hands. Oh no, that's too generous. At least 3. Then, a woman approached, and in comparison, the other beauties standing nearby instantly seemed to pale. Clad in a black dress, with long, snow-white legs and perfectly proportioned curves, she was simply stunning. Absolutely breathtaking. Lin Bai suddenly recalled a line of poetry, exclaiming, clouds adorn garments, flowers enhance beauty, the spring breeze caresses the railing, dew glistens thickly. In an instant, the woman in black displayed a look of surprise, followed by a gentle smile. Yufei appeared somewhat astonished. Wow, boss, when did you start reading behind my back? Thank you, young master. The woman in black performed a graceful bow, expressing her delight. I never expected such literary talent from you. Lin Bai quickly waved his hands. Oh, it's nothing really. Ah, he can even compose poetry. Suddenly, Jian Ling chimed in with a hint of envy. Clouds adorn garments, flowers enhance beauty. Who would have thought? Lin Bai, this lady is our club's renowned Hongxiu. Let her introduce you to the unique offerings of Yunzhou, and allow Lin to experience the local specialties. Wang Million chuckled. Before long, everyone entered the private room. Wang Million suddenly remarked, I just remembered. I arranged to play poker with a few friends tonight. I'll be back shortly. Poker. This is a favored form of relaxation among them. Don't worry, you carry on. Yu Fei hastily reassured. The Hongxiu lady suddenly inquired, I wonder if the young master enjoys playing poker? Without hesitation, Lin Bai replied, I don't play. I usually just watch others. At this, everyone around was taken aback. Subsequently, Yu Fei flashed a toothy grin at Lin Bai, giving him a thumbs up. Boss, you're impressive. The Hongxiu lady, too, was amused, covering her mouth and laughing. You are quite humorous, young master. We have a variety of entertainment options here. Life is challenging for everyone in our pursuits, so relaxation is essential, Lin Bai inquired. What offerings do you typically have here? For instance, everyone enjoys the art of massage. It allows individuals to unwind and alleviates fatigue effectively. Therefore, I kindly request the exquisite Miss Hongxiu to provide me with a massage. In the realm of Blade Soul, a scoundrel. Soon, Lin Bai reclined in the chair as Miss Hongxiu began her skilled ministrations. It must be said that her technique was exceptional, quickly enveloping Lin Bai in a state of bliss. Suddenly, within another private room, a group was reveling, and seated at the center was a gentleman in splendid robes, exuding an air of nobility. A subordinate burst through the door, hastily approaching the robed man, exclaiming, Boss, I just spotted an extraordinary beauty passing by, undoubtedly your type. The room fell silent, all eyes turning to the esteemed gentleman. He cast a skeptical glance at his subordinate, questioning, Are you certain you are not mistaken? Doubts about his subordinate's taste in aesthetics lingered in his mind. Absolutely, boss. I would stake my father's happiness for the latter half of his life on it. She is a paragon of beauty, ethereal as a goddess. The subordinate lavished praise indiscriminately. The robed gentleman felt a stirring in his heart and promptly rose, leading his entourage toward the exit. Moments later, they pushed open Lin Bai's door. At that moment, Miss Hongxiu was preparing to instruct Lin Bai on the intricacies of card play, her delicate shoulders partially revealed, and upon seeing the newcomers, she was momentarily taken aback. As she laid eyes on Miss Hongxiu, the robed gentleman held his breath, his gaze aflame with desire. Beautiful. Yet, his lack of cultural refinement left him with nothing but crude exclamations in his mind. With a smile upon his face, he approached Miss Hongxiu, charmingly stating, My dear lady, may I invite you to join me this evening in the appreciation of swords? I possess an exquisite sword and would be honored to admire it alongside you. If you could demonstrate your swordplay, it would surely be delightful. Throughout his speech, his eyes were fixed ardently upon her, completely disregarding Lin Bai's presence. In an instant, Miss Hongxiu's expression turned icy. Leave. Her clear voice resonated through the room, silencing all present. The robed gentleman questioned his own ears. What nonsense is this? With a hint of menace in her gaze, she continued, What sort of person are you? The robed gentleman appeared bewildered, clearly not grasping the gravity of the situation. A well-meaning subordinate interjected, Boss, she told you to leave. Should we depart? Damn it. The robed gentleman kicked his subordinate, hissing, If you can't speak sensibly, refrain from speaking at all. His expression darkened, fury bubbling beneath the surface. Yet the earlier interruption had diminished his presence. This lady commands you to leave, do you not hear? Lin Bai interjected suddenly. As his words fell, he seized the wine bottle from the table and brought it crashing down upon the robed gentleman's head. Liquid cascaded down the robed gentleman's form, leaving him momentarily stunned. He instinctively touched his head, finally realizing he had been struck. Damn it, kill this scoundrel. How dare he disrespect me? I will not be refused. The robed gentleman bellowed. Chapter 27. A proper gentleman. With his words still echoing, Lin Bai took the initiative and launched his assault. With a resounding slap, the man in the floral robe was sent crashing out of the private room, the immense force nearly causing half the wall to collapse, leaving his subordinates in a state of bewilderment. These structures, fortified with vitality, were not easily damaged. The average person would find it exceedingly difficult to inflict even minor harm. Suddenly, Yu Fei appeared at the scene, taking in the surroundings without a moment's hesitation. He swiftly approached one of the spiky-haired henchmen and, with a sudden flourish, produced an iron rod, which he brought down with a whooshing sound. Boom! Like a tiger amidst a flock of sheep, he incapacitated everyone present in mere moments. With such feeble strength, how dare you act so arrogantly? Yu Fei scoffed as he kicked at the floral-robed man, his expression one of disdain. The man in the floral robe glared back, seething with resentment. At that moment, Lin Bai stepped forward and delivered a fierce kick to the man's chin, causing a dozen teeth to fly out. Drawing a dagger, he plunged it down with ferocity. A scream erupted from the floral-robed man as he fainted from the pain. The entire process was swift and decisive. Meanwhile, Wang stormed in with a throng of followers. Damn it! How dare anyone create a ruckus on my territory? Such audacity is akin to courting death. He was determined to teach the culprits a lesson. Upon recognizing Lin Bai and Yu Fei, Wang paused momentarily. He glanced at the small knife he had just drawn, then tucked it back into his pocket, signaling his subordinates to retreat. What is going on? Wang Million glared at the manager, visibly displeased. You were boasting in front of Lin Bai, and now someone's south wrecking the place. Where is your dignity? The manager, trembling with fear, recounted the recent events. Wang Million poked the manager's shoulder and instructed, make sure to incapacitate that brat and anyone behind him. Understand? No matter who he is, if he dares to disrupt my gathering while I'm hosting my brothers, I will ensure he pays dearly. The manager nodded in compliance. Wang Million, with an apologetic demeanor, remarked, it seems this has turned into quite the spectacle. How about we add another hour? Spirit sword, Yu Fei interjected. Who could have anticipated such trouble? Don't take it to heart. In a grand estate, a dozen burly men were engaged in animated conversation. Huang Mao, supported by several women, entered the room. Seated at the head was a man in his 50s, clutching a string of prayer beads, who frowned upon witnessing the scene before him. What on earth, Huang Mao? You went out for a bit and returned like this? With a thud, Huang Mao knelt down, weeping profusely. Boss, you must stand up for me. He then recounted the events outside, embellishing the tale of how his female companion was harassed and how he was beaten for merely speaking up, describing the aggressor's arrogance in vivid detail. Damn it. Didn't you tell them you are one of my Zhao CS men? The man with the prayer beads replied, his expression darkening. The group surrounding him belonged to the Canglan gang of Yuzhou ancient city, notorious for their deeds and well known in the area, having long held sway in the western district, extorting protection fees. Huang Mao was indeed one of their subordinates. Someone mentioned Zhao Si is nothing to be taken seriously, claiming that even standing before him would lead to a beating. Huang Mao fanned the flames with his words. Cursed. With a crack, Zhao Si crushed one of the Buddhist beads, his expression darkening as if water dripped from his face. Damn it. I am curious to see how arrogant this outsider truly is. Zhao Si, not one to be easily fooled, recognized that Huang Mao had provoked someone and had exaggerated the tale. Nevertheless, he was not of a mild temperament. Huang Mao was one of his trusted subordinates, and such disrespect could not be overlooked. Send a few brothers to investigate his background, Zhao Si cautioned. We cannot recklessly provoke him. This affront cannot go unaddressed. Yet we must first understand who we are dealing with. If we encounter someone formidable, it could cost us dearly. Better to tread carefully. This is why he has been able to rise to prominence. Once you gather the information, report back. Do not act impulsively. If his background is indeed powerful, I shall personally go and apologize. Zhao Si declared. Huh. Huang Mao seemed taken aback. You understand nothing. If he possesses a strong background, belonging to a significant family or sect, I can leverage this incident to offer my apologies, claiming my subordinate acted foolishly and offended a great personage. If that influential figure requires a pawn, we might establish a connection that could lead us to prosperity. Zhao Si elaborated. Upon hearing this, those present quickly grasped the implications. Soon, a night passed. As the saying goes, a spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Lin Bai awoke feeling refreshed. He had enjoyed a splendid night's sleep. Was the hospitality satisfactory? Wang Million cheerfully inquired. Lin Bai nodded appreciatively. Thank you, brother. In that moment, the bond between the three men deepened. As the adage suggests, what kind of brotherhood is the strongest? One where they have shared experiences together. Wang Million pondered for a moment before saying, there is something I need to tell you. What is it? Lin Bai asked curiously. Someone is inquiring about you. Lin Bai was puzzled. He had just arrived and had yet to make a name for himself. The Four Domains Grand Tournament had not even commenced. It is the disciples of the Canglan gang. They are sending people to investigate. Could it be the man in the embroidered robe we fought last night? Yu Fei suddenly interjected. Wang Million shook his head. I have already dispatched someone to deal with that. It should not be him. Then it must be that Huang Mao kid from when we entered the city. Lin Bai deduced, calculating that they had only offended these two factions in Yunzhou ancient city. Damn it, that bastard dares to stir trouble again. Yu Fei exclaimed angrily. If they are looking for us, why don't we strike first and teach them a lesson? Lin Bai contemplated briefly and responded, all right, we will take the initiative. He was not one to remain passive. Wang Million was also somewhat exhilarated, causing a ruckus. Count me in, brothers. Brother. This matter arose because of US and does not involve you. If you get implicated. Lin Bai spoke earnestly. What nonsense is this? Wang Million spoke with a solemn expression. We are brothers in the same trench. Your affairs are my affairs. We made this pact beforehand. You must protect me. Hence it is only natural that I stay close to you for safety. Lin Bai regarded him and soon broke into a smile. In no time, the trio had inquired about each other's backgrounds. Canglan gang. What a bunch of nobodies. I've never heard of them. Yu Fei scoffed. What shall we do? Wang Million inquired. I've heard that Zhao Si often frequents a particular tavern. Let us lie in wait there. Before long, the three arrived at a tavern. Tianxian Lu. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Fei attempted to enter. Wang Million hurriedly stopped him, saying, "Brother Yu, we must not act rashly. Tianxian Lu is a powerful chain establishment. If we charge in recklessly, we may easily offend others. After all, it is a business. Barging in unceremoniously to seize someone could easily create enmity. If others were to imitate such behavior, their reputation would be tarnished, and who would dare to linger in their tavern then? You all wait outside. I shall go in and stake out." With that, Lin Bai entered and quickly located the room where their target was situated. The 6th floor. Numerous members of the Canglan gang were stationed around. Lin Bai concealed his presence and stealthily approached the window. Unpleasant sounds wafted through the air. Instinctively, Lin Bai peered inside, and his face darkened. "Damn it! So inappropriate so early in the morning. You rogue," the sword spirit chastised. "What concern is it of mine? I am also a victim," Lin Bai retorted unamused. A minute later, silence enveloped the room. Zhao Si emerged once more, clutching a string of prayer beads, accompanied by a throng of underlings descending the stairs. Upon exiting the tavern, Lin Bai waved to Yu Fei and the others. Now, Chapter 28, Bribery. In an instant, Lin Bai dashed forward. Yu Fei wielded a hefty iron rod, swinging it with force and knocking down a considerable number of adversaries. Without uttering a word, Zhao Si turned and fled. Lin Bai, faster still, landed a kick that sent him sprawling to the ground, followed swiftly by a dagger pressed against his throat. Zhao Si's complexion turned ashen, paralyzed by fear. "In this alley, gentlemen, we bear no grudges," Zhao Si pondered, uncertain of Lin Bai's intentions, and spoke cautiously. Slap. Yu Fei leapt and delivered a resounding slap to his face. "That felt quite satisfying," he remarked, smacking his lips. Beside him, Wang Million's eyes lit up. "Really? Let me try next time," Lin Bai interjected. "You've been searching the streets for us, yet you still dare to inquire who we are?" Blood trickled from the corner of Zhao Si's mouth, and he quickly realized they were the same individuals who had clashed with Huang Mao at the city gate. "You are the ones who had a conflict with Huang Mao at the city gate?" Slap. Yu Fei delivered another fierce slap, the force nearly distorting half of Zhao Si's face. "Damn it, and you still ask," Lin Bai remarked, eyeing the prayer beads in Zhao Si's hand. "I didn't see this coming. You seem to be quite the pretender." Lin Bai grinned. "You were looking for us, and here we are right before you. What do you intend to do?" Zhao Si spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and coldly remarked, "Dare to release me? Shall we have a rematch? What skill is there in ambushing?" Yu Fei pretended to make a move, but Wang Million restrained him. "Fei Gu, take a break. It's my turn now," Wang Million said with a grin. He then delivered a punch to Zhao Si's face, resulting in a scream as Zhao Si collapsed to the ground, his front teeth shattered. Lin Bai drew a dagger. Ignoring the pain, Zhao Si hastily pleaded for mercy. "Everyone, I realize my mistakes. Please let me go. I will take care of Huang Mao when I return, and from now on, we will keep our distance." He begged for clemency, sensing the precariousness of his situation. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Lin Bai suddenly interjected, "If we let you go, you will undoubtedly find a way to kill us later. Am I mistaken about your little schemes?" Zhao Si's pupils constricted, and he dared not show any change in his expression. "I swear on my father's life, I speak only the truth. Big brother, spare me, and I will comply with any demands you have." Without hesitation, Lin Bai slashed his throat. Zhao Si's eyes widened in disbelief as blood gushed forth from his neck, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. "Apologies, but I am one who repays grievances," Lin Bai remarked calmly. "If you seek to establish your authority through me, I will ensure your demise." Wang Million, feeling exhilarated, exclaimed, "How thrilling! As the saying goes, those who have bathed together share a bond that is forged through blood." Suddenly, a figure appeared in the alley, causing Lin Bai and his companions to turn their gaze. The young man was startled, spreading his arms as if searching for something. Inching forward cautiously. "Why can I suddenly see nothing? Why is it so dark before my eyes?" Sword Spirit, Lin Bai and the others turned to leave. Just then, a squad of law enforcement appeared before them. The law enforcement corps had a formidable background, with branches established across various cities to maintain order. Wang Million's eyes flickered with apprehension. A man stepped forward from the ranks, clad in armor and exuding a commanding presence. Though his appearance was somewhat naive, a fierce scar traversed half of his face, adding an intimidating aura. His muscular physique was striking. Yu Fei adopted a defensive stance while Lin Bai, hands in his pockets, maintained an air of indifference. "We are the Yunzhou Law Enforcement Corps. According to the law, killing is prohibited," the man bellowed. "I just saw you commit murder. Do you admit it?" Lin Bai assessed him from head to toe and replied, "Indeed." The man was momentarily taken aback. What is the big deal about killing someone? Unprepared for Lin Bai's unconventional demeanor, The man was surprised to see him so composed even in such dire circumstances. If you dare cause trouble in the city, you had best come along with us. Lin Bai remained unmoved. The man's expression darkened. I advise you not to provoke us. Your fate will be dire if you do. The enforcement troops have lingered in the ancient city of Yunzhou for quite some time, undoubtedly steeped in profound history. What formidable challenges have they not encountered? There is no need to offend these individuals. Becoming entangled with them would be unwise. Suddenly, the sword spirit remarked, those pesky little demons. Lin Bai pondered for a moment and then produced a spatial ring. The armored man looked on with suspicion. What do you mean by this? He inquired. Just a token of goodwill. A few tokens, to be precise. Lin Bai replied. The armored man hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted it. When he scanned the contents and beheld a pile of hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals, he was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe his eyes. Without uttering another word, the armored man sheathed his weapon and said earnestly, My name is Gu Kai. Let this be a one-time occurrence. With that, he turned and led his companions away. Let this be a one-time occurrence. Lin Bai chuckled. Indeed, they were swayed by such tactics. Money can indeed compel even the most obstinate. Beside him, Yufei exclaimed, Wow. Boss, you're not setting a good example. You're actually bribing them. Lin Bai replied sternly. How can you say such a thing? Clearly, it was merely a sum of money that had been left unattended on the ground, which I am kindly handing over to the enforcement troops for safekeeping. For safekeeping? Wait. Gu Kai and his entourage came to a halt, several members remaining on guard, wary of Lin Bai's potential change of heart. Lin Bai continued. I wonder if it was one of your brothers who stumbled upon it, or if someone reported it. Gu Kai hesitated momentarily. It was reported. After all, Yunzhou is vast. And sometimes we cannot oversee everything. Normally, we turn a blind eye to such matters. Turning a blind eye indeed. Lin Bai narrowed his eyes, sensing that someone might be scheming against him. Who could it be? I apologize, but we have regulations to follow. Gu Kai took a deep breath, expressing his regret. Without further ado, Lin Bai produced another ring and handed it over. Gu Kai was momentarily stunned. The next second, he accepted it, saying earnestly, Good brother. Should you require my assistance in the ancient city of Yunzhou in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. Let us ensure that those who report frivolously face strict consequences for wasting public resources. Lin Bai and Gu Kai exchanged knowing glances, both smiling, a win-win situation. Wang wore an expression of disbelief. After the enforcement troops departed, one of Gu Kai's subordinates questioned, Boss, why should we be so courteous? The money on these individuals belongs to us as well. Gu Kai rebuked, You lack any strategic foresight. Setting aside the strength of this individual, should we engage in a brawl, we would suffer losses ourselves, not to mention the potential depletion of our energy. What a disadvantage. Moreover, how can you be so certain you can overpower them? I assure you, they are not to be underestimated. Gu Kai continued with a serious tone. Battles must be approached with discernment. Operating under the banner of an alliance and leveraging one's connections is the rightful path. Engaging in a life-and-death struggle could cost me my life, whereas standing here and acquiring the funds is far more comfortable. The subordinate exclaimed, Wow, boss, you're quite cunning. On their way back, Lin Bai remarked, Black Egg, I believe you were right. The sword spirit responded. Sometimes, it is indeed unnecessary to resort to violence. A little expenditure can resolve matters, even securing someone's loyalty. Why not embrace such opportunities? Lin Bai exclaimed with enthusiasm. This is the essence of power. Spirit Blade spoke with irritation. You prodigal son, do you have any idea how much you've given them? You could have at least swallowed those spirit crystals. That way, you could have made a decent profit. You really are a wasteful one. You don't understand, Lin Bai replied, shaking his head. It's not my money being spent, so I certainly don't feel any remorse. Besides, we have a wealthy companion here, don't we? Soon, Lin Bai cleverly remarked, Brother Million? Wang blinked, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Huh, we're in this together now. Upon seeing Lin Bai's resolute gaze, Wang became serious. All right, good brother, we share responsibilities. Lin Bai, with a heavy heart, proclaimed, We're family. There's no need to speak of divisions. That fellow just extorted me, you know? If I hadn't been worried about a conflict and the need to protect Brother Million, if it were just me, I would have gladly dealt with him. Wang pondered for a moment, finding some truth in Lin Bai's words. He had been following along and realized he couldn't contribute nothing to their small group. Lin Bai was the leader, overseeing everything, while Yufei was the muscle. He too needed to play his part. Before long, Wang presented Lin Bai with a ring. Feigning ignorance, Lin Bai inquired, What's this? Good brother, just a small token of appreciation, Wang insisted. I've been thinking, I should do something for our little collective. Rest assured, I will handle logistics and intelligence from now on. Brother Bai, I will rely on you for support on the road, Wang Million said earnestly. Though his slightly pudgy face made it hard for Lin Bai to stifle a chuckle, Lin Bai patted Wang Million on the shoulder. The more good brothers, the better. As long as I'm around, who dares to bully my million? I will be the first to object. Upon returning home, Lin Bai and Yu Fei collapsed into a deep slumber, desperately needing rest. After leaving the clubhouse, they had dealt with Zhao Si early that morning and were feeling somewhat overwhelmed. At the same time, chaos erupted within the Canglan gang. Their boss had been brutally murdered, a profound humiliation. It had to be the White Tiger sect from the east. We had clashed with them several times before, and they surely couldn't resist striking a blow. Now that Zhao had been killed, we must avenge this disgrace. Otherwise, everyone would feel emboldened to prey upon us. That makes sense, a sharp-witted member analyzed. Damn it, he's right. Another underling shouted, let us take them down. In a corner of the hall, Huang Mao hesitated. Torn between his thoughts, he had other ideas, but, seeing the righteous fury of his comrades, decided it was best to remain silent. If he spoke poorly, it might backfire and lead to his own downfall, which would be counterproductive. Meanwhile, at the White Tiger sect, a heavy burden loomed over them. When Lin Bai and the others finally awoke, it was already night. The bustling streets of Yuzhou ancient city were filled with a throng of people. The bright moon hanging high in the sky, and stars twinkling all around. Wang Million peered around the room, and, upon seeing Lin Bai and Yu Fei emerge, grinned. Did you sleep well? Absolutely. Tonight, a friend handed me 3 invitations for a tea gathering by the Yuzhou River. Shall we go and have some fun? Wang Million suggested with a smile. It's a lively area in Yuzhou, and I am sure many lovely ladies will be in attendance. Upon hearing this, Bai and Yu Fei immediately agreed. Beautiful women? We must go. Shortly, 3 individuals walked together towards the banks of the Yuzhou River. Wang Million took this opportunity to present invitation cards to Lin Bai and Yu Fei. The cards, adorned in a black and gold exterior, felt substantial in Lin Bai's hands, hinting at their significance. Elegantly inscribed on the front were several lines of grand characters. Wang Million began to elaborate. Although termed a tea gathering, it was essentially an opportunity for young individuals to network and engage in amicable martial exchanges. Everyone had come prepared for the upcoming 4 domains competition, eager to familiarize themselves with some of the skilled participants and broaden their horizons. This tea gathering was initiated by a member of the Yun clan, a lineage of formidable repute, believed to be descended from the Yun dynasty, whose deep-rooted heritage commanded respect. Wang Million remarked that regardless of the outcome, it would be an eye-opening experience, allowing for interaction and enjoyment among peers. At the very least, one might encounter a companion. The ambience was perfect for poetry and moon-gazing. Lin Bai nodded, gaining a clearer understanding of the gathering. Must one possess an invitation to attend? Yu Fei inquired suddenly. Wang Million chuckled. Not at all. This tea gathering is categorized into 3 tiers. The first tier consists of young talents personally invited by the Yun clan, while the second tier is represented by the black and gold invitation cards. The third tier requires a contribution of 300,000 spirit crystals, accompanied by a competency assessment. However, all are welcome. Those wishing to partake in the festivities without an invitation may still join in. 300,000 spirit crystals. Lin Bai was taken aback. What a fortune! Wang Million agreed wholeheartedly. They truly excel in business. Lin Bai's resolve strengthened. He was determined not only to assist Wang Million in securing first place in the competition, but to claim a spot among the top 10 himself. Realizing that those aspiring to the top 10 would need to invest with him. Monopoly. Lin Bai discerned that only by monopolizing the positions could he reap substantial rewards. Much like this tea gathering, the organizers inherently established a monopoly, dictating the terms of participation. Before long, the group arrived at the riverside, where throngs of people had already gathered, punctuated by the occasional burst of fireworks. A grand arena had been constructed along the river, surrounded by layers of spectators. A beautifully adorned boat was moored nearby. What a lively scene, the sword spirit remarked. The vibrancy of human life is most comforting to the heart. Wang Million quickly led Lin Bai and Yu Fei to the entrance, where the guards, upon citing their invitations, respectfully ushered them inside. There was an air of ease. No ostentatious displays or humiliating encounters marred the atmosphere. The guards and attendants from prominent families exhibited impeccable decorum, ensuring no embarrassment would befall them. Chapter 29, Disturbance. Soon, Lin Bai and Yu Fei found themselves at the food display, indulging heartily. Delicious. It was only natural, given that the food laid out was undoubtedly comprised of exquisite delicacies, imbued with spiritual essence. Observing their voracious appetite, Wang Million soon joined in, consuming with fervor. The surrounding patrons exchanged curious glances, as most had not come merely for sustenance. Nevertheless, Lin Bai paid them no mind. What was there to impress? Indulge in your desires, for in the end, it is only oneself who remains hungry when one maintains an air of superiority. Soon, the two individuals dined while delighting in the dance. Ah, the dance. The Yun clan had orchestrated a splendid affair, commissioning numerous performances. Among them was a captivating beauty who graced the stage with her movements. Suddenly, an irate voice pierced the air. What are you looking at? The crowd turned towards the sound, and there stood a woman in a pale yellow dress. Her brow furrowed in displeasure. Her gaze was fixed squarely on Lin Bai and his companions. Upon hearing her words, Lin Bai and his friends were momentarily taken aback. They exchanged glances, their hands occupied with food, leaning against the railing, oblivious to her ire. Are you leering at me from behind? The woman in the pale yellow gown, with her brows furrowed, pressed on relentlessly. Wang Dai was incensed. Today, she had adorned herself beautifully. Eager to witness the martial prowess of the exceptional talents attending the tea party, and to present her finest self in hopes of discovering a partner. Observing Lin Bai and his friends dining had stirred an uncomfortable feeling within her. How vulgar. Not an ounce of elegance to be found. When she had instinctively turned around and caught them gazing her way, her displeasure escalated, assuming they were fixated on her. If it were a gentleman of refinement, that might not be unacceptable. Though Lin Bai and his companions possessed handsome features, their boorishness was irksome, especially the portly fellow among them, who made her feel utterly uncomfortable. On her second turn, discovering they were still watching her ignited her fury. Yu Fei promptly voiced his discontent. How dare you? You should check your own reflection before accusing us. We were admiring the dancing beauties, not you. You're hardly in their league. At that moment, Wang Dai felt her temper flare. How dare this insufferable man speak back to her? Throughout the years, all the so-called young gentlemen had treated her with utmost courtesy. What did you say? Wang Dai's chest heaved with anger, her face flushed crimson. Can't you hear? Lin Bai interjected without mercy. If you can't handle it, perhaps you should take a look in the mirror instead. What audacity! What a lack of class! Everyone, come quickly. Here are three shameless individuals peeping at us and refusing to admit it. Wang Dai shrieked, invoking public opinion. She understood her strategy well. Sometimes, public sentiment acts as a sharp blade, obscuring the truth. By magnifying the situation, she could elicit sympathy, portraying herself as the victim, and surely, others would rally to her side. Wang Bai, what the hell? I haven't even spoken to you, and you're dragging me into this. Wang Bai exclaimed, her voice a flurry of indignation. If you're afraid of being seen, then perhaps you shouldn't venture out. You ought to know your own worth. Can you compare to those dancers? In an instant, a crowd began to gather, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Some individuals, brimming with a sense of misplaced righteousness, indignantly asserted, she is merely a girl. You ought to apologize, Lin Bai. To which Yu Fei retorted, apologize to your mother. I haven't done anything wrong. So why should I apologize? He then cast a menacing glare at the speaker, warning, scram. Don't play the hero here. It's not your place to act superior. At that moment, a man clad in white stepped forward and offered a slight bow. With a smile, he said, Dear lady, please do not be upset. We have all gathered today for a tea gathering. After all, we should avoid discord. It would be a pity if your makeup were to run amidst such trivial matters. Let us not take such things to heart, as everyone has the right to pursue beauty. It would be quite amusing to recount later. Gentlemen, might we offer an apology? Let us diffuse this matter, for I trust the young lady would not jest with her honor. How about you? I'm doing just fine, thank you, Lin Bai spat back, his words dripping with contempt. You speak more sweetly than a song. One might think you were mediating, yet you are nothing more than a sycophant. Subtly suggesting we concede and apologize. We're here to enjoy our meal and watch the dance, and yet you come here to slander us. I haven't demanded an apology from you, and that should suffice. You are utterly shameless. Yu Fei's venomous words directed at the man in white were unmistakable. What business is it of yours? You should keep your mouth shut unless you truly understand the situation. If you keep meddling, I will deal with you. Who do you think you are? How dare you babble nonsense here? The man in white's expression stiffened as onlookers exchanged glances, clearly entertained by the unfolding drama. His face flushed with embarrassment. The atmosphere grew tense. He possessed both power and a suitable background, yet he had never encountered such blatant arrogance. He had attempted to be courteous, to extend an olive branch, yet this group showed no signs of backing down. Everyone, let us move on, he said, his expression devoid of emotion. Suddenly, 3 or 4 individuals closed in menacingly on Lin Bai and his companions. Yu Fei beckoned with a flick of her finger. Not feeling so tough now, are you? A flicker of malice crossed Feng Quan's eyes as he suppressed his anger, forcing a smile. May I ask how you gentlemen are called, and how you came to be here? Yu Fei scoffed in disdain. Do you think you are worthy of knowing my name? You wouldn't even be fit to lick the soles of my shoes. At that, Feng Quan could no longer contain himself, his expression darkening. Damn it, he cursed. Before bellowing, take them down. With a thunderous roar, a surge of energy erupted. The surrounding individuals rushed forward. Unyielding, Yu Fei charged with an iron rod, her own formidable energy surging forth. Lin Bai swiftly pushed Wang Million into the crowd to shield himself from the ensuing chaos, ensuring that he would not be affected in his performance. This is not merely a matter of choice, but rather one of dignity. Right or wrong has become inconsequential. The objective is to eliminate the opponent. The dead offer no defense. In the end, it is but a matter of words to distort the truth. The air around him abruptly fractured, and Lin Bai vanished from his original position. In an instant, he had reappeared, gripping Feng Quan's throat, lifting him slowly amidst his horrified gaze. The speed was astonishing. Not only was Yu Fei taken aback, but others were equally stunned. In that fleeting moment, all actions ceased, and every eye turned towards Lin Bai. A fierce glint flashed across Lin Bai's face. With such meager strength, how dare he provoke? Feng Quan was petrified. With a sharp crack, Lin Bai exerted force with his right hand, mercilessly crushing Feng Quan's throat. The sound of breaking bones echoed. The light in Feng Quan's eyes gradually dimmed, ultimately fading into darkness. Is it too much to expect some originality beyond merely flaunting one's identity? Lin Bai's swiftness left the onlookers unable to even call for restraint. A gasp of shock rippled through the crowd. A ruthless individual indeed. He acted without a moment's hesitation, seemingly disregarding any consequences. It was over. A life had been extinguished. And in the territory of the Yun clan, this incident would surely draw attention, igniting excitement among the spectators. The other youths found themselves in a precarious position. One among them had prepared some harsh words, but another, quick-witted, swiftly covered his mouth. What a time to be lacking in discernment. A companion shot him a look, silently warning him that while he might enjoy a few words, it was they who would bear the brunt of the fallout. With that, they slipped into the crowd, leaving the aftermath to others. Lin Bai bent down, rummaging through Feng Quan's lifeless body, deftly retrieving the spatial ring and exclaiming with excitement, "What a fortune! This fellow has quite a bit of wealth." The crowd's attention shifted, and Yu Fei's gaze fell upon Wang Dai, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Instinctively, Wang Dai took a step back, fear flickering in her eyes. She had not anticipated that these individuals would truly resort to murder. "What do you intend to do?" "My brother is Wang Xing," she asserted, attempting to maintain her composure. "The Wang family." Wang Xing. The Wang family is a dominant force in the ancient city of Yunzhou, possessing wealth and influence. Wang Xing is renowned as a prodigy at this gathering, exceptionally strong. Yu Fei strode up to her, delivering a resounding slap. The impact sent Wang Dai staggering back, her footing faltering as she stumbled several steps. Some in the crowd could no longer bear to witness this injustice. "How can one strike a woman?" One protested. "One should always leave a margin. How can you even hit a girl?" Yu Fei shot him an icy glare. "What business is it of yours? It's not like it's your wife. Even if you feel pity, it's of no consequence. She won tea, remember your kindness." Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed in the air. A group approached, each member clad in flowing white robes adorned with unique embroidery. The Yun clan had arrived. The leading youth's expression instantly soured. "Damn it, is someone causing a ruckus?" Someone quickly stepped forward to recount the events. Yun Shun's brows furrowed tightly, his face betraying no emotion as he remarked, "In martial arts gatherings, minor skirmishes are commonplace. As long as there is no trouble, everything is fine." After speaking, he led his group to the side. Many were left in a state of bewilderment. A subordinate nearby couldn't help but speak up. "Are we not going to take action?" Yun Shun shot him a glance and replied, "Take action against whom? No one has disrupted your event. Both sides are in conflict. Which side will you support?" Assisting either would easily offend the other. Both parties possess invitations and a modicum of influence. We, the Yun family, are not fools. Why should we intervene and invite trouble upon ourselves? Does that mean we do nothing? Yun Shin pondered for a moment. After all, this was our venue. We should notify the enforcement troops. Aren't they responsible for maintaining order? Just give them a heads up. Also, inform Wang Xing, letting them handle it themselves. What about the Feng family? A few young men who had come along had already gone to deliver the message. You should also speak to the heir and gauge his intentions to prevent escalating the conflict. Soon, a contingent of enforcement troops burst onto the scene, causing many to brighten with anticipation of a spectacle. Just as Yu Fei raised his hand to strike, a commanding voice rang out, "Stop." Without a moment's thought, Yu Fei swung downwards. "Yu Fei," Lin Bai suddenly called out to him, causing Yu Fei to hesitate in confusion. Upon seeing the newcomers, Lin Bai squinted slightly. It was these enforcement troops again. A figure pushed through the crowd and stood at the forefront. When locking eyes with Lin Bai, he suddenly froze. "Gukai? An acquaintance?" Lin Bai smiled. Gu Kai, too, was taken aback to see Lin Bai among the troublemakers. After a moment's thought, he declared, I just remembered I have matters to attend to at home. With that, he turned to leave with his entourage. Amidst the crowd, Yu Fei delivered a brutal kick to Wang Dai's abdomen, sending her flying backward. Then, he drew a dagger and seized her. Stop! An irate voice echoed. Many quickly rushed towards the commotion, while others who had been spectating in different areas soon gathered as well. At the forefront were several men clad in luxurious attire. Their expressions varied, yet none dared to speak first. One man approached, dressed in a black robe, exuding an air of authority and menace that made it difficult for those present to breathe. His cultivation was formidable. It was Wang Xing. How dare you strike my sister? Wang Xing growled, his visage twisted with rage. Do you even know who I am? Regardless of who you are doomed. He then glared fiercely at Gu Kai. Are your eyes on your backside? Why did you not intervene? Did you not witness what just transpired? Wang Xing was furious. As a member of the Wang family, it had been ages since such an incident had occurred. Gu Kai's expression darkened in response. How dare you lecture me on how to conduct my affairs? Do you wish to challenge the authority of the enforcement troops? A flicker of murderous intent flashed across Gu Kai's face. Disregarding the prior relationship with Lin Bai, whether to take action is entirely a matter of mood. Who are you to comment? In the entire ancient city of Yinzhou, there are no more than a handful who possess the strength to speak against them. Naturally, this does not include the Wang family. Wang Xing clenched his fists in anger, a terrifying aura erupting forth. Suddenly, a man clad in a white robe adorned with golden embroidery interjected, Brother Wang. Taking a deep breath, Wang Xing cast a lingering glance at Gu Kai and gritted his teeth, saying, You all wait for me. After regaining some composure, he still dared not confront Gu Kai and his companions. Gu Kai scoffed, paying him no mind. Do you require my assistance, Brother Lin? Lin Bai smiled slightly, indicating that he merely wished to observe the spectacle. The implication was clear. After contemplating, Gu Kai agreed and took a seat with his entourage. Chapter 30, An explanation, please. Wang Xing fixated on Lin Bai and his group, demanding clarity. Lin Bai chuckled, An explanation? What do you want to know? Wang Xing coldly replied, Don't say I lack respect for the Yun family. Whoever struck my sister, step forward and slap yourself until I am satisfied. Those accompanying him must kneel and apologize. Then this matter shall be settled. What do you think you are? Why should I owe you any explanations? Lin Bai retorted without reservation. Not only will I not hand over my companions, but an apology is also out of the question. Wang Xing chuckled softly, Do not force my hand. Boom. With those words, Lin Bai launched himself forward like a bolt of lightning, delivering a powerful punch directly to Wang Xing's face. The instantaneous movement left Wang Xing's mind blank. As if he had endured a tremendous impact, he was sent flying, several teeth knocked loose in the process, crashing to the ground. The expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Particularly those at the forefront now harbored a sense of trepidation. They had initially deemed Lin Bai and his companions to possess some strength, but not enough to warrant serious attention. However, they had barely seen Lin Bai's movement. Had they been in his place, they would likely have been unable to withstand such an assault. Wang Xing, disheveled, rose to his feet, resembling a vengeful spirit, and grinned sinisterly. Very well, you have spirit. Lin Bai, akin to a whirlwind, charged forth, each punch landing with brutal efficiency. Wang Xing's aura surged. Yet Lin Bai's speed was so astonishing that he found himself without any capacity for resistance, instinctively channeling his energy to protect vital areas. He was left to endure the blows passively. Damn it! The few who had accompanied Wang Xing rushed in, and a flare shot into the sky. Reinforcements. Most of them had not brought many guards inside, remaining outside instead. They could only call for help now. Yu Fei swiftly incapacitated the group, leaving them moaning in agony on the ground. Wang Xing was being mercilessly beaten by Lin Bai, reduced to a pitiable state. At the 9th level of the Awakening Realm, coupled with Lin Bai's extraordinary skills, even a master of the Shaping Realm would think twice before engaging him. Moreover, those beneath him can only anticipate their own humiliation. Soon, dozens of masters surged in. Upon witnessing this scene, they unsheathed their swords without hesitation. Gu Kai, unfazed, positioned his men directly in their path. He sternly admonished, What do you intend to do? Are you inciting unrest and seeking trouble? The opposing faction found themselves momentarily stunned. Get out of my way, barked a servant of the Wang family. They cared little for the consequences. If their young master were to be killed before their eyes, they would rather end their own lives than face such disgrace. Dare to insult the law enforcement alliance. Seize them all. Gu Kai replied coldly. It seems the Wang family has a penchant for trouble. Prepare to redeem your people. Redeem your people. Observing this, Lin Bai couldn't help but smirk. Somebody knows how to handle matters. That's enough. At last, one man, unable to bear it any longer, stepped forward, furrowing his brow. Clad in a black python robe, he stood tall, exuding an imposing presence despite his youth. Do you believe yourself to be quite capable? The robed man glared at Lin Bai, clearly displeased. That's enough. To hell with you. What business is it of yours? Yu Fei brandished an iron rod, his aura fierce, and unleashed a barrage of curses. What are you pretending to be? A peacemaker? Where were you when all this started? Do you think you have the right to speak here? His words shocked the surrounding crowd. No one expected such audacity. The robed man's expression darkened, having his dignity directly challenged. Do you even know who I am? I don't care who you are, Yu Fei interrupted, beckoning with his finger. If you're not satisfied, come and kill us. Otherwise, keep talking. And I'll deal with you immediately. To be frank, I never anticipated there would be so many fools. My brothers and I merely came for a meal. Yet you all seem intent on causing trouble. Can't you see your own worth? You're all mere amateurs. What do you intend to achieve? His words caused many faces around to darken. Some, filled with righteous indignation, retorted, this brother clearly doesn't fear the wind might twist his tongue. What bravado! It seems he has little regard for the rest of us. With a sudden cry of pain, there was a swift cut. The man who had just spoken doubled over in agony, clutching his groin and writhing on the ground. Many instinctively took a step back, a chill creeping down their spines. It's not worth provoking. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Even with formidable connections, if one cannot match another's might, it becomes a trivial matter to be effortlessly dismissed. If you're not satisfied, come at me, Lin Bai declared with great authority. He was now thoroughly incensed. Having dealt with one, another emerged. And even a clay figurine has its limits. His words ignited the fury of many. The robed man's rage erupted. Awakening realm, clearly one of the top forces present. His willingness to speak indicated he possessed ample confidence. Damn it. I, Sun Fu, shall see just how impressive you truly are. Step onto the life and death stage. The mention of the life and death stage stirred a tremor in many hearts. This is indeed a commonplace method among martial artists in duels. Yet none would dare to undertake such a course of action lightly. On the life and death platform, each is resigned to their fate. It requires immense courage. Unless both parties are ensnared in an inextricable deadlock, no one would act so recklessly. Without uttering a word, Lin Bai leaped onto the constructed arena. He beckoned to Sun Fu with a finger. Come, I shall vanquish you. The crowd erupted with excitement. What is the essence of martial arts exchange? It is the desire to witness each other's prowess, to behold the clash of other prodigies firsthand. Everyone surged forward. At that moment, a throng of individuals approached, led by an elderly man with a grim expression. The Feng family. The elder, it is he. Someone pointed at Lin Bai on the arena, speaking up. The elder nodded, an undeniable murderous intent flickering in his eyes. This fellow had better not perish too easily. I still intend to personally eliminate him, the elder coldly remarked. Just then, a man clad in a flowing white robe adorned with golden embroidery stepped forward. The heir of the Yun family, Yun Canglan. Yun Canglan refrained from speaking in opposition. Why should he intervene? It is commonplace for martial conflicts to erupt at the slightest provocation. This incident only served to heighten the enthusiasm for martial exchange at the tea gathering. For them, there was no disadvantage. If the weaker parties have no objections, I am willing to act as the moderator to ensure fairness, Yun Canglan declared with a smile. Of course, Sun Fu readily agreed. After all, this fellow was doomed. Yu Fei scoffed. What a boast. Sun Fu glared fiercely at Yu Fei, who defiantly returned the gaze. Do you think I won't gouge your eyes out? Such vulgarity. Sun Fu forcibly suppressed his fury, thinking, once I dispose of him, I shall deal with you. Yu Fei grinned maliciously, choosing not to respond. Yet in his eyes, Sun Fu was already a dead man. Yun Canglan regarded Lin Bai with a hint of admiration. A promising troublemaker. A cultivator must be like this, regardless of who instigates. It is the strength of one's fist that reigns supreme. Brother, what shall I call you? Lin Bai. I am Yun Canglan, heir of the Yun family. Yun Canglan stated candidly. If you manage to survive, I would like to befriend you. Lin Bai studied him and found that this heir was quite different from his expectations. Good. Lin Bai responded graciously. Yun Canglan's smile broadened. How intriguing. The surrounding onlookers were taken aback. Yun Shun, a trusted aide, hurriedly stepped forward. Yun Canglan shot him a glance, and Yun Shun fell silent, retreating once more. Sun Fu leaped onto the arena, determined that slaying Lin Bai would be a simple task. Shall we begin? Lin Bai nodded. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of energy transformed into a dragon, lunging toward Lin Bai with ferocity. Sun Fu's attack was equally ruthless. His fist aimed directly at Lin Bai's throat. Lin Bai retreated a step and turned sideways. Sun Fu's fist brushed past him. In a swift motion, Lin Bai executed a whip kick that landed forcefully on Sun Fu's calf. With a thud, Sun Fu fell to one knee, just as he attempted to rise. A flash of sword light cut through the air, a sword invincible, disregarding realms. Sun Fu let out a pained cry as both of his kneecaps were severed, collapsing to the ground in agony, blood gushing forth, and his breath becoming labored. The onlookers were taken aback. In just one exchange, Sun Fu had nearly lost all combat capability, appearing utterly wretched. Yin Canglan was somewhat surprised, but his eyes brightened further, realizing he had underestimated Lin Bai's strength. Lin Bai held his sword to Sun Fu's throat, energy converging at the blade's tip. In an instant, he could end a life. Sun Fu dared not make any sudden movements, his face pale. Defeated, thoroughly vanquished. He had not anticipated such a vast disparity between himself and this individual before him. How could this be? Sun Fu felt a sense of disorientation. With such meager strength, he was to participate in the grand competition of the 4 domains. What a disgrace. Young friend, please hold. A voice called out, halting Lin Bai. He turned to see a guardian appearing before him, anxiety etched on his face. In a courteous tone, he implored, spare him. Lin Bai remained silent, fixating on him. This matter has nothing to do with my young master. It was primarily instigated by the Wang and Feng families. Might you consider letting my young master off the hook? We are all practitioners of martial arts. And the words exchanged in the heat of the moment should not be taken to heart. The guardian of the Sun family earnestly pleaded. Should you have any demands, please voice them. After all, my young master has been well protected. Enduring a bit of hardship is only natural. If I have offended you in any way, I apologize on his behalf, even offering my life in exchange. The guardian of the Sun family adopted an extremely humble posture, fearful of inciting Lin Bai's wrath. Lin Bai was taken aback, seemingly surprised by the lowly stance of his opponent. Uncle Sun, Sun Fu weakly called out, accepting defeat. I have nothing further to say. The guardian of the Sun family looked on with pleading eyes. If my young master perishes here, we shall not survive either. Speaking thus, he presented a spatial ring. Lin Bai glanced at him, and then swoosh. He severed one of Sun Fu's arms. Blood spurted forth, and Sun Fu groaned, his vitality waning. Lin Bai accepted the spatial ring, coldly remarking, damn it, you should be grateful for being born into a good family and having a sensible elder. Were it not for your elder's eloquence, I would have ended your life just now. Today, I spare you. Losing an arm serves as a lesson. If you dare to seek trouble again, let me be clear, next time, it shall not be so lenient. With that, he released Sun Fu. The guardian of the Sun family twitched at the corners of his mouth, but ultimately felt a sense of relief. As long as he lived. Although he had lost an arm, given the financial resources of the Sun family, it was not beyond their means to reattach it. Soon, the guardian bowed and hurriedly led Sun Fu away, leaving the surrounding crowd in a state of bewilderment. The guardians of the Sun family appear rather timid, do they not? They do not even dare to strike. Protector, why did we let this young man go? Our master is currently in our grasp. Surely we could eliminate him. Some expressed their confusion. The Sun family guardian replied coldly. Are you so certain that you can overpower him? We might very well face total annihilation. I have a foreboding that those who offend this young man will meet a dire fate. Just watch. If he survives this round of the 4 domains tournament, his name will undoubtedly be heralded far and wide. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Sun Fu. Observing Sun Fu's disheartened demeanor, he could not help but sigh. This child, accustomed to a life of luxury, has always believed that the world should operate according to his own principles. In truth, that is misguided. Uncle Sun. The guardian wished to say more, but was interrupted by Sun Fu. I am not a fool. I will not foolishly seek assistance against an adversary I cannot defeat. Sun Fu spoke weakly. The life and death arena is my own proposition. I shall sacrifice my own face, but the family's honor must be preserved. I understand the reasoning. In a matter of moments, the pride that once filled him had vanished, replaced by a trace of humility and despondency. Speaking further, Sun Fu's gaze became resolute as he glanced at his empty left sleeve, his lips curling into a bitter smile. This ordeal has enlightened me greatly. I will not reclaim this arm, but I shall cleanse this humiliation and defeat him honorably, conquering my inner demons. A hint of satisfaction appeared on the guardian's face. Suddenly, applause erupted. The crowd turned their gaze to find the members of the Feng family approaching. Ah, splendid! Exclaimed the elder of the Feng family with a jovial demeanor. Allow me to introduce myself. We are from the Feng family. Lin Bai remained calm. Looking for a venue, I see. Indeed, and here comes the Wang family as well. Another group emerged, led by a tattooed man. As he passed by Wang Xing, he did not even glance his way. Instead, he directed a slap at the trembling Wang Dai on the ground. Useless wretch. Wang Dai dared not utter a sound, her expression frozen in shock. She could scarcely fathom how such a trivial matter could lead to this outcome. Why did these individuals feel entitled to such treatment? In her mind, a simple apology would suffice to avoid such a fate. Despite her meticulous calculations, she had not anticipated that she would stumble upon an iron wall. Chapter 31, Dawn Finale. Lin Bai regarded the crowd before him with a calm demeanor. You certainly are quite audacious, the tattooed man remarked coldly. You have struck one of our Wang family members, yet you remain so arrogant. Although our kin may be inept, it is not your place to chastise us. Lin Bai scoffed. If you lack the ability to educate, I can assist you. The tattooed man's expression darkened further, his sharp tongue betraying his fury. It seems you truly wish for death. Meanwhile, the members of the Feng family hastened to intervene. There must be a sense of order. The leader of the Feng family declared with a grim countenance. We arrived first. This matter should be resolved by us. The tattooed man retorted. Hand him over to you? What right do you have? Upon hearing this, many were taken aback. The unfolding situation seemed decidedly amiss. Before any action commenced, the tension between the two factions escalated. The leader of the opposing group bellowed in fury. Do you think we fear the Wang family? Each additional kill counts. Do not provoke us. The tattooed man stepped forward, declaring, Then let us engage. Enough of your blabbering. Either stand down or face us together. Lin Bai coldly retorted. A member of the Wang family attempted to interject, suggesting, Let us unite against a common enemy first, capture Lin Bai, and then decide how to deal with him. After exchanging glances, both families nodded in agreement. Step back. Suddenly, Lin Bai erupted into action. His formidable energy surged, and a blade of sword aura pierced through the heads of the Wang family members. Just then, the Wang family's elder emerged from the shadows, launching a punch aimed at Lin Bai's head. Lin Bai swiftly retreated, his sword aura wreaking havoc. The elder's gaze flickered with a hint of trepidation. Unmatched by any sword, 12 ancient sword energies converged within Lin Bai, causing his aura to soar, plunging the scene into chaos. Black Egg, lend me your strength. Lin Bai's power intensified, able to dominate the entire space with mere presence. The essence of the black sword manifested, revealing a menacing blade before everyone. Lin Bai grasped the sword with one hand, resembling an immortal swordsman of unparalleled grace. 3 feet before me, I am invincible. Who cannot be slain by the 3 feet Qingfeng sword? With a single swing, the elder's arm was severed, and his expression turned to one of horror as he retreated in panic. Lin Bai seemed to transcend his former self. With a snap of his fingers, a sword aura pierced through, rendering the elder's form rigid, ultimately erasing his existence with effortless ease. The tattooed man's blood ran cold as he watched Lin Bai's power elevate to an extraordinary level, as if he were a celestial being. The insignificant dared not contend with the brilliance of the full moon. Without a second thought, the tattooed man turned to flee, but a swifter sword aura pinned him down. The remaining onlookers, witnessing the scene, hastily began to retreat. Please, summon the elder. Upon the arrival of the Feng family's elder and witnessing the unfolding chaos, he promptly fled. He was no fool to remain there, essentially courting death. Lin Bai lightly swung the black sword, and in an instant, it was as though the heavens had split apart, creating a rift in the sky. Countless currents of energy swirled around the space. Invincible, Lin Bai now embodied true invincibility, as if he had instantaneously attained enlightenment. A thunderous roar echoed, accompanied by a voice that resonated with terror. Heavenly punishment. Lin Bai's expression remained calm, devoid of any fear. As the tumultuous sounds reverberated, many recoiled, retreating several steps to avoid the impending fallout. Meanwhile, Yu Fei had fully unsealed his power, transforming into a demonic entity, shrouded in a terrifying aura. With a firm grip on the iron rod, he delivered a resounding lesson, akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep. As the first bolt of heavenly tribulation descended, Lin Bai swiftly countered with a flash of sword light that soared skyward, repelling the strike with sheer force. The two forces collided fiercely, and beneath the first sword's might, the adversary was obliterated in an instant. The second and third strikes followed, as Lin Bai enveloped himself in a protective aura of sword light, forming a barrier. Before approaching Lin Bai, the sword spirit annihilated any semblance of danger. With the arrival of the 9th bolt of tribulation, an eerie silence enveloped the sky. Akin to death itself, Lin Bai maintained an expression of calm. The sword spirit whispered, the heavenly laws are about to take serious action. A moment's carelessness could lead to one's demise. In the distance, it seemed as if an invisible entity was forming. Thunder Spirit, you seek your own demise, rasped a voice. A fierce wind howled, lifting Lin Bai's robes, the sleeves billowing ominously, yet his feet remained firmly planted as if rooted to the ground, motionless despite standing in midair. As the Thunder Spirit descended, Lin Bai finally lifted his gaze, positioning the black sword before him, and then struck down with great force. This strike aimed to obliterate the very existence of the heavenly laws. The clash was brutal and fierce. No excess power leaked out. A torrential storm fell, and the blinding white light rendered everything almost unrecognizable. It was as if a blooming lotus expanded gradually, followed by a clear sky. The aura of invincibility began to reveal itself. Lin Bai had forcefully erased the presence of the tribulation, leaving many astounded. The living sword immortal, someone murmured to themselves. The divine figure, Lin Bai, leapt into the air, vanishing from the sight of the crowd. Hindu Peak, renowned as the realm governed by heavenly laws, appeared serene as clouds rolled by. Standing atop a pillar, he gazed around, as if invisible ripples spread outward. Suddenly, a figure materialized, descending upon another pillar. The great sage. This was the strongest individual at that moment, revered as the guardian of the heavenly laws. The great sage looked at Lin Bai before him and couldn't help but express a hint of sentiment. So young, yet only one of us can exist. The law of the heavenly guardian permits only one to exist at a time. Any excess must be eradicated. Thus, for Lin Bai to assume the position of his counterpart and oversee the heavenly laws, he must eliminate the other. The new heavenly law would give birth to a new consciousness, and everything would begin anew. Without further ado, both sides engaged in battle. Lin Bai, wielding a single sword, transformed into a long rainbow, charging at his opponent. The great sage waved his right hand, summoning the ethereal image of an ancient bell in the sky. When the long rainbow collided fiercely with the bell, countless eardrums resonated with a buzzing sound. Everyone looked up, as if witnessing celestial beings in combat. The great sage was forced back several hundred feet before stabilizing himself, gazing at Lin Bai with an added weight of seriousness in his eyes, his heart growing heavier. Very formidable. He initially believed that his prior cultivation and experience would allow him to suppress Lin Bai, who had only just reached this threshold. However, he underestimated his opponent's capabilities. It seemed that today would demand a desperate struggle. As a swordsman, Lin Bai had honed the fierce attributes of the sword to their utmost limit. With a primary focus on offense, torrents of sword energy descended like a tempest, the resounding echoes causing the very heavens to tremble. Any released aura could easily level a small realm. The Grand Master, a formidable figure mastering the physical form, represented the pinnacle of martial prowess, clad in a black and gold robe, executing movements with grandiose flair. In contrast, Lin Bai donned a white robe, his sword energy wildly surging, creating a spectacle of two martial arts titans clashing, an encounter unseen for millennia. After countless collisions, the two finally distanced themselves. The Grand Master wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling his internal organs misaligned and aching. To his disbelief, Lin Bai possessed the dual mastery of sword and body. He had never anticipated Lin Bai's swordsmanship could reach such heights. In response, a blinding sword light surged forth. The Grand Master swiftly brought his hands together to withstand the strike, but his waist bent under the force, leaving only half of his torso upright. While the heavens tore open a rift, suddenly, they found themselves deep within as the smoke dissipated, the great sage was violently thrust back several hundred feet, crashing heavily against the mountainside. Struggling to rise, he felt the weight of his injuries increasing, and a glimmer of fatigue flickered in his eyes. That singular strike had wounded his very essence, erasing even the celestial fortunes to attain enlightenment through the path of slaughter. In his countless years of existence, the great sage had never encountered such a being, yet now it was a stark reality. He had no desire for grandiloquent proclamations. He could only grit his teeth and fight with desperation. Victory meant life, defeat meant death. The path of martial arts was ruthlessly unforgiving, allowing room for but one. Taking a deep breath, the great sage prepared to unleash his full potential, returning to his primal state, burning his essence, sacrificing his soul. In an instant, he summoned every possible means at his disposal, casting a profound glance at Lin Bai and declaring his intent to fight with all his might. This battle would determine their fates. With that, he charged towards Lin Bai, who responded with a light chuckle, finally voicing the words he had long wished to say. With a 3-foot green blade in hand, who can I not slay? In that moment, Lin Bai's presence vanished entirely. Now he was one with the cosmos. The man, the sword, and the heavens transcended to an extraordinary zenith. Memories of the past surged within his mind, echoing like lantern slides in his consciousness. The notion of having 3 feet before him rendered him invincible in the realm. Accompanied by a resounding laugh, Lin Bai advanced with determination. The formidable bell reverberated with residual power as Lin Bai, wielding his dark sword, ascended against the tide. He was resolute in his course. In an instant, The structure came crashing down. What had once been a towering edifice swiftly turned to mist. Everything approached its conclusion, standing apart. The great sage and Lin Bai regarded each other. The great sage sighed softly, his expression revealing a hint of relief and contentment. He murmured, "To have 3 feet before me, is that truly invincible? How exhilarating. If there were a next life, becoming a swordsman would not be amiss." As his words faded, it was as if the celestial order itself collapsed. Countless fortunes dissipated, seemingly transferred to Lin Bai, as tumultuous waves surged along the shores of the Eastern Sea. The position of the protector was once again bestowed upon a new master after millennia. An era had passed. Many gazed into the distance. The great sage's complexion grew increasingly pale, yet his visage appeared more weathered and serene. How could true invincibility exist in this world? This was the final thought in the great sage's mind before his physical form gradually cracked and transformed into a stream of light, vanishing into the cosmos. Akin to a spring rain nourishing the earth, it began to rain. "Oh dear, hurry to the rice fields." In the realm of mortals, the air was filled with calls. The spring rain has arrived. Lin Bai's eyes reflected neither sorrow nor joy. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Now, as the new heir, he must await the coming generations. This was a testament to strength, yet also a punishment. The solitude of millennia would now be his to continue. Ultimately, the great sage faded from existence, half of his spirit merging with the earth while the other half was reborn anew. Lin Bai refrained from intervening. The universe operates under its own laws. Perhaps after enduring solitude for too long, this lifetime must be lived differently. "Farewell," Lin Bai murmured softly. The passage of countless years and the blooming and withering of generations ensued. This vast land was rife with warfare and calamity, as people incessantly plundered resources. Yet it was also imbued with justice and warmth. That year, a swordsman clad in a green robe journeyed from the south to the north. Although a swordsman, he bore no sword upon his back. Within the tavern, someone anxiously inquired, what happened next? What legacy did this sword cultivator leave behind? The storyteller let out a hearty laugh, took a sip of his drink, and proclaimed, "In truth, the affairs of the world boiled down to but a single sword.